Blow, Blow, Thou Winter Wind, by William Shakespeare. read4LibriVox.org. Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hey-ho! Sing hey-ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hey-ho the holly, this life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, that doth not bite so nigh as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp as a friend remembered not. Hey-ho, sing hey-ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hey-ho the holly, this life is most jolly. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Candy, over here.
What? Why, Myra Fisher. What are you doing here in a department store with your work clothes on?
I work here, dear. I'm a wage slave.
Well, I must say on you it looks good. What do you slave at?
I'm head of advertising and promotion.
Well, quite a spot, hey, girl?
Well, it was until this morning.
Oh?
Now my neck is in the fire.
What'd you do? Forget to proofread one of your ads?
Nothing so trivial, dear, believe me. But am I glad to have bumped into you?
Maybe you'll change your mind when I tell you I've been shoplifting.
No, I'm serious, Candy. Could you spare a moment and come on up to my office?
Why, sure. And wipe that frown from off your brow. It's wrinkling your makeup.
Well, yours would wrinkle, too, if you had a missing Santa Claus helper on your hands.
Well, now, there's a situation. And it almost broke Candy Matson's heart when someone told her there was no Santa Claus's helper, one Jack Frost. Listen, here she is now to tell you about it.
That's right, what the man said. I ran into a deal where we had a missing Santa Claus helper, Jack Frost. The gent with the icicles was supposed to talk to the tiny tots at the Brownstone, one of San Francisco's larger and classier department stores. I'd gone down there that afternoon shopping. I wanted a bow tie for my old pal Inspector Ray Mallard of the San Francisco Police Department. A bow tie that lit up and spelled Cossack when you pressed the button on the battery. That was when I bumped into this gal, Myra Fisher. We went up to her office on the 6th floor, and she sat me down. Cigaretted me, too.
You think I'm fooling about this Jack Frost thing, don't you, Candy?
Well, now, look, dear, we all have our little peccadillos. Yours just merely happens to be a missing Jack Frost. You'll get over it.
I refrain from hurling this ashtray at you, Candy, only because of our long acquaintance.
Good.
Now listen to me. We've had a Santa Claus helper here for almost a month, and a darn good one. The kids were crazy about him. This morning, he didn't show.
You don't suppose Jackie boy got in the mood and caught the Christmas spirit, do you? The kind that comes in pints?
No, he wasn't that sort of Joe.
Well, your answer's simple. Hire a new one.
They're hired through an agency. I called the one we do business with, and they're fresh out of Jack Frost. And I've got to get one, Candy. Otherwise, I come down 10 notches in the opinion of the brass.
I don't want you to think I'm unsympathetic, Myra, but what can I do?
When you get around, you know people. Find me somebody, anybody, who'll take over the job of being Jack Frost.
Well, okay. I'll do the best I can, Myra.
Candy, you're a dear.
Yeah, one of Santa's dears. Okay, I'll try and find you a Jack Frost, Myra, but don't hold it against me if he turns out to look more like Humpty Dumpty. I went home and looked up the Webster definition of soft. It said soft, easily yielding to pressure. That was me, Candy Matson, girl dope. Here I had all my Christmas shopping to do, and I agreed to find a substitute for Jack Frost. I had no idea where to start. So I changed into something red and green for a stop and go, also for Christmas, and went over to see my friendly advisor, Rembrandt Watson. Rembrandt is a photographer, and excellent, too, now that he doesn't have the sherry shivers or the pork palsies. He lives on California Street, just kitten rompers from Old St. Mary's. with a statue of Sun Yat-sen for company in a park next door.
Candy doll, how delightful. Do come in, won't you?
Thanks, Rembrandt.
Oh, Pet, you're acquainted with my friend Diogenes Murphy, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Hello again, Mr. Murphy.
Well, good afternoon, lad. You look prettier than you did the last time I saw you.
Uh-oh, here comes the blarney.
Young lady, Diogenes Murphy, the honest Irishman, never says a word he doesn't mean. Now, how do you think I managed to sell so many used cars at me place out on Venice Avenue?
Because you're an honest Irishman.
Oh, you're so right, lad. Incidentally, if you need a good car, I can get you one at a very reasonable...
Diogenes?
Oh, sorry, I got carried away.
I didn't mean to barge in on you like this, Rembrandt.
Don't be ridiculous, dear.
No, don't be. Think nothing of it, lad. I'm on my way now. Rembrandt and I were only discussing the situation of the world.
And to what conclusion did you come?
It stinks. The bottom of the afternoon to the both of you.
Oh, he's quite a boy.
Yes, I'm very fond of Diogenes. What brings you around this way, dear?
Jack Frost.
Yes. Now, getting on with our conversation, what brings you around this way, dear?
Jack Frost.
Maybe the needle's bad. Shall we try again?
I know how you feel. I reacted the same way myself. I'll give you the pocket-sized edition. The brownstone department store is without a Santa Claus helper, Jack Frost. He didn't show up for work this morning. I said I'd find him a new one.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Dove.
Very dumb of me, Dove. I know of only one character who even remotely looks like Jack Frost. I met him up in Alaska when I was traveling with the USO.
Won't do you much good down here, will it?
No, that's why I came to see you, Rembrandt. Don't you keep a cross file on models you've used in photography?
As a matter of fact, I do. Here in this little book. Let's see. Men, thin, extremely. I have just one, Pietro Tarantello. Would you care for a Sicilian Jack Frost?
In Sicily, yes. Hey, what's that?
Where?
On that chair next to you.
Oh, that's the afternoon paper, dear. Diogenes left it, I imagine.
Yes, but on the front page. Here's the whole story about the missing Jack Frost on the front page. Ooh, what he got in his Christmas stocking. A slug through the head.
That's no way to treat Jack Frost.
And here's a picture of the guy without his false icicles.
What the ham? Looks like he stepped right out of an 1890 Shakespearean play.
I hate to say this, Rembrandt, but he resembles you.
I take back what I said.
Rembrandt.
Divorce yourself from that tone of voice, Candy. I don't like it.
Rembrandt, I've got an idea.
You usually do.
You like little children.
Can't stand them.
You like to talk to people.
I abhor conversation.
You like to be charming.
Lost me charm.
Gay.
Lost me gay.
With the help of a few icicles, Ducky, you're going to be Jack Frost. Rembrandt fought, he argued, he paced the floor, he had the vapors, he fainted. I brought him to. I won the argument. I got my friend Myra Fisher on the phone and informed her that one R. Watson would assume the role of Jolly Jack Frost on the morrow. She was delighted. I couldn't say the same for Rembrandt. Then I went home. I was greeted by a sound very much like that of a phone ringing. Using my keen instincts, I figured it was the phone. It was. Hello, Candy Matson.
How do you do, Miss Matson? Allow me to introduce myself.
Aloud.
My name is Burke, Prentice Burke. I'm the first assistant vice president of the Brownstone.
Brownstone. Oh, yes, that's a store of some kind, isn't it?
Yes. Now, the reason for my call. There has been, shall I say, a rather unfortunate occurrence in our store today.
So I read.
I need the help of a professional sleuth. You were highly recommended by the head of our advertising department, Miss Myra Fisher.
Aha, the thick plotting.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, no need to. You didn't do anything. Okay, care to talk to me now, Mr. Burke?
I'd much rather have you come down to my office, Miss Matson. This matter is of an extremely confidential nature.
I'm your girl, then, figuratively speaking. How long will you be there?
As long as necessary. That's up to you.
Very well, I'll be there in half an hour if I can find a place to park. I only had time for a fast change, so I made it from Andescray to Taboo. I sniffed at it and felt I was on the right scent. Then I climbed in my car, drove down Kearney Street, waved a crisp single under the nose of a hotel doorman, and had my car taken care of. Then into the brownstone and up to Mr. Prentice Burke's office. I flipped a hip past the girl's secretary and walked on in. Burke was waiting for me. That was obvious. I could tell by the expression on his face. It was worried look number 12B. How do you do, Mr. Burke? I'm Candy Matson.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Now, our subject is what?
A man named Jordan.
That's on another network.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, that's all right. Now about this Jordan.
Yes, Ralph Jordan, to be exact.
Well, that's a relief. For a moment, I thought you wanted to talk about Jack Frost.
That's just it. He was Jack Frost.
Uh-oh, me and my big mouth.
He was working here up until yesterday afternoon. Maybe you read about it. He was found shot today.
Yes, I read about it.
That's the reason I've called you.
Why didn't you have your own store detectives take over, Mr. Burke?
No. That would never do. I want no one in the store to know what's going on.
Ah, intrigue.
Quite possibly. I have reason to suspect that Jordan was killed by someone in our employ. I want to find out who that someone was before the police do and get it splashed all over the front pages.
Publicity conscious, eh?
Business has been off all year, and any bad breaks in the press would hurt us that much more.
Maybe you've got a point there, I don't know.
I know I have.
Okay, I'll take the job. You say you have a suspicion. What is it?
Well, nothing tangible. It's just a feeling I have.
Oh, that's a big help. Well, I'll mush around and see what I can pick up. I'll bill you tomorrow for my first day's work. It's much easier to sustain a friendship on a daily basis. I left Burke looking as though someone had just called his store a bazaar. It was closing time, so I hefted my way through the crush and retrieved my car from the doorman. The Hall of Justice is right on my way home, so I decided to drop in on my old pal Mallard, Inspector Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. A nice guy to serve coffee to on Sunday mornings if you could ever lasso him. I never could get strong enough rope.
Candy, what brings you around here?
I hate to have my Christmas ruined so early. What about that Jack Frost character?
Oh, yeah. Poor guy got it good.
Where'd you find him?
In his apartment over on 17th. He lived near Seal Stadium. Why so interested, Candy?
Rembrandt's a dead ringer for the guy.
I still don't get
The gal who's head of advertising for the Brownstone was going out of her head for another Jack Frost. I talked Rembrandt into taking the job. It does sound funny, doesn't it? Bring me up to date, Mallard. Did you get any dope on the killing?
Nothing but a .45 slug out of the guy's wall. Ballistics is checking it now.
Nothing else?
If I did, I should tell you.
No, I guess not.
This goes beyond just a normal curiosity, Candy. What are you drilling for?
Oh, it's only that I'm worried about Rembrandt. I got him the job. I'm responsible. I wouldn't want anything to happen to him.
Ask a silly question, Mallard, and you get a silly answer. Okay, let's forget it. How's about dinner tonight?
I've fought this thing long enough. Okay.
Candy.
Yes, Mallard.
We've known each other a good long time, haven't we?
That's right. Ever since the fair on Treasure Island.
We've had our little quarrels, little misunderstandings.
Oh, but they never seem to last long, though, do they?
No. That's why I feel I have every right to ask you a question.
Why, yes, I'd say you do, Mallard.
Maybe I'll ask you tonight.
No, go ahead. Now's as good a time as any.
Perhaps it is, Candy. You get around a lot. You meet people. Do you know where I can get a couple of tickets to the Rose Bowl game?
My brain lit up like a Roman candle. I stormed for the door, turned back, stood there, my jaw waggling helplessly. Then I stuck my tongue out at Mallard and left. It was the only thing I could think of doing. Oh, he can make me so mad. But inside half an hour after I got home, I started to laugh. Felt much better. Just as I was puttering around getting ready, the apartment buzzer buzzed. That Mallard, much too early. But I was wrong. It wasn't Mallard. Well, Myra, what a surprise. Do come in, won't you?
No, thanks, Candy. A friend of mine's waiting in his car outside. He's driving me home.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't stay for a moment?
So, my dear, I just dropped by to leave this. Merely a little token of thanks for getting me off the hook.
Oh, Myra, there wasn't any need to do that.
Just a few pair of old stockings, dear. Getting me my new Jack Frost means more than you know. Here, please take them, along with my very deepest thanks.
Thanks so much. A girl can always use them. Are you all set with my friend, Mr. Watson?
Oh, yes. He came in this afternoon and filled out his withholding tax and so on. Very nice.
I think you'll find him very efficient, Myra.
Oh,
what's the matter?
Pardon me. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Oh, Mallard.
Silly of me. I must have jumped a foot.
Oh, that's all right. He frightens me, too. Myra, I'd like to have you meet Inspector Mallard. Inspector, Miss Fisher.
How do you do?
Oh, fine, thank you, now that I've caught my breath. Do forgive me, Candy, but I must rush. See you soon, I hope.
Tomorrow, Myra, I'll be down to see how my lad's doing as Jack Frost. Thanks for the stockings.
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
No, I'm not. Here's my coat right here. What's our hurry? Come on, let's go. I'm starved.
I thought we could have a cocktail here before we left.
You thought wrong. 2 tickets to the Rose Bowl. From now on, you earn your cocktails, Mallard. We went downstairs, and as I locked the front door, a car was just driving off. It was Myra, and she waved. And driving, if these tired old eyes hadn't deceived me, was Mr. Prentice Burke, vice president of the Brownstone. Well. Oh, well. Mallard and I climbed into our car and drove out to the Cliff House. It was that kind of an evening. We had dinner, and after, I suggested we walk a bit. The night was crisp and clear, and the evening star was hanging out above the dark waters of the Pacific like an iridescent Japanese lantern. We cut across a little road above Sutro Baths, where an old car barn had once stood, and worked our way over the cliffs and stood high above Land's End. It was exhilarating.
Penny for your thoughts, Candy.
Inflation is still here.
All right, make it 2 pennies.
Well, I was just thinking, Mallard, dear, when you see a star in the sky, soft water below, feel Christmas in the air, how can there be violence in the world?
An age-old question, pal. One I can't answer. I'm too small. Hey, you're cold. I better put my arm around you.
Mallard, no.
What's the matter?
The headlights from that automobile are shining right down on us, and we... Mallard.
Candy, what's wrong?
Got your flashlight with you?
Sure. Also my gun and my handcuffs. Anything else we need? A mortar, maybe?
The lights from that car. They shone on something. Down there, under that tree.
Oh, Candy, just for once, can't you stop digging up a mystery? Be human?
I am being human. Come on, Mallard. I want to see what's under that tree. We scrambled around through the brush, slipped into some sliding sand, and rode the crest down to the tree. It wasn't easy to get around some of those brambles, but get there I fully intended doing because what I saw was red, bright red.
You okay, Candy?
Nothing that a new pair of nylons won't fix. Shoot the flashlight over this way a bit, Mallard. There. That's it. Now, do you think I'm dreaming things up?
What is it?
Wait till I hold it up.
Well, looks like some kind of a costume.
Right. And look, if those aren't bloodstains, I'm a Labrador retriever.
No, you're Candy Matson. Those are bloodstains.
How was your boy dressed when you found him?
Torn slacks, sweater, shoes, no socks.
This was most likely his costume, then.
Yeah. Don't move around too much, Candy. I want to have a good look at the ground.
Hey, what are you doing down there?
Who's that?
The police. Now get up here and don't try any tricks.
That's all right, officer. This is Inspector Mallard. Homicide.
Oh, sorry, Inspector.
That's all right. Stay right where you are. We'll be right up.
Oh, this is a break, Candy. I want you to drive me to a phone. I'll leave the officer here to guard the place. You can go home. I've got work to do here, okay?
Yeah, sure. And for once we had dinner before you had a chance to break the date. This baby was hard to reconstruct. Was the guy knocked off out there at Land's End, or was he bumped off at his apartment, the killer driving way out to the beach and hiding the costume? Only time would tell. I went home, climbed into bed, and logged about 8 hours, enough to give me fuel for the next day. In the morning, I went down to the brownstone. The shoppers were already swarming through the place. I spotted a floor walker and strolled over to him. Pardon me, sir. I said, pardon me, sir.
I'm very busy, young lady. Make it as brief as possible.
You do work here, don't you?
Of course.
You are the floor walker assigned to this section?
That is correct. Come to the point, please.
Well, I've a good mind to report you.
As you wish. As I said, I'm very busy. Now, what is it you wanted to know?
The words are like gall in my mouth now, but where do I find Jack Frost?
Right over there, in the back, 2 aisles over.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Very much. Of all the high-handed characters, people like that make me steam. I was getting up a full head of dander, but it simmered out before I had a chance to boil over. Because as I rounded a corner, I saw Frosty Boy, or Rembrandt if you choose, up on his platform with the cutest little blonde kid sitting in his lap.
Well. Look who we have here. Great big boy. Hello there, son.
Hello, Jack Frost.
What is your name?
Topper.
Topper. My, what a fine name. How old are you, Topper?
5.5.
5.5. Well, you must go to school, Topper. Which one?
Garfield.
Garfield. That's a good school. Now, tell me, what would you like to have me tell Santa Claus to bring you for Christmas, Topper?
An electric train and a baseball bat, and I like to be in the seals for Lefty O'Doul.
Well, I'll see what I can do to arrange that, Topper. I'll tell Santa Claus. Bye now.
Goodbye, and thank you, and Merry Christmas.
I hope you can make the boy's wish come true. O'Doul could use him.
Candy, I'm so glad you're here, Dove. Duck around into the back room for a moment. I've got to talk to you.
Aren't you working, Frosty boy?
I got 10 minutes off every hour. I'll take the break now. Right around there, Candy.
Okay, I'll see you in a moment. What's the matter, Rembrandt? Even under those icicles, you look warm under the collar.
Here, look at this. Every now and then, one of these moppets toddles up to me with a Christmas letter in its hand. A little red-headed girl handed me this about half an hour ago. I've been shaking ever since.
Let me see. Dear Jack Frost, a word to the wise is sufficient. When you take your lunch hour, keep on going. Don't come back. Otherwise, you'll meet the same fate as your predecessor. Just about what I expected.
Candy, you mean to say that you're deliberately using me as a sacrificial lamb?
By no means, Ducky. Go ahead, take your lunch. Then do as the note says. Keep on going. As a matter of fact, why don't you take off now? I'll meet you at your place in about an hour.
That's the best news I've heard since Nelson's victory at Trafalgar.
I whipped upstairs, reported to Prentice Burke, got my first day's check, and on my way out told his secretary she better get Burke some smelling salts. Then I went back down on the floor again. Sure enough, there was my boy, the floor walker. I wanted to have a few more words with him.
Oh, you again.
If you don't mind. I was just up to see Miss Myra Fisher. She wasn't in. Have you seen her down here?
No, and what's more, I won't see her all day. She phoned saying she was feeling ill. Most inconsiderate, I must say, during the holiday rush.
Yes, I must say. Could you give me her address? She's a friend of mine. I've got to see her.
Her address? Why, yes. I write it down here on one of my cards for you. Myra Fisher, 227F, Union Street. There.
Thank you. You're so kind. I had all the ammunition I wanted. A check signed by Burke and a card written by the floor walker. His name was Simon Liggett. With that, I ducked into a phone booth and called Mallard.
Homicide, Mallard speaking.
Good boy. This is Candy. What did you find out at Land's End last night?
A couple of very juicy footprints. They give us nothing.
Did you make any casts of them?
Why, sure.
Mind if I borrow a couple of them for a few hours, Mallard?
Well, I don't see how it'll hurt. Sure, okay.
Thanks, Mallard, dear. I'll be by in a moment. And I want to borrow you, too. I stopped by the Hall of Justice, got the cast of the footprints, shoved Mallard into the car, and then picked up Rembrandt. The thing was only a hunch, but my hunches have paid off, so I never ignore them. First, we went out to an address on 5th Avenue near Clement. We got in the back door and went to work. Nothing made sense there. So we drove over to Reseda Way in the marina. Again, we got in and did some sleuthing. This time, we hit the jackpot. A pair of shoes in the closet matched the casts we had brought with us. Rembrandt, go out in the kitchen and see if this place has any ketchup.
I'm not hungry, Dub, but I'll look.
What are you up to, Candy? We've got enough to swing a case here.
I'm working for a voluntary confession, Mallard. Tell me, what was the position that the Jack Frost was in when you found him dead?
In a chair, like that one. His head slumped down on his chest.
Good.
Here's the concept, Dove. When are you putting it on?
You.
What?
Without the bun or relish, Ducky. Sit down there, will you, Rembrandt? Now, just go limp and let your head hang down. That's it. Now for a little seasoning.
Oh, Candy, you're smearing me with this sticky stuff.
All for the sake of art. Hold still. There. How does he look, Mallard?
Why, Candy, it looks like the same guy, the real thing.
Good. Now, Rembrandt, you just sit like that. Don't move. Mallard, you duck into that closet over there and I'll hide in here. We've got a good view of the front door from both places. Okay?
Okay. There are times, Candy, when I admit I admire your genius.
Genius, schmenius. Come on, let's hide. The golden shafts of sun splashing in through the window from the ocean slowly turned pink, then purple, and into twilight. The minutes ticked on. Once... Bless you, but quiet, though, Rembrandt. You'll muss up your ketchup. 5 minutes, 10. Then we heard muffled footsteps coming down the hall and a key inserted in the lock of the apartment door.
Oh, no. It can't be. The old fool I killed. No.
Okay, buddy, that'll be about enough.
Oh, no.
Get him, Mallard. He's ducking.
I'll get him.
Nice tackle, Mallard.
All right, Mac. You're going to remain peaceful, or do I have to give you a little tap?
No. I'll be quiet. You got me. I did it. I did it to both of them. I killed them. I killed them. I killed both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah. Look behind the sofa. The sofa. The girl. Jack Frost. The sofa.
The sofa?
Right behind the sofa.
Wait a minute, Mallard.
I had to do it. I couldn't.
Oh.
But they were going to do it.
Oh, Mallard.
More trouble, Candy?
I killed both of them. I'm glad I killed
Yes.
them.
An old friend of mine.
That job was
The
mine.
late Myra Fisher.
I had to do it.
The whole thing was jealousy. Not the jealousy of a man for a woman, but the jealousy of a man for a job. Simon Liggett had been with the Brownstone for almost 20 years. He'd worked himself up from the stock boy to a place where he'd been promised the job of head of advertising and promotion. He almost got it, except at the last moment, Prentice Burke gave the position to Myra Fisher. That had only been 2 weeks before. He knew that Myra was on a probationary term, so he did everything he could to undermine her. Little things like changing ad copy, sending out false stories to newspapers. He figured that if he could keep the store without a Santa Claus helper, he'd break Myra's back and get the job by the first of the year. He paid a visit to the first Jack Frost and tried to bribe him into quitting, but the guy would have none of it. There was a struggle. Liggett lost his head and whipped out a gun and shot him. He was still in his costume, so Liggett stripped him, put some old clothes on him, drove out to Land's End, and ditched his costume. Then he felt sure there would be no Jack Frost the next day. But that's when Myra met me, and I talked Rembrandt into taking over. By this time, Liggett was in a frenzy and would stop at nothing. He trailed Myra and Burke to Myra's home, killed her, took her body over to his place, and ditched it behind the sofa. The next morning, he wrote a note to Rembrandt and gave it to one of the little girls waiting in line to see him. Fear and envy were taking their toll on the poor guy's mind. I wanted to compare the handwriting, so I had Burke write me a check and Liggett write Myra's address on a card. Also, we had the footprint cast. Between the two, everything pointed toward Liggett. That's when I staged my little parlor charade with Rembrandt playing the part of a corpse. The sight, with Rembrandt's resemblance to the dead Jack Frost, would shatter anybody into a confession. But Christmas, in spite of everything, is a lovely time of year. And there is a Santa Claus. 3 of them for me, as a matter of fact. Mr. Prentice Burke, who sent me a very nice check for my efforts. Rembrandt Watson, who, out of sheer love for the job, went back to playing Jack Frost for all the kids at the Brownstone. And last but not least, Inspector Ray Mallard. He gave me a Christmas sock, right on my mouth, just where any well-placed Christmas sock should go.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, and a Merry Christmas to you all. Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Klebe as Myra Fisher, Lou Tobin as Prentice Burke, and John Grover as Simon Liggett. Jack Thomas plays the role of Rembrandt Watson, and Henry Leff is heard as Inspector Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. Sound effects were created by Bill Brownell and Jay Rendon. Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. The characters in tonight's story are entirely fictitious, with the exception of the part of Topper, which was played by himself. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
3 Days of Frost by R.D. Wingfield, starring Leslie Sands as Detective Inspector Frost, with Steve Hodson as Detective Constable Barnard. 3 Days of Frost.
Prepare him for immediate surgery, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, and warn the others. Are you Mr. Barnard?
Detective Constable Barnard. How is he?
Well, he's got a bullet in his brain. How do you expect him to be? Oh, well, I'm sorry, but I've been working all night. He really needs a specialist, but it's 2 o'clock Christmas morning. I can't even scrape together a full operating team. Now, are there any relatives?
I don't know. Oh. I don't think so. I've only known him a few days, you see.
Oh. Well, he's got very little chance. You realize that, don't you? I mean, we'll do our best, but, well, it couldn't have happened at a worse time.
But that was typical of you, Detective Inspector Jack Frost, wasn't it? Typical. Getting yourself shot on Christmas Day, a second-best surgeon, and half the theatre staff missing. But why the hell did I worry? We were almost total strangers. When I stepped off the London train at Denton Station on that Sunday night before Christmas, I didn't even know you existed. The promised police car was waiting to take me to my digs. Doors open, engine running, impatient to get away.
Detective Constable Clive Barnard.
That's right.
Get in quick as you can. I'm P.C. Jordan. That's P.C. Sims.
Hello there.
We've got to make a detour. A woman's phoned the station. Her 8-year-old kid hasn't returned from Sunday school.
That's the sort of crime we get in Denton, Mr. Barnard. None of your big London bullion robberies. How long have you been in CID?
3 months.
Oh, 3 months, eh? And now you come down from London to show us how it's done. Left here.
I know.
I'm not down here to show anyone anything. I'm here to learn. It's a 3-month exchange scheme that training have thought of.
Oh,
Other forces have sent people to London.
What the hell?
We just missed hitting a mud-splattered car which shot right across our path. The driver, a shabbily dressed individual in his mid-40s, gave a careless wave of apology as he disappeared into the darkness.
The silly damn fool. He'll get himself killed one of these days.
Who is he?
One of your new colleagues, young Barnard. That was Detective Inspector Jack Frost.
What? Him? He looks like an old tramp.
No, he's not the world's snappiest dresser.
Well, thank goodness I'm not working with him. I'm with Detective Inspector Cull.
Ah, this is Vicarage Terrace. What number?
29. There. That must be it.
Yeah.
We stopped outside a detached house where a young teenage girl waved frantically to flag us down. I imagined her to be the missing child's sister.
Mrs. Uphill?
Yes.
Mrs. Uphill? This kid? But in the light, I could see she was about 24 years old and worried sick.
Have you found her?
Give us a chance, Mrs. Uphill. We've only just got your message.
Yes. Yes, of course.
It didn't take them long to get the details. Her 8-year-old daughter, Tracy, had attended the Sunday school at the end of the road. The Sunday school finished at 4:30. It was now a little after 7, and the child still hadn't returned home.
Try not to worry, Mrs. Uphill. She's probably just wandered off somewhere. Kids do.
I suppose so.
Stay by your phone. We'll ring you as soon as we have some news.
And you'll ring us if she turns up in the meantime.
Yes, of course.
Good. We'll show ourselves out. Come on, Barnard.
Here, Mike, this Sunday school. Wasn't it the one where we had those complaints about the man trying to lure kids into his car?
Yes, but that was months ago. Still, mention it when you radio the kid's description through to control. and tell them we are now taking our supercargo to his digs. It's tomorrow you report in, isn't it, Barnard?
Where's the meeting, Sergeant? Down that corridor, second door on your left, sir. Denton, please. Right. I'll cut him. Yes, sir?
I'm not a sir, Sergeant. I'm Detective Constable Barnard.
Oh, yes, the whiz kid from London.
I was told to report to Detective Inspector Cull at 8 o'clock.
Were you? Well, it's now 5:15.
The meeting, Sergeant?
Down the corridor, second door on your left. Anyway, Barnard, Inspector Cole won't be able to see you for a while. We've got a bit of a panic on. And, let me give you a little tip. We don't go in for flashy gear down here.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean.
That suit. Change it.
I see nothing wrong with it, Sergeant.
Don't be told, then. Look out, here's the divisional commander.
Good morning, Sergeant Wells.
Good morning, sir.
Everyone here for the meeting?
As far as I know, sir.
Good.
By the way, sir, this is Detective Constable Barnard.
Barnard, welcome to Denton.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Superintendent Mullet, the divisional commander. Did you have a good trip? Digs all right?
Yes, thank you, sir.
You're waiting for Inspector Cull, aren't you? I tell you what, come along with me and sit in on this briefing meeting. You'll find it informative. We've got this problem with a missing girl. There's a seat there you can have, Barnard.
Thank you, sir.
No sign of Inspector Frost.
He doesn't seem to be honoring us with his presence.
Was he told?
Oh, yes, sir, he was told.
Typical. Your attention, please. Firstly, thank you all for coming. This child has now been missing for over 16 hours. 16 hours of sub-zero temperature. There's snow on the way. So if we're going to find her alive, we've got to be speedy and we've got to be thorough. For that reason, I have put Detective Inspector Cull in charge of this operation. And as he's in charge, it behoves me to shut up and let him take over.
When you're ready. Thank you. Tracy Uphill, 8 years old, fair hair, wearing a thick blue coat and a woolen scarf over the red. Good. Any questions? Right, yes, Constable Stringer.
I was wondering if it might not be a good idea to check on known child molesters, sir.
Oh, that's an excellent suggestion, Stringer. So you won't be surprised to learn that it occurred to your superiors over 12 hours ago. A separate team is now out checking on every known and suspected sexual offender in the division.
But a good point, Constable.
Oh, yes. Very good point. Right, now, anything else? Right, then. Off you go. And good luck.
Inspector.
Yes, sir?
What about the new chap, Barnard?
Well, I can't cope with him in the search party as well as all my other work.
Well, there's no one else.
There's Frost.
Frost? I couldn't. I couldn't possibly.
Only until we find the girl. I'm sorry, sir, but it's got to be. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir.
All right. Barnard.
Yes, sir.
Slight change of plan. By the way, I suppose the rest of your luggage hasn't arrived yet.
My luggage, sir?
I mean with your proper suit.
Oh. Yes, sir. It's on the way.
Excellent. Right. Well, then, instead of Inspector Cull, you'll be working under Detective Inspector Frost.
Frost, sir?
Yes. He wasn't at the meeting. But he's a very experienced officer, very experienced. But the thing is, Barnard, and I am taking you into my confidence here, you'll have to make allowances for him.
Allowances, sir?
Yes. He's very experienced, as I've said, but he had a personal tragedy last year. His wife, very sad, inoperable, absolutely nothing they could do.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
He took it badly, I'm afraid. You can't expect these tragedies not to leave their mark, so we make allowances.
I see, sir.
Good, I knew you would understand. Now, let's go down to Inspector Frost's office and try and find out where he's got to.
Don't you knock when you come into someone's office. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Oh, God, the briefing meeting.
Yes, Frost. The briefing meeting. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment, Barnard?
Sir.
So,
Where were you?
I'm sorry, Super. I forgot.
Forgot? Don't you keep a desk diary?
There's one here somewhere.
This office is a disgrace. It's a pigsty, an absolute pigsty. Unemptied ashtrays, paper everywhere. That should have gone off weeks ago. And there's that file. When I asked you for it, you said you didn't have it.
I've only just found it. I was going to bring it in to you. It was under these papers.
How could anyone possibly work in a mess like this? Oh, get it tidied up, Frost, please. While we're on distasteful subjects, your standard of dress. You look as if you're wearing your gardening clothes. Your trousers want pressing, and I'm sure those shoes haven't seen a blacking brush for months.
We can't all be tailors' dummies.
Don't be impertinent, Frost. Now, listen. I'm putting this new man, Detective Constable Barnard, under your care. Only for a couple of days, until Inspector Cull can take over. Watch your tongue. Mind what you say to him, especially when referring to superior officers. And no bending of the rules. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly, sir.
Good. Come in, Barnard. Inspector Frost, this is Detective Constable Barnard.
Sir?
God almighty.
His proper suit is coming down with the rest of his luggage.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Remember what I said, Inspector.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, come in, son. Sit down.
Thank you.
If you clear those files away, you might find there's a chair underneath. How much do they charge for suits like that?
£57, sir.
Blimey. A proper shop, was it?
Yes, sir.
Bit of gratuitous advice from an old hand, son. Never wear anything on duty you wouldn't be happy letting a drunk be sick all over. Come in. Ah, Inspector Cull.
Oh, hello, Jack. This place is a mess.
Yeah, our divisional commander was graciously pleased to bring that to my attention.
I got a job for you.
Oh?
Yes, this missing girl. I'd like a thorough search of the house.
You reckon the mother's done her in?
It's possible. Now, would you see to it, Jack, and let me know how you get on?
Any excuse to get out. Come on, son, we'll do it now. Give your suit an airing.
Barnard.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Frost is not a typical officer. For certain reasons, he's tolerated. As soon as we find the girl, you'll be back with me, all right?
Barnard!
All right, sir. I'm coming.
That's all this job seems to be, son. Pushing doorbells. Good morning, Mrs. Uphill. I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID.
Have you found her?
Not yet, Mrs. Uphill, but we should have some news soon. We've got half the county out looking for her. Can we come in, do you think?
In here. Please sit down. Can I get you anything? Tea? Coffee?
That'd be lovely. But if I could just get a few details first. We were wondering if you had any further thoughts as to where your daughter might have gone. We've tried all the obvious places.
Well, if I'd thought of anything, I'd have phoned.
Did you quarrel with her? Or can you think of any reason why she might have wanted to run away from home?
No. We went through all that last night.
You've had a thorough look all over the house, I suppose?
The house? How can she possibly be in the house?
She could be hiding.
Since 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Doesn't seem very possible, does it? But I tell you what, just for our peace of mind, we'll give the house a quick going over while you make us a cup of tea. Give us a hand to get this back, would you, son?
Inspector, where's her husband?
Husband, son? That's got it. There isn't one. She's not married. The Mrs. is purely a courtesy title, like calling mullets, sir. We'll try the next room. The kids' room. Ooh, it's cold.
Radiator's on.
It still feels cold and empty.
Where does Mrs. Uphill get her money from, sir? There seems to be no shortage.
You don't know?
No.
You're old enough, I suppose. She's a prostitute, son. Sells her body to men at 10 quid a time. That's where she gets her money from. Damn. I found the toy cupboard. And I bet Mummy had to work hard to provide this little lot. What's left on this floor?
Only the bathroom, sir.
Right. Go and give it one of your thorough London searches while I shove this little lot back. All finished, son?
Yes, sir.
No B-day, eh? I suppose she chucks her fag ends down the toilet. Did you have much trouble getting the bath panel off?
The bath panel, sir?
The bath was boxed in by plastic panels screwed into internal wooden battens. So obvious a hiding place, I'd missed it completely. With an infuriating grin, Frost produced a screwdriver from the depths of his scruffy raincoat and sat on the toilet seat to watch me work.
There's nothing here, sir.
Are you sure? Poke around, son. A 57-pound suit should stand up to a bit of dirt.
No, there's nothing.
No, I didn't think there would be. But it pays to be thorough, especially at the start of your career. Now then, let's see how quickly you can put it back on. Damn, she's coming up.
I've brought the tea and some... Why have you got the bath panel off? How do you think she could have got... You think she's dead, don't you?
Grab the tray, son. Take it easy, Mrs. Uphill.
Am I supposed to have killed my own daughter? Why aren't you out there looking for her?
That's put us in our place. I wonder if she's hidden the body in the airing cupboard.
I've already looked, sir. And is it necessary to be quite so callous?
You must make allowances for me, son. I'm sure you've been told that. What do you reckon to this? I found it tucked inside Tracy's Beano Annual.
It was an unretouched enlargement of a nude girl, sitting on a draped box, leaning back to show the camera a well-developed body. The model could not be identified, as from the neck up, the top half had been torn off, but traces of long, dark hair could be seen resting on the shoulders.
Processed by an amateur, son. You can still smell the acid fixer. What do you make of that crescent-shaped mark on the right arm?
I don't know. Could it be a birthmark?
Yeah, that's what I reckon. Wonder who she is, and how did Tracy get hold of it? We've finished, Mrs. Uphill. We didn't find anything.
Am I supposed to look surprised or relieved?
You want to know something that puzzles me?
What?
Why didn't you meet Tracy from Sunday school yesterday? Light the latest cigarette, son.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Why didn't you meet her, Mrs. Uphill?
I just didn't.
We've had a word with the Sunday school superintendent. He says you always met her. Winter, summer, rain or shine. Yesterday was the one and only time you didn't show up.
Why? I just didn't. There was no reason. I thought she'd be all right.
I don't believe you, Mrs. Uphill. Last summer, a man tried to lure some kids into his car as they came out of that Sunday school. And ever since then, even though it's just at the end of the street, you've met Tracy every damn week without fail. When the sun was blazing down, you met her, but yesterday, when it was pitch dark, you gave it a miss. Why, Mrs. Uphill? Why?
Inspector!
Come on, Mrs. Uphill. Why?
Oh, leave me alone, you bastard!
I don't care about your feelings, Mrs. Uphill. All I care about is getting help, not you going into bloody hysterics. So why didn't you meet her?
I had a man here.
A regular?
Yes. Every Sunday. He was always away by 3:30. Plenty of time for me to get down to the Sunday school. But yesterday he was an hour late in arriving. He didn't leave until just before 4:30. There wasn't time.
No time? It would only take you a couple of minutes to get there.
I wasn't dressed.
Yes, of course.
By the time I had dressed and tidied up, it was nearly 5:15. Oh, if only he'd been on time.
Did he say why he was late?
Something about a cancelled train. He had to wait for the next.
You know his name or where he came from?
No. He said his name was Bob, but they don't always tell the truth.
When he left, which direction did he go?
Towards the Sunday school.
And he left here just as the kids were coming out. He could have seen her. We'll want a description, Mrs. Uphill. That, at least, should present no difficulty.
He's about 34, 35. He has a beard, light brown hair.
It was a very detailed description, right down to his appendix scar. When she had finished, Frost produced the photograph.
Would this be anyone you know, Mrs. Uphill?
No.
We found it in Tracy's room, hidden in a book.
Tracy's room?
Where would she have got it from? You keep anything like that in the house?
No,
Ah, well, she probably just found it somewhere, It'd mean nothing to kids of her age. Oh, don't lose hope, Mrs. Uphill. We'll let you know as soon as we have any news. Go on, son.
Where to, sir?
We'll find somewhere to have lunch, and then I want you to nip down to the railway station. If he visits her every Sunday, the staff should remember him. Now there's the Sunday school. Used to be the old vicarage at one time. The actual church is further back.
Looks a proper dump.
Yeah. My wife's buried in the churchyard.
Oh. Sorry.
Will you be staying here for Christmas?
As far as I know.
Good. I'm on duty Christmas and Boxing Day. You can come on with me if you like. Now, let's see what the lunches are like at that place.
When I returned from the railway station, Frost was sprawled on the back seat of the car, fast asleep. Inspector.
Oh, it's you, son. Oh, that lunch was diabolical. And that tapioca. Cool. Reminds me about the bloke who drank the spittoon for a bet. Do you know that?
Yes, sir. I've been to the railway station. I do know our man. He travels up every Sunday from Leffington. And his usual train was cancelled, just as he said.
Leffington? We could be in luck, son. What train did he catch back?
Usually the 4:33. But yesterday it was the 6:57.
6:57. And he left Mrs. Uphill's just on 4:30. It's only half an hour's walk to the station, even for a man with no appendix, which makes him 2.5 hours adrift. And what could he have been doing? There isn't a damn thing to do in Denton on a Sunday evening. Even the public toilets shut at 5 o'clock.
It was just after 4 when we got back to the station to find Sergeant Wells deep in argument with one of the scruffiest, dirtiest, foulest-smelling old tramps I had ever seen.
Leaving here until I get it. Fine thing, isn't it, when the stinking cop spits your bloody money?
Go on, Sam. Hop it. Get out or I'll run you in.
I'm not going without my quid. Hello, Sam. What's this, then? Come to make your usual donation to the Police Benevolent Fund? I don't have to make a donation. To take it from you. I'm not being personal, Sam, but you don't half stink. Like a hot dustbin with its lid off. No, don't get any nearer. Just stay there. I'm getting itchy just looking at you. Never mind the bleeding insults. Where's my quid? Gentleman wants to know where his quid is, Sergeant.
You came in here with 6pence and you were given back 6pence when we turned you out. We didn't charge anything for our hospitality, nor for the fact that you were sick all over our nice clean floor. You had that on the rates with our compliments.
What was he in for?
Sleeping rough, drinking meths and urinating on the gravestones in the churchyard.
These young Conservatives.
I wasn't so drunk I didn't know how much I had. But I had £1.06. Now, that young copper put it in an envelope, and when he gave it back to me, the quid was gone.
It was never there, Sam. You were full of myths. You didn't know what you had.
I brought the myths up.
All right, Sam. Now, if you had a quid, where'd you get it from? You hadn't been selling your body, I hope.
I found it.
And now you've lost it. Easy come, easy go.
That young copper nicked it.
Right. You've made a very serious allegation about a member of this force. Take it you're going to prefer charges. Name?
That lot of good to do me if I did. You'd all lie your heads off.
Then get out.
I'm going, but I'll be back.
Got anywhere to sleep tonight, Sam?
Mind your own business.
What young copper was he talking about?
P.C. Stringer, you know. He's as straight as a die. The search parties are all back in, by the way. No trace of the girl.
If she's in the open, she won't last through the night. It's getting bitter out there.
Yes. Oh, another thing, Jack. County have been on. They're screaming for your crime statistics return. You must go off tonight.
We'll do it now. You any good at figures, son?
Station, Sergeant. Oh, Jack, it's for you. Leffington, please.
Ah, tough. Frost? You have? Well, bless your little cotton socks. No, we'll do it. We're on our way now. They've traced Mrs. Uphill's bearded Sunday regular. He's a school teacher. Come on, son, let's pay him a visit.
Hey, what about the crime statistics?
Bags of time. We'll do them when we get back.
Yes?
Mr. Stanley Farnham?
Yes.
We're police officers, sir. Can we come in?
Police officers?
Show the gentleman your warrant card, son.
Oh, yes. There we are, sir.
What's it about?
Something I think you'd prefer was not discussed on your doorstep, sir. May we come in?
In here.
Very nice. Very compact.
I'm sorry it's so untidy. I've just got in from school.
Yes, we heard you were a teacher. Biology, sir?
No, English.
Ah. Is it all right if my colleague takes a look round?
No, it's not all right. What the hell is this about?
Do you know a woman called Joan Uphill, Mr. Farnham?
Uphill? No, I don't recall.
29 Vicarage Terrace, Denton. 10 quid a time and a cup of tea after.
I'm sorry, I don't know her.
She must be lying, then, because she says she knows you. Would you object to taking part in an identity parade?
Wait a minute. Uphill, you say?
Allow me, sir. You're shaking.
All right. I do know her. What has happened to her?
Why should anything have happened to her, sir?
Well, you know, these women, they do get attacked, but she was all right when I left her.
What time was that?
Oh, about 4:30.
Our inquiry is regarding her daughter, Mr. Farnham.
Tracy?
Why so surprised? You must know about it. It was on the news. It's in all the papers.
Isn't this your morning paper on the coffee table, sir?
Yes, but I haven't read it yet. It isn't delivered till after I've left for school.
Oh. There it is, sir.
Police search for missing child.
Oh, good Lord. How terrible. Well, you don't think she's here, do you? Is that why you want to search? Because you think she's here? Well, go ahead, look where you like. I've nothing to hide.
Off you go then, son.
Righto, sir.
And be thorough.
Yes, sir.
So you left Mrs. Uphill's about 4:30 then, sir?
Yes.
That would be about the time Tracy was coming out of Sunday school.
Yes, I know. I saw her.
Where was this?
She was walking away from the Sunday school.
Towards her home?
No, they were walking in the opposite direction.
They?
She was with a woman.
What woman?
I don't know.
Describe her.
I didn't take an awful lot of notice. It was dark, and I was in a hurry. Medium height, wearing a whitish fur coat.
Was she old, young?
I didn't notice.
You see where they went?
No, I soon outpaced them. I didn't particularly want Tracy to see me, and I was in a hurry.
Why were you in a hurry, sir?
Well, I had a train to catch.
What train was that?
Look, I'm a bit confused. I caught the late train. I was hurrying because I had to visit my aunt. I was due there for tea.
Your Sundays are one long round of pleasure, aren't they, sir? Any luck, son?
No, sir.
Now get your notebook out, Mr. Farnham. He's going to give us the name and address of his aunt.
Yes, sir.
You won't go round there, will you? I mean, she's an old lady. Her heart's none too good, and...
Don't worry, sir. I specialise in old ladies with weak hearts. Well, that damn form must be somewhere, son. Are you sure it's not on your desk?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Jack. Heard the news?
They found her?
Not the girl. Inspector Carl. He's had an accident.
Accident? When? Where? What happened?
A lorry smashed into his car.
Is he badly hurt?
Couple of broken ribs, at least. He'll be out of action for a while.
Poor old Carl. I wouldn't even have wished that on Mullet. So who's he going to put in charge of the Tracy Uphill case? Some big head from county, I suppose. Answer that, Samuel.
Sir? Inspector Frost's office? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mullet wants to see you right away, sir.
Me? Oh, no. No, even he couldn't be that stupid.
Mr. Mullet wouldn't be that stupid. Would he, Sergeant?
I take it you haven't got a very high opinion of our Mr. Frost, young Barnum.
Not for me to say, is it, Sergeant?
Oh, come now. I've only known him for 15 years. You've known him for 10 whole hours.
It doesn't take 10 hours to find out that a man's uncouth, untidy, and a mess. You know yourself he's only tolerated here.
Who told you that?
Inspector Cull.
Inspector Cull. That's just the sort of thing he would say. And do you know why Jack Frost is tolerated?
No.
He's tolerated, Barnard, because he's achieved something that Mullet and Cull would give their bloody eye teeth for. Keeps it stuck away in the back here somewhere. Ah. Have a look at that. Go on. Open it.
A medal?
Not just a medal, Barnard. Ever seen a George Cross before? Because that's what it is. The civilian equivalent of the VC. And it's his, Jack Frost's. That mess you mentioned.
Mess? Someone talking about me? What's that doing out?
I was just showing it to the lad, Jack.
Oh. Give it here, son.
How did you win it, sir?
Oh, it's a long and boring story. Well, one of our local yobbos popped to the eyeballs on drugs, gets himself a gun and tries to pull off the crime of the century at Bennington's Bank. We turned up, and I marched over to get the gun from him. He nearly shot my head off. Not a bad little medal. They prefer you to get killed before they give it to you, but they make an exception if their stocks are building up.
What did he want to see you about, Jack?
As headquarters haven't got any suitable officers to spare, I am now in full charge of the Tracy Uphill investigation.
Congratulations.
Mind you, I've been given my orders. I'm to stay well away from the press, buy a new suit, and report to Mullet every 5 minutes. Apart from that, I've got a completely free hand. Well, come on, son. Stop messing about with those figures. Let's see how my subordinates are managing without us in search control. How's it going, Arthur?
Hello, Jack. I'm told you're our new boss.
Thank God you know. I was afraid I'd have to break the bad news. Oh, have you met Clive Barnard, alias Joseph, and his Technicolor dreamcoat? Clive, this is Detective Sergeant Arthur Hanlon.
How do you do?
Any news on the woman in the white fur, Arthur?
Nothing. Your bloke Farnham seems to be the only person who saw her. If he did see her.
First thing tomorrow, son, we must check up on Auntie. Don't let me forget.
Right, sir.
A couple of other things, Jack. You know we've been checking up on known child molesters. Foxtrot Tango came up with something interesting.
Oh, what?
Mickey Hoskins didn't turn up for work today.
Did they check his digs?
He hasn't been there since Sunday.
Ah, I want him found and brought in, Arthur. Put an all-patrols message out.
Right.
Who's Mickey Hoskins, sir?
He's got more form than your suit's got red stripes, son. Indecent exposure, indecent assault, the lot. He's got a special liking for young girls. So he's still with Marbowsy then, Arthur? God, I wouldn't eat a meal she'd cooked or coughed over if you paid me £1 million. Which reminds me, did I ever tell you the joke about the bloke who drank the spittoon for a bet?
Yes, in the canteen over dinner.
Oh, so I did. Do you know it, son? There was this bloke.
I've heard it, sir.
Oh. Anything else then, Arthur?
Oh, usual crank calls. Old Martha Wendell's been on again. She says the spirits have got an important message for us. About a body.
Oh, I'll follow it through, Arthur, the way we followed all our other spirit messages through. Well, I'm afraid you'll have to try and manage without us for a while, Arthur. We've got the crime statistics to do. Right, son. Bring your chair over to my desk.
Sir?
Shouldn't take us more than a couple of hours. Where's me pen? Hello? You haven't borrowed any of my money, have you, sir?
No, sir.
Well, that's odd. There was about 45 pence in small change here. Frost? Oh, blimey, Arthur, we've only just left you. You'll have to learn to manage on your own, you know. What? No, I'll handle it. I'm on my way now with Flash Harry. Forget the crime statistics, son. We're going out.
Yes, sir.
The headmaster of Tracy's school just phoned. He doesn't know if it's important, but a girl called Audrey Harding, 12 years old, never turned up for school today. And Audrey is a close friend of Tracy Uphill.
It took us 15 minutes to get to the girl's house, and as a schoolgirl was involved, we'd collected a woman police constable on the way. The door was opened by a loin-stirring blockbuster in tight denim jeans and a cotton T-shirt that stretched to bursting point across a mouth-watering, unrestricted, jiggling bosom.
Sorry to bother you, miss. We're police officers.
Who is it? Carol singers?
No, police.
Police? What is it? What's the matter?
Mrs. Harding,
Yes?
do you have a little girl called Audrey?
I'm Audrey.
You? How old are you?
12, nearly 13.
She's big for her age.
Yes. Can we come in?
We were ushered into a tiny hothouse of a kitchen. Frost nodded for the woman police constable to start the questions.
You weren't at school today, Audrey?
She's got a bad chest.
Camphorated oil's very good. About 2 gallons.
They haven't sent the police down just because I kept her away from school, surely?
No, it's about Tracy Uphill. I believe you know her, Audrey.
I know her. Her mother's a tart. Maybe she is, but you shouldn't say so. Not in company. There's some things you don't talk about. My uncle was an undertaker, but we never mentioned it to anyone.
Well, some things are best left unsaid. You don't go to Sunday school, do you, Audrey?
Only to ballet classes and tap dancing. We believe in religion and that sort of thing, but we don't want it rammed down our throat, especially on a Sunday.
Tracy's been missing from her home since 4:30 yesterday afternoon, Mrs. Harding. Didn't you know?
Tracy? Is that the girl they've been talking about on the wireless? Well, I'd never connected her with...
She's a friend of yours, Audrey.
I knew her a bit, but I haven't seen her outside school for a couple of weeks.
Are you sure?
My girl's not a liar.
Can you think of anywhere she might have gone?
No.
Oh, she was seen going off with a woman in a white fur coat. Any idea who that woman might be?
No idea at all.
Do you play bingo, Mrs. Harding?
Twice a week down the old Grand Cinema. Yeah, how did you know?
Well, we had these reports about a beautiful woman seen playing down there. And I happened to notice your bingo card on the mantelpiece.
Oh, aren't you observant? Eyes everywhere. Oh, I've had 1 or 2 very good wins.
I thought I was onto a winner the minute I spotted you. And I bet you'll make a lovely cup of tea.
Would you like one? It won't take a minute.
Lovely.
I'll put the kettle on. It only wants topping up.
There's no rush. Oi. Fanny.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Does your mother know you borrow her coat?
What coat?
The white fur hanging behind the door.
She bought it with her bingo money. She'll murder me if she finds out.
You wore it yesterday, didn't you? When you met Tracy from Sunday school.
Oh, I just wanted to show off the coat. I didn't want her to come with me.
Didn't want her to, but she did.
I said she'd have to go the minute me fella turned up.
Your fella?
My boyfriend. I was meeting him at the gates to the field by Meadow Lane.
What happened when he arrived? Did she go?
She pretended to, but she followed us, hoping for an eyeful, I expect. We ended up in the wood.
Why'd you go there?
To try and shake her off, but she kept following. In the end, we ran and hid behind that big tree, the one by the lake. She went racing past, so me and my boyfriend backtracked to the main road.
You left a kid of 8 to find her own way home from those woods in the pitch dark?
We never asked her to follow us. Anyway, she knew the way back, and she wasn't going home. She said she was going to play in the old vicarish grounds.
So you left her. Where did you go after that?
To me boy's house. His parents were out.
What did you do there?
What do you think? You won't tell me Mum, will you?
Not unless I have to. Ah, the old brown juice.
Now, help yourself.
So we sipped hot, sweet tea and chatted. My eyes were drawn to our policewoman who had slipped off her greatcoat. She was lovely. A sharp dig from Frost's elbow brought me painfully back to earth.
The girl, son. Look at the girl.
12-year-old Audrey was examining the perfection of her right shoulder. She had pulled back the sleeve of her T-shirt, and there it was, a crescent-shaped birthmark. The birthmark we had last seen in black and white on the headless, nude photograph found in Tracy's bedroom. As soon as we were back in the car, Frost radioed through to control for the woods to be searched thoroughly. At the market square, the WPC asked to be dropped off.
You on standby then, Hazel?
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what, I'll walk to the station from here. Young Clive can run you home in the car. All right, son?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Try and be good.
He's sweet, isn't he?
Is he? Where do you live?
Oh, Martin Road. It's about 5 minutes from here.
You'll have to pass my digs. How about dropping off for a cup of coffee?
Well, 'cause 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 'cause
Coffee's nearly ready.
Good.
Sorry there's only the bed to sit on.
Oh, it's very comfortable. Isn't it hot in here? Mind if I take my tunic off?
No, of course not.
Oh, now I'm cold. Come and warm me.
Oh, there you are, son. Damn! Lucky I spotted your light.
Oh.
They found a scarf in the woods. Could be the girls. Oh, hello, Hazel. Didn't see you under there. You weren't talking about anything important, were you?
We found the scarf here, sir, caught on this bush.
What's down there?
Willow Lake. I reckon that's where we're going to find her.
Perhaps. First light tomorrow, we'll have it dragged. Of course, it might not be her scarf. Come on, son, we'll see if old Mother Uphill can identify it.
You want us to carry on searching, Inspector?
Oh, give it another couple of hours. There's the slimmest chance she's still alive, and a few more hours out in this would finish her off.
An expensive car passed us as we turned into Vicarage Terrace, and the rich smell of cigar smoke in Mrs. Uphill's lounge betrayed a recently departed visitor. Frost murmured something to me about business as usual. Then he showed her the scarf. At first, I thought she was going to faint, but she pulled herself together.
Yes, it's hers.
We found it in the woods, Mrs. Uphill. We'll have men searching there all night. What's up, son?
She shouldn't be on her own. Someone should stay the night with her.
Thinking of volunteering? I'll lend you the 10 quid if you're short.
Where to, sir?
Back to the station. We'll lay on the dragging of the lake tomorrow, and then off home. Your yawning's getting on my nerves.
So, back again to the station, through the lobby doors and the arranging of the dragging of the lake. We were actually leaving when Frost remembered the crime statistics.
Did you get those figures out, sir?
You told me to leave them, sir.
Well, bang goes out early night.
Oh.
Bring a chair over here. We should do it in half an hour.
Even with Frost's hair-raising shortcuts, which grossly abuse the laws of arithmetic, it took us over 90 minutes. But at last, the job was done, and the return chucked into the out tray.
How goes the time, son?
Nearly 1:30 in the morning, sir.
Oh, well, just one more job to do, then we can all go home.
As we passed through the lobby, he called out to the sergeant on duty.
Just going to the woods with the new chap?
The new chap. I felt as if I'd been trotting along behind Frost for 20 years. 20 long years.
Found anything else, lads?
No, sir.
All right. What with him yawning and you coughing. Pack it in. Hello. Did you feel that?
Snow.
All we need. It's going to be a bitch dragging that lake tomorrow. Trust me to get weather like this. Inspector Cowell would have had sunshine and bluebirds. Hello, who the hell's this? Oh, no, not him.
Hello, Inspector. So, this is where you're hiding, eh? Any luck yet?
Son, this is Sandy Lane, chief reporter of the Denton Echo. Sandy, Detective Constable Barnard.
Oh, she ought to be popping up to the surface soon if she's in there, shouldn't she, Jack?
If she's in there?
Oh, she's got to be. Well, if I haven't dragged myself here at the crack of dawn for nothing. I've already written the headlines. Local clairvoyance prediction fulfilled. Body found in woods.
Yeah, and you could have a photograph of the girl's house with the caption, Santa won't be calling here this year.
You know that's not bad. Hello. I think they found something. Excuse me.
It's only a log, but let him find out for himself, and I hope he falls in. Yeah. Oi, Constable!
Sir?
What's that hut over there?
The Model Boat Club use it in the summer, sir. It's all locked and empty now.
You sure?
Yes, sir. We got the key from the club secretary and searched it last night.
Well, let's take another look at it. I've got one of my nasty feelings. This door's been forced.
Only since yesterday, then, sir?
There's something wedged behind it. Give us a hand.
Right, sir. Oh, my God.
You found her? Oh.
Prediction fulfilled. Body found in woods.
But it was the wrong body. It wasn't the child. It was an old man. Sam, the tramp who had marched into the station demanding the return of his pound. He had frozen to death.
He must have broken in last night for somewhere to sleep.
Poor old devil. So what chance does the girl stand?
Oh, I wasn't here when you found him, Constable.
Sir?
I've got enough paperwork on my desk to keep me going without filling in forms for him. What's up, Barnard? Never seen a dead un before?
Not like that, sir.
Oh, this one's caviar compared with the first body I saw. He was a tramp, too.
Oh, no, Jack, not that story.
The boy hasn't heard it, Sandy.
Years ago, this was, son, when I was new to the force. They'd found the remains of this old tramp in a derelict house in the middle of a glorious heatwave. Well, they scraped him up and delivered him to the morgue. Hello. They finished dragging.
She's not... She's not in the lake, sir.
Then where is she? Come on, son, let's try the Sunday school. Sorry we couldn't oblige, Sandy. Anyone at home?
Rambling sort of place, sir?
Yeah. This used to be the old vicarage years ago, son, but it was miles too big. Now it's just used for Sunday school, scouts, the odd mothers' meeting.
Uh-huh.
There should be a resident caretaker somewhere. Anyone at home?
Who's that?
What do you want?
You, Mr. Barrow, the caretaker?
Yeah?
Police. It's about young Tracy Uphill.
Well, terrible business, that. Terrible.
We want to look around, Mr. Barrow.
Well, she's not here.
How do you know?
Why, no, she was here. Besides, I've looked around myself.
This is a rabbit warren of a place. Too much for one man to do properly.
Look, it's not convenient now. I've got other things to do. Can't you come back later?
No need. You carry on with your work. We'll do it on our own. And don't worry, we won't pinch anything. I've got all the Bibles I can read back home. Come on, son, we'll start at the top. Last one, son. We'll do this, and we'll go home. Somebody's been in here recently. Smell that cigarette smoke. Try the light switch. It's pitch dark.
None of the others have worked, sir.
Wow! Blimey, it's bright.
I think it's a photoflat, sir.
I don't like the look of that, son.
It was an ominously large, battered Edwardian cabin trunk. It was fitted with a new, strong brass padlock.
One of my keys might conceivably fit. No. Yes. Ah. Old hymn books. Hardly worth the effort.
And hardly worth such a strong lock either, sir.
Like me, son, you compensate for your lack of dress sense with brains. Let's dig a little deeper.
At the bottom of the trunk, we found a camera and an envelope. The envelope contained gems from Barrow's photographic collection, including black and white enlargements of Mrs. Uphill in full, unretouched nudity, and photographs of an undressed, nubile, 12-year-old Audrey Harding, sitting on this same cabin trunk, sprawling provocatively against the wall. Only this time, the head was not torn off.
So now we know why Barrow didn't want us to search the place. I was afraid of this. I'd heard the odd rumour.
What do we do now, sir?
Stick everything back, say nothing. None of our business.
None of our business? The girl's underage, sir.
Well, she certainly doesn't look it. I'll tell you something, my son. If she stuck those monsters under my nose, I certainly wouldn't waste time asking to see her birth certificate.
God.
We're looking for a missing child. We're not interested in this muck. This is trivia. I'll have a quiet word with Barrow when I get round to it. He's fairly harmless. Just bung everything back as it was. We haven't seen it. And hurry. We should be back at the station.
A silly bitch! Do you see that red Mini? Shot straight out in front of us. Women, drivers.
And I thought she could do no wrong in your eyes. Or don't you recognise her with her clothes on?
Eh?
It was your girlfriend, Mrs. Uphill. I wonder why she's in such a hurry. Some poor devil in urgent need of her services, I suppose.
We spotted her again as we drove through the market square. She was leaving Bennington's bank, clutching a large plastic bag.
Stop the car, son. I'm feeling nosy.
He disappeared into the bank, returning a few moments later, grinning from ear to ear.
Guess what, son? She's just drawn out 500 quid in used onces.
£500?
She could be buying Christmas presents for her regulars, of course. But my guess is she's received a ransom demand.
Inspector Frost.
What's the trouble, Bill? It's snowing like mad out there.
It's been pretty stormy in here as well. Mr. Mullet wants you.
Oh? What have I done now?
The briefing meeting.
Oh, God.
You were supposed to be running it in Inspector Cull's absence.
Now you come to mention it, Mullet did tell me last night. I suppose he's upset.
Upset? He's spitting blood. And to make matters worse, the chief constable turned up for a surprise visit. It was a shambles.
Oh, God.
Sergeant Wills? Yes, sir. He's just come in. Yes, sir. Mr. Mullet wonders if he could spare a few moments of your valuable time.
I'll wear me medal. He's too much of a coward to sack a gallant hero.
Now, come on, Mickey. This way.
Hello. What have we here, then?
Mickey Hoskins, our friendly neighbourhood child molester, sir, missing from his dig since Sunday. He's been hiding from us.
What's all this about? I've got nothing to say. You can't hold me here. I know the judge's rules.
You must tell me what they are, Mickey. I always forget them. Interview room, lads. Get the implements seated up.
Sir.
I've just got to go and have a rollicking from the divisional commander, then I'll be right back.
How much longer are you going to keep me?
Inspector will be along in a minute.
About time. I was just going.
Sorry, Mick. I've got so many adventures on the boil at the moment, I forgot all about you. First, I must have a fag.
I'd offer you one, Mick, but I've only got 16 left. Now, what did I want to talk to you about? Oh, I know. Tracy Uphill.
Who's she?
Got a photograph somewhere. There. You taking all this down, Sims?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Mickey?
Well, what? It's a young kid.
A nice-looking young kid. She anything like her photograph?
When am I supposed to have seen her?
How about Sunday afternoon?
No.
Did you ever go at her on Sunday, Mick? Did she like it? Did you like it?
Stop it! Stop it! I never saw her on Sunday.
You don't have to shout, Mick.
You can lie just as well in a quiet voice. Now, come on, tell us what happened. What'd you do to her? Come on, give us a cheap thrill.
I didn't think she'd mind. Some of them don't. They love it. She was sitting all on her own, inviting like, so I moved over and sat next to her.
Where was this?
Century Cinema, next. That's what you're on about, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
She let me get my hand right up her leg before she screamed. If she didn't want it, why didn't she complain earlier?
Perhaps she didn't want to miss a good bit of the film.
Inspector.
Excuse me, Mick. Yeah, what is it?
We've had a report of this incident, sir. Century Cinema man tried to molest this woman about 30. She screamed, so he hit her in the face, breaking her nose. It was a chase, but he got away. He's not talking about Tracy.
Oh. Sorry about that, Mick. He just wanted to know how to spell dirty bastard. But the old dear was pushing 30, Mick. A bit ancient for you, surely.
It was an X program. They don't let kids in.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll send someone else in to take a statement, Mick. I get too excited when I hear about thighs and knickers and things. I can't hold my pencil steady.
Here, wait a minute. I just remembered. Tracy Uphill. That's that missing kid. 8 years old. You didn't think I had anything to do with her, did you?
Of course not, Mick. Had to ask, though. Well, you'd have been offended if I hadn't.
You wanted to see me, Jack?
Yes, Arthur. And shut that flipping door. It's perishing. We haven't all got your fat to protect us. There's been a development. Young Clive's just got back from Mrs. Uphill. She's had a ransom demand.
What?
Read the note to Arthur, son.
Sir. I have got your daughter, Tracy. If you want to see her alive, get £500 in used ones and wait by phone for instructions. Tell police and I kill her.
Local postmark. Caught the 6:15 collection yesterday evening.
Can she raise that sort of money?
She drew it out of the bank this morning and wasn't going to tell us. You did well, son.
Thank you, sir.
You better rush it over to forensic. Not that it'll do us any damn good. Come in. Oh, hello, sir.
I hear through the grapevine that there's been a ransom demand, Inspector.
Quite right, sir. I was just about to bring it in to you. Here.
Better get this over to forensic.
What a good idea. Remember to do that, will you, sir?
Sir? I've brought these files from Inspector Cull's office. This is the electronic calculator thefts job I'm anxious to see cleared up.
Oh, thank you, sir. I can't wait to get my teeth into this little dot.
What will you do about the ransom demand?
I doubt if it's genuine, but I'll have her phone tapped just in case. So if you're one of her regulars, sir, I'd lay off phoning for a while.
I don't think that's very funny, Inspector.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, what do you know about a woman called Martha Wendell?
Cranky old cow. Lives in a broken-down cottage in the woods. Dabbles in the occult and sends us a lot of worthless spirit messages.
But are they worthless? She predicted we'd find a body in the woods, and this morning one of our constables discovered the corpse of a tramp. The chief constable suggests we might see if she can help in locating Tracy Uphill.
You don't believe in that rubbish, do you?
As always, I have an open mind. So let me know how you get on.
Pompous git. What do you think he's running, a psychic research laboratory?
Not in front of the children, Jack.
Eh? Oh, forgive my little outburst, son.
Sir?
I hold all my superiors in the highest possible esteem.
Sir?
Right, Arthur, send somebody over to bug Mrs. Upphill's phone and make certain they haven't got 10 quid on them. I want a quick and thorough job.
OK, Jack.
Come on, son. We'll grab something to eat and then go and visit old Mother Wendell in the witch's cottage. I hate attending seances on an empty stomach. Always like to have something to bring up.
Who is it?
Police, Mrs. Wendell. Open up.
Come in. I've been expecting you.
The smell clouted us as soon as we stepped inside. An overpowering, acrid stench that rammed itself up our noses and stuck its filthy fingers right down our throats.
Blimey, Mrs. Wendell. How many cats have you got in here?
There were dozens of them. Dirty, mangy, sore-ridden, incontinent strays. The untouchables of the cat underworld.
All cats are welcome here. Sit down.
Oh, Tom. Get off, you cow, son. Charming.
Cats are my friends, Inspector. Please be more careful.
I will. I expect the spirits have told you why we're here, Mrs. Wendell.
Miss Wendell.
Oh, Miss Wendell. It's about the missing girl.
I haven't seen her. I told your men yesterday.
It's been suggested you might be able to help us. I understand you claim special powers.
You've had proof. You found a tramp.
How did you know we'd found him?
The reporter told me. Yes, but there's more death in the woods. More death. I see an unmarked grave.
Where? What's up with her?
I think she's in a trance, sir.
Miss Wendell?
But don't touch her. It's supposed to be dangerous, sir.
Earth. So cold under the snow. So cold. Bones. Old bones. Buried
Where is she buried?
The woods. Hollow. Dead man's hollow.
What'd she say?
It sounded like Dead Man's Hollow, sir. Is there such a place?
Yeah. I don't know its proper name. We've always called it that. But trance or no trance, Miss Wendell, I hope for your sake we don't find Tracy buried there.
What do you think, sir?
I don't believe in ghosts, son. If we find Tracy buried in Dead Man's Hollow, then she put her there. She's mad enough to kill a kid if she caught one chucking stones at her lousy cat.
But if she killed her, why tell us where she buried her?
To divert suspicion from herself.
Control to Inspector Frost. Control to Inspector Frost. Come in, please.
Control. Frost here.
Can you come in at once, please, Inspector? The kidnapper has phoned Mrs. Uphill.
Denton 2346? Denton 2346?
Mrs. Uphill,
Yes?
did you get my letter?
Where's Tracy?
All in good time. You got the money?
Yes. Exactly as you said.
And you've told no one?
No one. I swear.
Very sensible. Now listen carefully.
Is she all right?
Well, all things considered, yes. But it's up to you that she stays that way.
What do you want me to do?
I want...
Hello? Hello?
That's all there is.
So what happened? Was he cut off or what?
I'll turn the volume up and replay the last few seconds. I think you'll spot it.
Stays that way.
What do you want me to do?
I want...
Hello? Hello?
Did you hear the siren? One of our cars must have passed the kiosk. He thought we were onto him and bolted.
Blasted uniform branch. Always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, hello, sir.
Hello, Frost.
Did the GPL trace the call?
Yes, Jack. Inspector. The call box on the main Eastern Avenue. Charlie Alpha was in the vicinity, so I've sent them to investigate. No one there, though.
Charlie Alpha. It was probably them that frightened him off in the first place. Are they keeping the kiosk under observation?
For a while. But I can't see him using the same phone box.
Never know your luck. We've had so much vandalism lately, you'll have a job finding another one that works. Oh, I am sorry, sir. I'm neglecting you.
No, not at all. I just wanted to know how you got on with the Wendell woman.
Ah, it was quite interesting, actually. Her cat peed all over us, and then we had a séance. According to her spiritual snouts, Tracy is buried in Dead Man's Hollow.
Dead Man's Hollow? Did you take a look?
Well, we looked at the 4 foot of snow covering it, and it looked pretty much like the snow covering everywhere else. I don't think she's there, sir.
We've got to check. Organise a digging party. I'm going to phone the chief constable.
Stupid twit. All right, Arthur, you heard the man. Organise a digging party, evening dress, spades and gumboots. I'll join them in the car park in 10 minutes. Job for you too, sir.
Yes, sir.
Something we forgot. Farnham, Mrs. Uphill's Sunday regular. We haven't checked his story with his aunt.
Oh, damn.
Now, don't forget she's got a weak heart, so don't show her your suit, and go easy with the rubber hose. I'll be in my office if anyone wants me. Yeah?
Cup of tea, Inspector.
Oh, Tom. Hold on a minute, will you? Push the door shut.
Sir?
Sit down. You smoke?
No, sir.
Stringer, is he? Police Constable Derek Stringer?
That's right, sir.
Tell me, son. Well, to within a couple of quid, how much money have you pinched in total?
I don't know what you mean, sir.
Now, look, son, you might think me useless and decrepit, but I'd be a real right twit if I couldn't solve a simple case of somebody nicking money from my own desk drawer. Money that's always missing after you've been in with the tea. And you took that tramp's quid as well, didn't you?
I'm not staying here. I'm reporting this to the Police Federation representative. If you've got anything further to say...
Sit down. You wanted official, son? All right. I'll call the divisional commander in and tell him I want your pockets searched. You see, I marked the money.
What happens now?
Entirely up to you, son. I've got enough on my plate with missing kids, ransom demands, and piddling cats. Come on, Jordan, put a bit of beef into it. If there is a body there, it won't bite you.
I just don't like the idea, sir.
You don't know how lucky you are. My first corpse was nearly liquid. Oh,
Jack? Jack Frost?
Who the hell's there? I can see a torch. Oh, no. Hello, Sandy. What are you doing here?
I hear you're hoping to dig up another body.
Then you hear wrong. This is a police allotment and we're putting in cabbages. Who told you?
I have my sources. By the way, Jack, drop into the office tomorrow. I've got a little seasonal bottle for you, with our compliments.
You'd have better not be too little.
Inspector, signs of recent digging here. There's something buried.
The girl?
No, just some bones.
Show me. Here. Give me that trowel. Well, not just bones. I'd say we've got a complete human skeleton. Damn. Just what we needed.
It is a skeleton.
There seems to be something chained to its wrist. If I could pull...
Ooh!
It's a metal case of some kind.
A case?
Ah.
Show me. Yeah. Wait a minute. I thought so. See what it says, Jack?
Just about. Bennington's Bank.
Yes. Ooh, the spirits have come up with a goodie this time. I reckon we have here the mortal remains of Rupert Fawkes.
Who the hell's he, then?
Well, it would have been before your time, Jack. Fawkes was chief cashier at Bennington's Bank. Back in 1951, he was sent to another branch with £25,000 chained to his wrist and was never seen again. We all thought he'd absconded. Ooh, this'll make the London dailies.
1951? If you weren't here, I'd cover it up and swear we never found him. Work this is going to cause. Here. You reckon that money's still in the case?
It's well rusted, sir. Shall I fetch your axle?
No. Leave everything. It's too complicated for the likes of us. Get control to send a full forensic team down here and a pathologist.
Right.
And tell them there's no great hurry. He's been waiting for us for over 25 years.
So that's the way I've organised it, Jack. They start searching the outlying eastern sections tomorrow.
Good. I must try and remember to turn up at the briefing meeting. Oh, damn, I meant to buy myself a new suit. Mullet's made a couple of pointed remarks about this one, and Ma Wendell's cats haven't improved it either. Unless it's you, Arthur.
Thank you very much.
Ah, here's young Barnard. Heard about my skeleton, son?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere I go, I find bodies. Only I could find one about 19 years old with a big chest.
Yes, sir.
Here, when you get a chance, son, nip up the storeroom and dig out the Bennington's Bank file, 1951.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and solve that before tea, together with that electronics theft thing that Mullet keeps rabbiting about. So what happened with Auntie?
She hasn't seen Farnham for nearly 3 months.
Ah, he was lying. I knew it. You can never trust randy rascals. Oh, present company accepted, of course not.
Jack, Mrs. Uphill's phone's ringing.
Switch it through the loudspeaker. Son, get control to ask Charlie Alpha if they can see anyone in the kiosk.
Sir. Control, Charlie Alpha, anyone in the kiosk?
Denton 2346.
Quiet!
Remember me?
Yes. How's Tracy?
Do what you're told and you'll be able to see for yourself.
Charlie Alpha reports kiosk empty, sir.
Damn.
Then tell me what to do.
Put the money in a carrier bag. Walk with it down the Bath Road towards Exham.
I'll go by car.
No. Walk. You understand? You'll walk on the left-hand side. Now, just past the antique shop is a public call box. Wait there. I'll ring you with further instructions.
Hello, search control. Just a minute. GPO engineer, sir. Can't trace the call.
No matter. Get him to monitor all calls from the phone box outside the antique shop.
Sir?
You, Sims.
Sir?
Get Mrs. Uphill on the phone for me.
Sir?
Arthur, tell Control to send Charlie Alpha to the antique shop kiosk. No sirens, no flashing lights. They've just got to wait for Mrs. Uphill to arrive, right?
Mrs. Uphill's not answering, sir.
Don't tell me she's left already. Damn the woman. Keep trying.
Right, sir.
Charlie Alpha's in position, Jack.
Good. There to report the minute Mrs. Uphill comes into sight.
We should have someone following her, sir.
Should we, son? Bath Road's as straight as a die. Anyone following will be spotted a mile off. No, nothing to do now but to wait. How long should it take her, Arthur? 10 minutes? Quarter of an hour?
Yes. Just a minute. Charlie Alpha, sir.
What?
Nothing to report.
Tell him not to be so efficient. I am not interested in nothing.
Thank you, Control.
Something's gone wrong. She should be there by now.
It's the weather, Jack. She won't be able to walk fast in the snow, not in high heels.
She wouldn't give a damn about high heels. She'd run barefoot to get her kid back. She's had time to walk all the way to Bath and back by now. Are you sure those two bright Herberts are waiting at the right phone box?
Shall I check?
No. They're not that stupid. Phone Mrs. Uphill's house again, Arthur. She might have popped back for something.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Bill.
Sorry to butt in, Jack, but you've got Charlie Alpha standing by on the Bath Road, haven't you?
That's right. Why?
Reckon I could borrow them? We've just had a motorist phone in. He's found a woman unconscious at the side of the road. We've sent for an ambulance, but Charlie Alpha could be there in seconds, and I'd like details.
They were just loading the stretcher onto the ambulance as we arrived. It was Joan Uphill. Her face grey and crumpled, her breathing almost non-existent.
Jordan? How is she? What happened?
We don't know what happened, sir. She's not regained consciousness. She's had a nasty crack on the head, but the ambulance man doesn't think the skull is fractured. It's lucky that motorist spotted her. She could have frozen to death.
Yeah. Did she have anything with her?
Only this handbag.
Show me.
Here.
Purse is missing. She should have been carrying a plastic carrier bag.
Well, that's all there was, sir.
Look for it. Held a large sum of money. Give him a hand, son.
Yes, sir.
Is this the gentleman who found her?
Yes, sir.
Well, he's got all my details. Can I go now?
A couple of questions, sir. I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID. Did you see what happened to her?
Oh, I've already been through all this. I spotted her in my headlights. I thought she'd been knocked down by a hit and run. I didn't expect to have to stand in the cold and answer the same questions twice over. I've got an urgent appointment and I'm late now.
Always the way when you try and help, isn't it, sir? You got the gentleman's particulars, Constable?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, I don't think...
Sir?
Yes, sir?
There's no sign of it, sir.
You didn't spot a plastic carrier bag, sir, by any chance?
I've already told you everything I saw. I can't help you anymore.
You don't mind if we have a look in your boot?
My boot? What the hell is this? I mean, I just stopped to report an accident.
Won't take a second, sir. There's some money missing, you see, and you naturally want us to eliminate you from our inquiries. Seems to be locked, sir. Oh, thank you. Just a formality, you understand. I mean, Well.
Electronic calculators. Hundreds of them.
I think we've just solved one of Inspector Cull's outstanding cases, son.
Yes, sir.
Now, I believe this to be stolen property, sir. Would you care to explain how it happens to be in your possession?
Oh, what rotten, lousy, stinking luck. I could have driven straight past, left her to die.
I don't think you could, sir. You're not that sort. Escort the gentleman to the station, Jordan.
Sir.
If anyone wants me, I'll be at the hospital.
I can't tell you anything. I heard a sort of rustling in the hedge, then something hit me. Next thing I knew, I was in here.
You're not too badly hurt, Mrs. Uphill. They'll be letting you go home tomorrow.
Tracy? Any news of Tracy?
No, not yet.
That man who phoned. It was a trick, wasn't it?
We think so, but we'll carry on monitoring your phone just in case. By the way, he took your purse. What was in it?
About £20, my house and car keys. They don't matter. I just want Tracy.
This hospital gives me the shudders. My wife was in here, you know. They were very nice. Unrestricted visiting, So there was no excuse for not going. And not a blind thing to talk about. People think I miss her terribly. Between you and me, she made my life a hell. I hated her. But she didn't deserve such a rotten death. No one deserves that. That's better. This con man's only a small-time crook, you know.
Why do you say that, sir?
500 quid. She'd have given him 10 times that much to... Hold on. Here he's got her keys, and the house is empty.
Yes, sir.
Feel like taking a little drive down to Vicarage Terrace, my son?
We caught the man leaving the back of the house, staggering under the weight of 2 large suitcases packed solid with loot. The plastic carrier bag with the £500 in used notes was on the back seat of his car, lying alongside a purse containing around £20.
We'll need more cells if you go on like this, Jack. By the way, did you know young Derek Stringer has resigned?
Has he? I didn't know. Pity. He was a good chap. Could have been another Jack Frost if he'd worked at it. One tramp, 1 skeleton, and 2 crooks. Yeah, not bad. I think we'll call it a day, son.
Oh, yes, please, sir.
Now, don't let me forget the briefing meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow? Blimey. Do you realise it'll be Christmas Eve?
He made the briefing meeting and tried to inject some enthusiasm into the dispirited searchers. No one said anything as they walked out into the snow, but they all knew they were no longer looking for a girl. They were looking for a body.
Inspector Frost.
What the hell does he want? Wait for me in the office, would you, son?
Righto, sir.
You want me, sir?
Shut the door.
Sir?
The same suit, I see.
Yes, sir.
The chief constable's breathing down my neck. Do you think we'll find the girl today? It's Christmas tomorrow. I'd like to get it all tied up by then. Our chaps deserve a break. So do I.
We'll do our best for you, sir.
Who's on duty tomorrow?
I am, sir. And Boxing Day.
Oh, well, it ought to be quiet. Give you a chance to catch up on your paperwork.
Where do I file this, sir?
There? Oh, blimey, son, give that here. I've been looking for it everywhere. And what's this you've dumped on my desk?
The Bennington's bank file, sir. You asked for it last night.
Must have been mad. Haven't got time to read that. Frost? Forensic? Hello, how's our skeleton? He was dead, I suppose. What? You sure? Right, I'll be down there as soon as I can. Yeah, well, don't we all want to pack up early for Christmas? Never rains, but it pours. That was forensic, our skeleton. First, there was no 25,000 quid in the metal case, and it hadn't been forced. It had been unlocked with a key.
What?
But here's the best bit, son. When they cleaned up the skull, they found a bullet hole right through the back of its head. So we got a 25-year-old murder mystery.
Oh, God.
I think I'll punish myself and go up to the canteen to have the special Christmas lunch.
We returned from lunch to find Detective Sergeant Hanlon waiting for us.
Well, if it isn't the fat owl of the remove. Clear out, Arthur. There's no tuck for you here.
Cheek. I've missed the Christmas lunch because of you.
You missed nothing. It was diabolical.
You asked me to see that chap Farnham, Jack.
Farnham? In which of my many current cases does he appear?
The schoolmaster.
Oh, Mrs. Uphill's bearded regular. What did he have to say for himself?
He admits he lied about having tea with his aunt. The truth is, on his way back to the railway station, he was accosted by a platinum blonde in a leopard skin coat.
Cynthia Richmond. Don't tell me she's back on the game.
Yes, I've seen her. He was with her until after 6. So there's another suspect we can eliminate from our inquiries.
Are you all right, sir?
I'm all right, son. I've been having a few drinks with Sandy Lane. He's been pumping me about our skeleton and the bullet hole. I met a couple of the search parties coming back. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She's been missing since Sunday, and what have I achieved? Damn all. I've sold a couple of tuppence halfpenny little crimes on the side, but I've no more hopes of finding her than I have of finding out who killed that skeleton 25 years ago.
Sir?
25 years. Now, how did Martha Wendell know the skeleton was buried there?
She's a clairvoyant.
If it's been buried for 25 years, how come her clairvoyant powers hadn't worked before? We were told about the tramp in 24 hours. No, son. There were signs of recent digging. She had dug and she'd uncovered it, and that is how she knew.
But why should she go digging in Dead Man's Hollow?
To bury her body, son. A child's body.
Dear God.
But the very place she picked because it was hidden and out of the way had already been picked by somebody else. For the very same reason 25 years ago. You know why we're here, Miss Wendell?
Yes. I've been expecting you. She came here on Sunday. She threw stones at my cats. And one of them... She killed one of them.
Go on.
Well, I was so angry, I don't know what I did. I must have banged her head. I don't know. I didn't mean to kill her. Just to punish her. Well, I had to hide the body. I thought a Dead Man's Hollow. But when I dug...
You uncovered an older grave. We know. Then what?
Well, I waited until night, but your men were still in the woods, and next day it snowed. Well, I'd have left footprints.
So what did you do with her?
She's in there.
Son?
Sir.
What will happen to my cat?
I don't know.
Inspector!
What is it? Good God. Get an ambulance, quick.
Sir?
You can thank your lucky stars you did uncover that skeleton, Miss Wendell. Otherwise, you would have buried her alive.
She was alive, but only just. The doctors at the intensive care unit of Denton Hospital were non-committal as to her chances, but we were all keeping our fingers crossed. Back at the station, there were congratulations all round, and Frost's whiskey bottle was much in evidence. I seemed to have been given the evening off, so I took my policewoman out for a meal, and later returned with her to my digs. And there was Frost waiting for us. I'll show you when we get inside.
Hello, son.
Oh, damn.
Hello, Hazel.
Inspector?
What do you want, sir?
Well, I've been browsing through that Bennington's bank file, son, and I think I know who shot our skeleton. I thought it might be nice to get it all tied up before Christmas. Or, are you busy? Turn left at the top here. I appreciate this, son. You must hate my guts.
Sir?
But since I'm on one of my rare winning streaks, I might as well play it for all it's worth. That's the house.
Who lives here?
Bloke called Powell. Been retired for years, but in 1951 he was Bennington's bank manager. Something of a heavy gambler by all accounts. And he held one of the two keys that would open the money case. Now, if Powell did kill Fawkes, he must be a bag of nerves now he knows we found the skeleton. Big house. Must have cost a packet.
Who is it?
Police!
Go away.
I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID. Mr. Powell, I'd like to question you about the murder of a Mr. Rupert Fawkes on or about the 25th of August, 1951.
I said go away.
Was that the gun you used? Nip back to the car, son. Radio for help.
Right, sir.
Now, look, sir. This is silly. Put the gun down and we can talk. I just want to talk to you.
I'd just reached the car when... The man, appalled at what he had done, stared down in disbelief at Frost, a crumpled heap on the snow, looking untidier than ever.
Barnard!
Hey? Oh, Mr. Mullet.
Any news?
They're operating now, but they're not holding out much hope.
What a shocking business. Today of all days.
Yes, sir.
His wife died in this hospital, you know. Devoted couple. Absolutely devoted. You hardly knew him, did you, Barnard?
No, sir. I hardly knew him. 3 days ago, I didn't even know he existed.
Leslie Sands starred as Detective Inspector Frost, with Steve Hodson as Detective Constable Barnard, in 3 Days of Frost by R.D. Wingfield. Superintendent Mullet was Jack May. Detective Inspector Cowell, Walter Hall. Sergeant Wells, Jonathan Scott. Detective Sergeant Hanlon, Cameron Miller. P.C. Stringer, John Gray. P.C. Jordan, Henry Davis. P.C. Sims, Geoffrey Collins. W.P.C. Valerie Murray. Joan Uphill, Shirley Dixon. Old Sam, Godfrey Kenton. Farnham, Leslie Heritage. Mrs. Harding, Anne Rosenfeld. Audrey Harding, Anne Wensack. Sandy Lane, Crawford Logan. Mickey Hoskins, Harold Rees. Martha Wendell, Kathleen Helm. And the driver, Michael Tudor Barnes. 3 Days of Frost was produced and directed by Graham Gold.
One Man's Family, winner of 46 national awards, a Carlton E. Morse creation. One Man's Family, now in its 26th year, is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. In 60 seconds, we'll hear Chapter 28, Book 129 of the Barber Family Saga. But first, hear this.
Almost everyone at some time suffers pain from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, or muscle aches and pains. And people by the thousands today are using Anacin tablets instead of other methods for fast pain relief. You see, when headache strikes, pain builds up, tension makes you jittery, you feel depressed. Now, aspirin has only one pain reliever. Add a buffering action, and you still have only one. But Anacin is different. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. 1, to relieve your pain. 2, to ease the nervous tension. 3, to help relieve those gloomy, depressed feelings. Anacin also leaves you more relaxed with such a comfortable sense of well-being. 3 out of 4 doctors today recommend the famous ingredients of Anacin. So for pain relief of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, even for the temporary relief of minor pains of arthritis and rheumatism, remember, it's always Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N.
You'll wonder where the yellow went.
Special sale, save 27 cents on 2 giant tubes of Pepsodent.
Today, Pinky offers a gift of charcoal in a snowstorm. It's moving day on the second floor of the Barber family home in Seacliff, San Francisco. Hazel and Daniel Murray are leaving the apartment Father Barber built for them to move to the former McGregor house, 13 doors up the street near the Golden Gate Bridge. Dan Murray, carrying a cardboard carton, passes the library where Father and Mother Barber are waiting to say goodbye.
Hi there. 2 more boxes and then we're all through.
What is it, Henry?
Nothing.
You were going to say something. What was it?
I have never seen Daniel so happy in all the years I've known him.
Dan?
He took a carton out to the car.
I see. I can't find two of my sweaters. I wonder if he's got them.
Shall I ask him, Hazel, when he comes back?
No, I will. Thank you very much.
Quite welcome.
Hazel sounded a little cool.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, so did you.
Yes.
You haven't had any difficulty on this last day, Henry.
Interesting. When they went out to get cartons, they were unable to find any with lids on them except at liquor stores. Pardon me. That's either because the groceries cut the lids off or the liquor stores do a bigger business. I don't know which. I talked to the movers. Of course, they charge for their boxes.
You didn't answer my question.
Daniel, Hazel was calling for you. Something about two sweaters.
Oh, I'm going right back up there, Father Barber. Away.
Yeah.
If you've had any sort of fuss with Hazel, I think it's very serious, Henry. And you'd better patch things up. What happened?
Oh, a sort of joke. I certainly didn't intend her to take it so seriously. Matter of fact, I've said it once before, and she didn't take exception to it.
What? What was it?
Oh, I said... some reference was made to the heating system over in that mausoleum.
Did you call it a mausoleum?
No. I've been very careful not to. I always say your new house, or the McGregor house, or the Big White house. At any rate, something was said about the furnace over there and the wintry weather, and I said... Well, it was all in the spirit of jest.
Can't you bring yourself to repeat it?
I said we would do nothing with their apartment here. We'd keep the key handy, and they could come over here and use it any time they wanted to get warm. That's all I said. Lightly. Smiled when I said it. And Hazel turned on a heel and went whisking upstairs.
I don't blame her a bit. The problem with the furnace is no laughing matter. It seems anything but good judgment to joke about it on their very last day in our house. I think you'd better do something about it.
Next to last carton.
She's alone up there now. Go take her in your arms, Henry. This is about the hardest thing Hazel's ever had to do. Because she didn't want that house. She's doing it for Daniel.
Everything I say seems to be wrong.
Affection is never wrong. You don't have to apologize. Just express your love.
Oh, you think they were moving to the North Pole?
That's a singularly unfortunate phrase, too.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I'll do it. I was going to anyway. I've been thinking about it ever since I cracked my little joke. Hazel, busy? May I come up a moment?
Come up, Father.
Away. Yeah. Coming. Be right up.
We'll return in just a moment to One Man's Family.
Hey, Fran, think this rum will do?
What's up?
Swift has found a new way to make all-sweet margarine.
Oh?
And I'm announcing it with a big bass drum. Boom, boom, boom. Buy new all-sweet.
Really now, Clifford?
Well, you gotta make noise today. Boom, boom, boom. Or nobody will hear your commercial.
Have you tasted new all-sweet?
You're darn right I have. All-sweet's now made with the natural flavor formula for the most delicate natural flavor ever.
Why not just say that? Try new all-sweet because it's now made with the natural flavor formula for the most delicate natural flavor ever.
It won't work.
Clifford, you don't have to bang on a drum. Just ask women quietly to try new all-sweet because it's now made with the natural flavor formula for the most delicate natural flavor ever.
Oh.
And right now, Swift will pay them 15 cents to try new all-sweet. Details are on the package at their grocery.
Well, what'll I do with my big bass drum?
You'll wonder where the yellow went. Special sale. Save 27 cents on 2 giant tubes of Pepsodent. And in the apartment on the second floor, which now looks barren, being denuded of pictures and bric-a-brac, Hazel is putting books and bookends into the last carton.
Hello, Father.
Hazel, my dear.
Now, please don't sympathize with me.
No, I wanted to explain my little joke.
I seem to be super sensitive about the furnace, and I'd rather forget the whole thing.
Yes. What I actually had in mind was...
Ready for the last one?
There it is, Dan.
Oh, Father Barber, didn't see you. I was reminded by something you said this morning, sir. When I was a boy, my mother used to send me forth, if I had a hard job to do, with the phrase, come back with your shield or on it. If I remember, it's the phrase the Spartan women used when sending their men into battle. Well, I was thinking we've had a rugged few years, first in the furniture business and then starting the stores. Many's the time I thought I'd come home on the shield. But, by George, we did win through, didn't we, Hazel?
We did indeed, Dan.
And here we are with a big new house in my favorite residential section in all the world. And a chain of sporting goods stores, a business that delights me. Oh, by the way, Father Barber.
Yes?
We may add our 7th store next month in Santa Rosa.
Oh, no.
Well, anyhow, my mother would be pleased to see us now in that handsome castle of a house. She'd say, well, Daniel, not a mark on you. And with your shield, I see.
Well, I guess we can go.
I was saying to Hazel, I don't know if I told you, sir, but so often in meetings with bankers and brokers and others, we'd get into personal things when the business was over, and I swear I could always feel it coming. Someone would be sure to ask where I lived, and when I'd say Seacliff, someone else always said, oh, did you build out there? And then, of course, I have to say we live with my father-in-law.
Yes.
No way to explain what a happy arrangement it's been for everybody, and it has been, sir. Hazel and I hate to leave, in a way.
In a way? Goodness, Dan, it's the end of an era.
Yes, but look what we're going to, the second biggest house in Seacliff.
Well, let's get started. We're keeping Father standing here.
No, don't hurry. I was going to say something. Oh, now what was it? This has been happening to me lately. Something on the tip of my tongue, and it's gone.
Well, that has nothing to do with age. Happens to everybody.
Who mentioned age?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dan, well, it'll come to you, Father.
Oh, I know. I wanted to say to you both that we shall always consider this your apartment. Nothing will be done with it. We'll close it up. And if you ever care to come back...
Oh, no, you mustn't say that. Oh, no.
No, Hazel is quite right. We can never go back, you know.
I'd even feel superstitious if this apartment was sitting here with nobody in it. Oh, no, you must use it, Father. It's been a lovely place to live. And now we're moving on, aren't we, Dan, into another period. Thanks, Father. We both love you, and we're grateful.
We are indeed. Well, here we go. I'll take this one, and we'll say goodbye for the moment, sir. Away, away.
Goodbye, Father.
Yeah.
More of the Barbers in just a moment. 1 dime. 1 nickel. That's all it takes.
Takes for what?
Well, it takes just 15 cents to learn how X-Lax can help you toward your normal regularity. 15 cents is the price of the introductory size.
You know, I've heard about X-Lax since I was a kid. Never got around to trying it somehow.
Well, you should. X-Lax is America's largest selling laxative. It's the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight. You just take pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax at bedtime. It will not disturb your sleep. And it's so effective that the next morning you'll be well on your way toward your normal regularity. Seldom, if ever, will you need X-Lax the next day. So, when your system is irregular and you need a laxative, do what most people do. Take X-Lax. Take X-Lax today, feel better tomorrow. Remember, the introductory size costs just 1 dime and 1 nickel. Just 15 cents. "13 doors up at the former home of the now vanished McGregors, Dan and Hazel come into the big front hall with the last of their boxes.
Dan? Oh, it still echoes. I thought furniture'd improve it.
All we need is wall-to-wall carpeting. That'll soak up the sound. Don't you worry, Hazel. I'll solve this problem as I solved out... Potted plants.
Why, Dan, it's a Chinese herb garden.
Here's a note.
How thoughtful.
Oh, it's from Pinky. Dear Mom and Dan, if all goes well and I live through this coming weekend, I'll give you wall-to-wall carpeting as a housewarming present. Meanwhile, the Chinese have a saying, a gift of charcoal is welcome in a storm. Well, here's to better things to come. Love, Pinky.
If he lives through this weekend...
Well, that's a figure of speech, Hazel. Oh, it's very thoughtful. Odd-looking little sprig.
Let me have the note, Dan. I'm going back to the house and find out what this is all about.
One Man's Family, which comes to you Monday through Friday, is written by Harlan Ware and directed by Carlton E. Morse. In Chapter 29, Book 129, Young Man in Grave Danger. Frank Barton speaking. One Man's Family, winner of 46 national awards, now in its 26th year, is a Carlton E. Morse production and comes to you from California.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Looking back over our years of broadcasting over literally hundreds of radio plays and productions, we remember nothing that we've done with more pride than the documentary we're bringing you tonight after some 8 seasons for its first revival. This is our own Mercury adaptation of the account by Commander Edward Ellsberg of the disastrous first expedition to the Arctic, Hell on Ice.
As retired chief engineer of our Navy, a fair share of honors have come my way. But I can only humbly hope that the name of George Melville may be a little remembered as one who served under Captain DeLong on the last voyage on the steamship Jeanette. I still read and reread my log of that trip, though the ink's been dry near 30 years. Here's the first entry. July 8th, 1879. 3:40 p.m. Pacific Time. Jeanette weighed anchor. Destination, the North Pole.
Already below, Captain DeLong. Weigh anchor.
I'll never forget them on the bridge together. George Washington DeLong, a scholarly-looking man with glasses, commander of naval vessels for 20 years on the 7 seas. And by his side, with her pretty head flung back, Emma DeLong.
Chief, I want you to meet Mrs. DeLong before she deserts her husband.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, ma'am.
Mr. Melville, tell me, what do you think of a man who'd rather go off to the North Pole than stay home with his wife?
Being a bachelor, I can't properly say, Mrs. DeLong.
Emma, the chief will think you really don't want me to go.
Look, George, something I have for you. No, stay here, Mr. Melville. I want you to be a witness.
Silk flag.
I want you to unfurl it. Well, the point farthest north.
The point farthest north.
The North Star, George. I'll watch it, and we'll be looking at the same thing. Things equal to the same thing. Remember your geometry, Captain.
A brief embrace, and then DeLong was once more simply the sailor. For a few minutes, with strained eyes, I watched a white handkerchief fluttering across the water at us. And then it faded in the distance. Of our passage to Alaska, there's not much in my journal. August 2nd, with the aid of a towhook baited with salt pork, the newspaper man, Collins, bagged an albatross. Crew none too pleased. The ancient superstitions of the sea persist even to the day of steamships. August 14th, course set north for northwest through Bering Straits into the Arctic Sea. And off the coast of Alaska towards Wrangel Island.
Yes? Oh, Eric, what is it?
They're ahead, Captain, on the weather bow.
Ice? Oh, swing her hard lee. Hard lee, all hands on deck.
Everyone on to station.
Swing her fast, ship. We're closing fast.
No use. She won't clear it.
Ice, 200 feet ahead.
Yeah, there it is.
We're going to strike, Captain.
Full steam astern. Full steam.
No use, Captain. She's on us.
Struck that ice pack head on. Lucky for us, we had that 19-inch planking, or the floe would have stove us in. As far as we could see, the pack was unbroken. Except in back of us, a narrow lane of open sea. Supper that night was a somber meal. Here was ice only 240 miles north of Siberia, latitude 71 degrees 30 minutes, where it had no business to be this time of the year. Finally, the captain, chewing earnestly away on his mutton, broke a silence that was almost as solid as the ice pack.
Well, Mr. Chip, think by morning we'll find a lead through this ice?
No, Captain, we won't.
Seem pretty certain, Mr. Chip. What do the rest of you think? Vanna, now, what do you think? You're a navigator.
Well, I think that Chinese cook's coffee is even worse than usual, sir. All water and no coffee beans. What do you say, Chief?
Maybe I say I'm saving coffee, in case the ice pack holds. Collins seems to be able to drink his.
What I drink is my own affair. Don't take it so hard, Collins.
More coffee? Anybody?
Next day, with broken ice piling up along our side, the captain gave the order to unship the rudder. So the end of the first week found us a rudderless ship, drifting with the ice pack. All chance of exploration gone. Stopped at latitude 71 degrees north, which had been reached in these same waters 20 years before by an ordinary sailing ship. This same day, the captain wrote in his log.
The same faces at every meal. The same irritations pricking our nerves, the same routine day after day. No shore leave, no ports to visit, nothing but endless ice. Drifting willy-nilly. 1,000 miles from that pole, which, in a blaze of publicity, we'd set out to conquer. December 1st. On board the Jeanette by now, we've told all our stories, read all our books, played all our games. Each morning we wake to the same faces, the same dogs, the same ice. We take the same exercise, make the same calculations as the drift. Eat the same food and return each night to the same beds. With the same conviction that tomorrow will be the same as today. December 24th. Our first Christmas Eve on ice.
Say, how about some mistletoe over the rigging?
Yeah, we might catch an Arctic mermaid, like Collie caught this albatross.
Collins is my name.
Oh, so it is. Excuse me.
Well, what about this?
Holy mackerel, Irish whiskey. Hand it over, Chief.
First the captain.
Oh, thanks, Chief.
Here, I'll pour my own.
Careful, Dan, now. You've only got one good eye.
I can always see good enough for this.
That's enough now, Dan. I'm going to save some for the crew, you know.
That's right.
Collins, how about you?
Well, what's it like? Is it good whiskey?
Give Collie a written guarantee, Chief.
Collins is my name.
I'd give you another if I'd been your old man.
Don't waste any of that stuff on him, Chief.
You can take your whiskey and go to the devil.
Well, that's a nice Christmas thought.
Oh, let's forget him. Can't help it, I guess. Say, how about a toast?
If anyone proposes James Gordon Bennett, I'll follow Collie. Melville's got one. I can see it fizzing.
Yes, I have. I propose a toast to Emma DeLong.
Oh. Thank you, Melville. I couldn't say it, but I was thinking that, too. Emma DeLong.
Emma DeLong.
January 5th, temperature 57 below zero. Sun appeared for the first time since November. Today, Dr. Ambler had to operate on Dannenauer's eye. He has to sit in the cabin without a crack of light. We take turns talking to him. We speak next summer, a breakup of the ice. He likes to talk about that. February 1st, more trouble. I noticed Erickson, bosun of the crew and one of our best workers, was laying down on the job. Decided he was sick.
Captain, I no been sick. I been watched.
Who's watching you, Nels? What are you talking about?
There been mutiny on this ship.
Mutiny?
There been mutiny, sir, on this ship, sir.
Mutiny in the crew? Where'd you get this, Erickson?
Yeah, Captain, I tell you, it been like I say. I've been asked to join, but no. No say yeah, no say no, so I've been watched. They got guns. They kill me for if I tell.
Erickson, what do you mean by they?
Please, they look and tell they kill me.
Now, look, I'm your captain. Do you know what disobedience means? Now, come on, who's behind this?
It been... Nobody hear us?
Nobody's hearing us.
It been... Sam.
Sam?
Yeah, Chinese cook.
Erickson, look at me. Now, right in my eye. Follow my fingers, I move it. Here. Yes, now over here. Follow my finger. Over here. We're going to see Dr. Ambler.
But they been kill me.
No, I won't let him, Nels. I'll take care of you.
But they tell you.
I know. Now, you take my hand, Nels. That's it.
Tell you.
That's a good fellow.
They tell you.
Now, come along. January 6th. 4 months on the ice. Part of the crew sick. A blinded officer, now a seaman gone mad. What'll this ice do to us before this winter's over? Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of Hell on Ice. And now, before we bring you the final act of this true life drama of adventure and heroism, Hell on Ice, here for a brief breather, is Jimmy Wallington, who says,
for something S-W-E-L-L, swell on ice, there's nothing like blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. No, sir, especially if it's only a little chunk of ice wrapped in a square of burlap and stuck under the stern seat of a rowboat. Oh, boy, does it make a day's fishing the real McCoy when you can reach for a frosted bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy the familiar smoothness, the unforgettable taste you know. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clear, sparkling as the sun on a summer lake, with a real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. Listen, folks, if your dealer can't always supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, keep on asking for those never less than 33 fine brews blended into one great beer. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles brings you part 2 of Hell on Ice.
On February 25th, after 6 months in the ice, we were still drifting, waiting for the thaw to free us. March 5th, first glimpse of sunshine. 3 minutes of bleak twilight. Then darkness again. March 30th, temperature rising. Noon reading, 5 above zero. Ice still 14 feet thick.
I turn back to my own records. Our hopes for what the summer sun would do are beginning to fade. It is July now. We find rifts in the ice at sundown, and then see them knit again overnight. The days grow shorter, and with them, men's tempers.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, come here, sir. I have Mr. Chip's report that you failed to give him an observation.
Well?
It's in Chip's province to receive that information and enter it in the ship's record.
I was going to write it on a piece of paper and hand it to you.
Oh, Mr. Collins, I've issued an order for an hour's exercise. I've noticed for several days you've been cutting down the time. Today I'm satisfied you're doing it deliberately.
And when you say that, I say it isn't true.
I'm making allowances for your ignorance of naval regulations, but I advise you not to repeat that contradiction.
When you charge me with violating an order, I deny it, and I'll repeat that as much as I please.
That's enough, Mr. Collins. When we get back to the United States, I'll have you court-martialed. Meanwhile, turn in your instruments. Perform no further duties on this ship. You're under arrest.
That second winter, the temperature reached 59 below. In May, we saw the sun again. June 10th, my watch, 9 p.m. till midnight. 11 p.m., disturbed by heavy shocks drumming against our hollow hull. Those words were all I had time to write. I remember the captain rushed up on deck. At this season, even at midnight, the sun's above the horizon. We could see about 80 yards ahead. A lead had opened in the pack some 10 feet wide with cracks zigzagging across the surface of the ice, moving towards us. Then the floe split wide apart beneath us. The Jeanette lurched wildly to port and suddenly slipped off the ice into open water. We were thrown across the deck. The ship rolled like a drunken man. Shaking with fear, we waited the next move. At 6 bells, the pack started to press down that open canal. Slowly it closed in on us, thick and jagged. And behind it, the push of endless miles of surging ice. On came the pack. The ice reached our sides, started to squeeze. We're thinking, Captain. Ice is coming through the side. What's that? Ice in the hold?
Put it down, Dan, and now you're an experienced seaman. Make your report to me as if you were one.
The seams are open and below, sir. The sides will give way. It's only a question of minutes.
All hands. Stations for abandoned ship.
Aye, sir.
Get floor boat.
Aye, sir. Garrison. Man the davit.
All right, boys. All right. Alice, what are you doing with those step birds?
I only brought part of them. She's feeling fast. Fibber. Better jump on, hadn't we?
Abandoned ship, men. Over the side. Over the side.
The last to jump was the captain. Scattered over the ice like flies, we watched the doomed Jeanette. Silent now, Dick Gray. 33 men cast away on drifting ice floes. Our fate totally unknown to the world we left 2 years ago. Beyond possible reach of relief. 500 miles away lay the Lena Delta.
June 17th, 6 p.m. We made our start, course due south. Men and officers harnessed together, tugging at their mountainous burdens. Dogs unable to drag a single sledge. Dr. Ambler far ahead, planting black flags to mark our course. Sledges sinking in weak ice. Dan and I, blind but pulling on a rope, fell in open water, pulled him out before he went under the ice. Lee and Erickson collapsed in their harness. One sled used for dragging the sick. Chip, all in, tried to fling himself from the hospital sledge to save his weight, but we strapped him in. Chip cried like a baby at adding to our burden. Unloaded and ferried over open water. Dogs drowned as color overturned. Only saved Snoozer. My favorite. By morning, we reached our 2-mile flag. Tried to get some sleep. On again at evening, on the ice firmer. June 23rd. At dawn, the first sledge reached Ambler's 12-mile flag. Chief.
Yes, Captain.
Come over here. 6 days, we've made 12 miles south, right?
Just about, sir.
Well, we're 20 miles further north tonight than the day we started. Northwest drifts got us in tow.
Are you sure?
Don't tell anyone else. The men found out I couldn't get them to lay a hand on another sledge. I just sit here and wait to die. Look at this map. Back here is where the Jeanette sank, you see.
And here's where we are today?
That's right, 77 degrees, 43 minutes north. We're walking against the drift, and the pack's moving faster than we are. I'm changing our course from south to southwest. That way we've got a chance of reaching the edge.
One chance in 100.
I'm going to take it.
Well, Skipper, I'll cut a third off the rations.
Good.
They'll last 90 days instead of 60.
I knew I could count on you, Chief. I always can. Now, you remember, you're going to be my witness at a little ceremony. It's a flag.
For Sister Long's flag. Yes. The point farthest north.
Well, we'll hope this is it. Hold the other hand, Chief. We'll unfurl it for Emma. I think she knew, Chief.
Sure, Captain. The North Star. She's right over our heads.
Things equal to the same thing. She'll be glad, Chief. Now, let's fold it up so nobody will know we had it out, or else they might guess the reason.
Got any tobacco left, Captain? I could stand a pipeful. Don't feel like supper. Or Is it breakfast?
Hand your pipe over. I'll fill it up.
Thanks, brother.
Chief, this is a grand country to learn patience in.
The most we covered in one day was 6 miles. Some days not more than 2. And the men growing weaker every day from frostbite, scurvy. On September 9th, 91 days after the sinking of the Jeanette, we reached the edge of the ice in the open sea. We crawled into camp, and then DeLong mustered his crew. Called the roll for the last time. That night, he held divine service. Even the sick joined in. Only Collins stayed in his tent.
Thank God for thy mercies. We pray thee deliverance to our homes, to thy continued service. Amen. Amen.
At 7:30 on the morning of September 12th, we shoved off in our 3 boats for Cape Vorkin on the Lena Delta. According to our charts, 96 miles of open sea. The 3rd boat was under my command. By nightfall, we were left alone. 11 frozen men in one tiny whaleboat in utter blackness. By morning, the ocean calmed. In the gray light, we saw land less than a mile away. But no sign of the captain's boat. The story of the last days of Captain DeLong and his men were pieced together many months later from the captain's diary, from the ship's papers that were found in his camp.
135th day. Around October 1st, nothing to report. 136th day. Reached Lena Delta. Doctor says some of the men can't walk even a mile. They'll have to. Erickson dropped in his tracks, both feet frozen, flesh falling off his boots. We cut him some crutches out of the driftwood.
Let me stay, Captain. Don't move me. My legs been killing me. Crutches no use. I want only die.
Get up, Erickson. Do you think I'm going to leave you? Come on. I'll carry you.
Please, Captain.
Up, I tell you. We're going on. "137th day. This morning, Ambler shot a reindeer. Men too famished to wait for fire ate the beast raw. Gave bone to Snoozer, my dog. 138th day, trapped by open water, have to cross and try to build raft. Men are broken. Can scarcely lift planks. I drive them hard. 139th day, raft completed, crossed water. Raging blizzard. Midnight, Erickson died. Sea burial. First a prayer, and then sleep. 144th day. Today killed my dog Snoozer for food. He never whimpered. Too far gone. Alexei dying. Doctor baptized him. Alexei dead. Out of the depths have I cried unto thee, O Lord. Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplication. "152nd day, Mr. Collins' birthday. 40 years old. Food, willow tea, and 2 old boots. 153rd day. Calm and mild. Snow falling. About sunset, Alexei died, covered him with ensign, and laid him on a crib. Lee dying, our Sam dying. Doctor rubs their hands to keep them warm. "156th day, found Chip dead in the morning still, sitting between the doctor and myself. 157th day, near end of October, very little hope. Sunset, our Sam died. He still leans over his kettle. Can't move him. 160th day. Dressler died during the night, Ambler. Now weakening. God help us. 164th day. Ambler crawls over to Iverson. Feels his pulse. Iverson dead. 167th day. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins dying.
Mr. Collins dying. The captain's last entry in that fateful book. No word of himself. His frozen fingers scrawled their last words. Mr. Collins dying. Months of searching finally brought us to that gale-swept hill. There I made out, stiff and stark above the snow, an upraised arm. The arm belonged to Captain DeLong, half buried in the snow. I figured he'd tossed his journal to safety on higher ground, and his stiffening arm had frozen on the gesture, and I was right. The journal was just above. His face was calm, as if his work was done. Atop a rocky promontory looking to the north, towering 400 feet above the great bay of the Lena Delta, and far beyond the reach of any possible flood, I prepared for my captain and his crew their final resting place among the Siberian snows, looking out over the Lena's great bay at the desolate cape below, which had witnessed their last agony, and northward across that polar sea which he had valiantly given his life to conquer. DeLong and his men of the Jeanette lay at last beneath the huge cross on the rocky cairn, where the fierce Arctic gales they'd so often bravely faced, mournfully wailing their eternal dirge.
Hell on Ice, a Mercury production. Be back to the microphone in just a minute.
Let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
And I'd like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, before signing off, that our cast included John Brown, Lorene Tuttle, among many other Mercury players, Elliot Reed, an old Mercury pillar, who comes to us through courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Hal Wallace production, The Strange Loves of Martha Ivers. Till next week, then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. 5 people didn't go to bed at all last night here at Ivy. Grogan, the campus policeman who was making his rounds, 2 sophomores and a freshman who were investigating certain mathematical phenomena, such as the odds against drawing to an inside straight, and Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, who's been working at his desk in the study of his home since shortly after dinner yesterday. The chapel bell is striking 8 as his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, enters and says,
Good morning, Dr. Hall.
Good morning.
And congratulations. You've just set a new record for going without sleep. Any statement for the press, champ?
Yes, I'm glad to bring the cup back to Ivy, where it belongs, and I'm looking forward with great confidence to the international match in Brussels next spring.
Oh, poor darling. How do you feel?
Surprisingly well, if the ability to cope with whimsy on an empty stomach is at all indicative. Do I look awful?
Interesting, rather. One so seldom sees a chartreuse complexion.
Bad as that, eh? Well, it's worth it. One seldom sees an annual report as superb as the one I've just finished writing. Here, have a look.
Let's see. The state of the college.
Or, in the vernacular, out of the red and over the hump with Hall.
You sound enormously set up about it.
I've reason to be. I'd no idea how much I'd accomplished last year until I put it all down in black and white. The endowment fund is up. The building fund is up. Enrollments are up.
And what are you doing up? Will you be working very much longer this morning?
I'm ready for bed.
Well, good. Penny will be right in with your overcoat and hat.
My overcoat and hat? Vicky, we've been married long enough for me to make a confession. I never go to bed wearing an overcoat and hat. I'm one of those odd fellows who slips between the sheets wearing only pajamas. I know I should have revealed this before,
stop. But I told Penny to bring in our hats and coats because I'm taking you for a walk. A short walk for relaxation, a light breakfast, and then a good long sleep.
Excuse me, Mum.
Yes,
I
Penny.
brought you things. Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning, Penny. I'll take those. Thank you. You're looking well this morning, Penny.
Thank you very kindly, sir. And you're looking... It's a very nice morning for a walk.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. It snowed last night, the first real snow we've had this year, and it's ever so lovely. Makes one want to go out and throw snowballs at top hats.
Well, feel free to do so whenever the spirit moves you, Penny. I'm ready, Victoria. Penny, you didn't by any chance notice a snowman on our front lawn, did you?
Should I have, sir?
Well, after the first really good snowfall of the year, the students have the custom of building a snowman in front of the home of each faculty member. You've heard of that, haven't you?
No, sir.
And the more affection they have for you, the larger the snowman they build.
There ain't one on our lawn. Allow me, sir.
Why, I dare say the snow fell too late for them to have taken advantage of it last night.
Which way should we walk, Toddy? Along Faculty Row?
Yes, that'll do nicely.
Be back in half an hour, Penny. That custom the students have. It's almost cruel in a way.
Not in the least. I admit it must seem so to those members of the faculty for whom very small snowmen are built, but they survive. Professor Heaslip, for example, has survived years of snowmen not much larger than a Drosophila fruit fly.
Professor Heaslip is lucky the students built any token of affection on his lawn. If anything, his personality suggests excavation.
And the report I've just finished makes it more certain than ever he won't get my job. His carefully cultivated friendship with the chairman of the board notwithstanding. It's really a smashing report, Vicky. I raised almost $1 million in endowments, built...
Built what? What's wrong?
Look, there's a snowman in front of Professor Quincannon's house.
Oh.
Well, the snow came early enough after all.
Well, perhaps it wasn't the students, Toddy. Professor Quincannon has 2 children. They may have built it. Children build snowmen, too, you know.
Of course, that must be it. I I mean, after all, there's no reason to suppose the students would bill one for Quincannon and overlook me, is there? I mean, there's no reason to suppose they're antagonistic to me. I don't see why they should be. Do you?
No, of course they're not. You were telling me about your smashing report. Toddy, come on.
Oh, yes, my report. I suppose I shouldn't have said it's a smashing report. It's not really smashing, but it's a darn good one. I believe I may say, without immodesty, that I'm good at my job. After all, a college president must have ability and...
Keenness of vision?
Well, all college presidents have keen vision. A few, in fact, can even see themselves in the White House in 1952. You know, I knew a man once who...
I'm listening, or what? What are you staring at?
A snowman in Professor Howard's front yard.
Oh, yes. Oh, I suppose Professor Howard's children must have built one, too.
Professor Howard is a bachelor.
Yes, of course, I'd forgotten. Well, then, Professor Quincannon's children must have come over from next door. I remember when I was a child, I used to build snowmen all over the place. Couldn't get enough of them. Fairly cover the landscape and build one in front of my house and one next door and then one further down the street.
Yes, they could have come over from next door, couldn't they? Quincannon's children, I mean.
Well, of course they could.
They could have jumped over the hedge or even come around that way through the gate. Mm-hmm. It's not much more than 30 paces. And you know, they're very active youngsters, positively hyperthyroid.
Oh, they are.
Oh, one probably said to the other, let's build one now on old Howard's lawn.
Yes, exactly. As a matter of fact, I seem to remember having heard children shouting something like that earlier this morning. But you were telling me about your report. Your report. I want to hear more about how darn good it is.
Oh, I suppose I shouldn't have said it's a darn good report. It's not really. It's a fair report. A little more. Vicky, darling, you spend much more time with the students than I do, really. What with your coaching the junior follies and all. You haven't heard any grumbling about my administration, have you?
None, Toddy, none.
Ah. It wasn't a very tall hedge, you know. Quincannon's children could have jumped over it.
Or crashed through. I mean, they're very sturdy.
Oh, it's the most natural thing in the world.
Yes, Toddy, let's turn down this street. I'm rather tired of Faculty Row. Same old hedges, same old houses. This street seems very charming.
Really? You find that row of garbage pails charming?
Oh, well, I suppose not. Oh, dear. There's a snowman in front of Professor Warren's house, too.
Yes, the young Quincannons have had quite a busy morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Dr. Warren.
Good morning, Mrs. Hall.
Good
Out for a stroll?
Yes, we're out for a stroll.
Well, I find there's nothing like it on a morning like this for getting rid of the doldrums, don't you?
Occasionally.
We were just admiring the snowman in your front yard. It has a great deal of character.
Oh, it's a pip, isn't it? I know it's not supposed to be good form for a faculty member to pay any attention to this sort of thing, but when you're 70, as I am, hypocrisy is too much of a strain. I just look at that gleaming monster and glow, Doctor. Glow.
Well, I don't blame you. And yet, the custom in some cases can be cruel, don't you think? I mean, the ones that don't get built.
Nope. It's not the custom that's cruel. It's the crushing impact of truth. Some people can't stand up under it at all. You take a president of Ivy we had in 1900, that's before your time. Bessemer was his name. 1 year, every member of the staff had a snowman except Bessemer. Old Pop Gut Bessemer. He resigned a few weeks later, for reasons of health, of course.
Oh, that seems very impulsive of him, a little drastic.
Well, Ivy's a small school and always has been. Personalities play a much bigger part than they do at some of these giant diploma factories. You wouldn't care to continue as president if you knew that students would much rather tie a can to your tail, would you, Doctor?
Well, now, that's an interesting way to put it, but, no, I suppose not.
Why, of course not. You look at it this way, Mrs. Hall. Teaching hardly ever pays off in money. The average prof makes only about $2,500 a year, and it hardly ever pays off in glory. I myself can name 10 baseball players or burlesque queens, bless 'em, for every teacher you can bring to mind.
Well, then what makes an old party like me, the last of the tobacco-chewing professors, or a man like your husband stay with it?
Pride in the job, I suppose.
Pride in the job. That and the feeling that maybe we're helping the young savages become not scholars, but men and women, and that they appreciate it. Take that away and what's left?
Absolute zero.
Here I am lecturing the president. Tell you, when you arrive at my age and succeed in conning people to regard you as a lovable old gaffer, you get away with murder. Care to come in for coffee?
No, thank you. We have breakfast waiting at home.
That's the wisest decision you've made today. In all the world, no one concocts as nauseating a cup of coffee as I do. I'll see you soon, I hope, ma'am.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Warren.
He's a pip, isn't he? My snowman.
The very word for it. He's a pip.
Careful, don't slip on that snow.
By the way, Vicky, did I tell you I received a letter from Quesnel University this week?
I don't believe you did, Toddy. Why?
Well, they haven't heard of the renewal of my contract as president here at Ivy, and they've made me a very flattering offer. Treasurer of the university. At almost the same salary I have here.
Toddy.
Further, and, perhaps of more importance, it's a purely administrative job. I wouldn't come into contact with students at all. Not ever.
Toddy.
They requested the courtesy of a reply this week. It's really a most flattering offer. I rather think I'll accept. Yes, I think it would be best.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment, as soon as we hear how a young actor got his first taste of fame.
Offhand, one would say there's scarcely a rhyme and hardly a reason for associating Shakespeare with Schlitz beer. But perhaps I better start at the beginning of my story. Our little theater group was putting on Romeo and Juliet, and I was this year's Romeo. Being handicapped by 2 left feet and an instinctive dread of high places, I don't mind telling you that climbing that balcony gave me a good deal of trouble in spite of considerable extra practice on my part. After our dress rehearsal, I still wasn't satisfied with my agility, so I decided to make a few practice climbs before calling it a night. As I reached the balcony the second time, I happened to glance down, and there below me I saw the rest of the cast gathered around drinking beer. The labels on the bottles told me it was Schlitz, and the expressions on the faces of my fellow players told me I was missing something. I knew Schlitz by reputation, but not by taste. So I climbed down from the balcony to find out what I was missing. If you could have seen me standing there in full Shakespearean costume, tasting Schlitz for the first time, you might have expected me to say something like, "'Pon my soul, what beer is this that lies so pleasantly upon the tongue?" But no, I just stood there speechless, grinning from ear to ear. The director, sensing my plight, said, "It seems that words can fail even an actor at a time like this. Let me say it for you. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous."
That surround us here today.
Returning to the Halls of Ivy, we find a dispirited Dr. Hall strolling in the snow along Faculty Row with Mrs. Hall.
You're very quiet, Victoria.
I know. I'm concentrating. Trying to think of the right thing to say.
Oh, you don't have to say anything, my dear. The silent eloquence of the students has left very little unsaid.
Toddy, I know how you must feel. In a small way, I've been through it a number of times in the theater. Playing for laughter and applause and getting the rustle of programs and a few coughs. You can say to yourself, chin up and good show and carry on, all that. And over it all, you can hear the lorries backing up to the stage door to haul the scenery away.
Well, this time they're going to haul the actor away from the scenery. And after I'd convinced myself that I'd given such a sterling performance. Smashing report, indeed.
Would it help if I tried a recital of Kipling's If? It kills them in the provinces.
It's likely to prove lethal here, too. But thank you, my dear, anyway. As organizer and sole member of the William Todhunter Hall fan club, you've done some noble work.
Oh, Toddy, you don't have to try and laugh it off for me. Get it out of your system, darling. Blow up.
Curse the Board of Governors. And their promise that I wouldn't have to spend my time wangling emoluments. Curse my folly in believing them. To the devil with all fat heads who kept me away from the students. Bah!
Oh, that was lovely.
No wonder they feel no affection for me. I'm so seldom with them. Not that to know me is to love me, you understand.
I understand nothing of the sort. I know you very well, and I'm mad about you.
How difficult it is to... Oh, thank you, my dear. How difficult it is to maintain contact with the student body. One college president I know scheduled a speech to the senior class for the sole purpose of proving that he actually did exist.
Oh.
And that's what's wrong with my report.
Toddy, I'm sure it's a superb report.
No, on the contrary, I omitted all reference, beyond a few statistics, to the most important part of any school, the students, and what they think about the state of Ivy. I should have found time to teach more courses. Look at Hutchins at Chicago and Conant at Harvard. The students are what make a college, not campus buildings and installations. Diogenes discoursed from a tub, and his students listened, and it was a school.
Toddy, look, talking of tubs, I see Professor Heaslip.
Where?
Through this hedge. He's just leaving his front door.
Is there a snowman on his lawn?
Yes, a very small one, which he has just made larger with 2 handfuls of snow. Oh, he's heard us and stepped back.
Well, hello there. Good morning, Skipper. Good morning, fair lady.
Good morning.
Good morning, Heaslip. It's a nice snowman you have there.
Yes, it's a very nice little one.
Oh, you should have seen it before the sun came up and melted it. Amazing how quickly it went. This is the warmest part of Faculty Row, you know.
Oh, really? I found the whole area very cold.
Oh, that's a mistake, Skipper. That snowman was inches lower. I mean higher a few minutes ago. It melted down considerably. Also, the boys and girls happened to have chosen a slight dip in the ground on which to build it. Actually, much taller than it looks. Optical illusion, you know. Not that I pay any attention to such things, of course.
Of course.
I'm happy the students like me as much as they do.
Of course.
I've often asked myself why. Naturally, I don't court their affection. I'm very strict, but fair pedagogue, if I say so myself. Perhaps it's the occasional humor with which I sprinkle my lectures.
For example?
Oh, yesterday, I was discussing nature references in the poetry of the more eminent Victorians, one of whom referred to a dogwood tree in some lyric or other. I asked my students if they knew how to distinguish a dogwood tree, and when they said they didn't, I told them. By its bark. Well, I must be getting to class. Good morning, Skipper.
Good morning, Heaslip.
Good morning, fair lady.
Good morning.
The warmest part of Faculty Row, indeed. Ha! And yet, for the sake of that little snowman, I think I'd almost be willing to change places with Heaslip.
It'd be a little bit rough on me.
What do the boys and girls, as he calls them, see in the man? Oh, it's true he has no enemies, but that's more than balanced for the fact that none of his friends like him.
Well, let's turn back, Toddy.
Oh, this is probably one of the last times we'll ever stroll along here, Victoria. It's an attractive little street, isn't it?
Yes.
I've lived here a long time.
And I've loved it here.
You see that house across the way?
Mm-hmm.
I had a furnished room there when I was an instructor. On the top floor. Kitchen privileges. Female visitors permitted only as far as the front parlor. Please turn out the light before leaving the room.
Liberty Hall, wasn't it?
Then when I was appointed assistant professor, I moved over to this side of the street. Sitting room, bedroom, and bath. Hot plate permitted. No wild parties.
Oh, what exactly was a wild party at Ivy in those days?
If I remember correctly, more than 2 people laughing at the same time. But then I allowed my appointment to a full professorship to go to my head, and I rented that Charles Adams mansion over there.
Oh, it wasn't a Charles Adams mansion. It was a wonderful old place to live.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? I mean, after I brought you there. It was fairly empty when I occupied it all by myself. It echoed. Empty and unsatisfying, and nothing I did with it, new furniture, new drapes, fresh paint, seemed to propitiate the fat little gods of the hearth.
Until you offered them me as a human sacrifice, eh?
You might very well have been mistaken for a human sacrifice as I handed you down from the taxi that first morning. You were scared to death.
Yeah, I was. I'd never had a home of my own before. Just hotel rooms and flats and theater dressing rooms.
Now, here we are, driver. And this is for you. Now, this is our home, Victoria.
Oh, William. It's exactly the way I imagined it. All covered with vines and so very peaceful and quiet. And, oh, look! My name's on the letterbox.
I sent a letter from England asking that it can be done.
Professor W. Hall and Mrs. Victoria Cromwell Hall. Oh, thank you, Toddy, for being such a dear love. Is it always as quiet as this?
Yes. Nearly always.
And empty. I don't see any students.
One of them has just seen you. You seem to have arrived in more ways than one. Come on, let's go inside.
Oh, please take my hand. I'm suddenly appalled at how little I know about taking care of a household.
Hang on tight, darling. I have shortcomings, too.
Promise you'll overlook mine until I've learnt my way around.
I promise. It'll be a mutual understanding. Now, what did I do with the key?
Can't you find it?
Well, I could swear I had it in my hand. I thought Oh, I do have it in my hand.
Oh, you're as nervous as I am, really, aren't you? I'm so glad. I keep on forgetting you're new at this, too.
There. No, wait.
What?
Wait. There's a little ceremony involved here, a very nice one. I'll carry you across the threshold, like this.
Oh, Toddy, look, a snowman.
A snowman? What's a snowman doing in our hallway?
Well, don't you see it? The students must have come while we were out walking.
Yeah, but they've no right to build one inside the house. And where did they get the snow in May?
Oh, Toddy, it's a snowman, and it isn't May, it's February.
Yes, I know, but...
From wherever you were, dear, come back. You have a snowman.
Yeah, but I mean...
and
what?
It's the most enormous snowman you've ever seen. Right over there.
Oh! Yes, right. Why, it is a snowman. In our front yard. Vicky, This is our house, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is. Oh, Toddy, you're always losing yourself in your thoughts.
Not completely, my darling, because you're always with me. But I don't understand this
Look,
snowman.
there seems to be a note attached to it. Yes, it's addressed to you. Here, what does it say?
Oh, one moment. To President Hall, the delay in construction is entirely your fault. If you must work nights, please do so in one of the back rooms and avoid those overlooking the front of the house. In that way, the traditional anonymity of the They misspelt anonymity. The traditional anonymity of the builders will be preserved. Affectionately, classes of 50 to 53 inclusive. Well, now. Of course, it was probably a good bit larger when they first put it up. After all, this is the warmest part of Faculty Row, you know.
Yeah, I know. Could you stand a bit of breakfast and some sleep now?
Breakfast by all means, but no sleep as yet. Remember, I have the report to get out.
Another report?
The same one, but better. Far better and a great deal more inclusive. Directly after breakfast, I shall want to see the presidents of every class in my study. Yes, and the officers of all student organizations, too.
All at once in your little study?
Oh, we'll get them in, my dear. We'll get them in. Look at that snowman. It's good packing today.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And now, here again is Mr. Ronald Coleman.
The campaign to fight heart disease, this country's leading cause of death, is now underway. Diseases of the heart and blood vessels take an annual toll of more than 600,000 men, women, and children. A staggering number indeed. This dreaded menace accounts for 1 death out of every 3. A greater toll of lives than the next 5 causes of death combined. This year, give generously in support of this wonderful cause. Send your contributions to Heart, care of your local post office. Open your heart. Give to fight heart disease. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Alan Reed, Gloria Gordon, and Arthur Q. Bryan. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn and directed by Nat Wolfe. From the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company and the Halls of Ivy, our heartiest congratulations to station WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut on this, their 25th anniversary. Ken Carpenter speaking.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
Robert Frost, distinguished poet and philosopher, faces the Fourth Estate in just a moment as Monitor joins Meet the Press. Meanwhile, poetry in a different idiom, George Shearing and Cheek to Cheek. Ready for the spontaneous, unrehearsed conference are 4 of America's top news reporters. Their questions do not necessarily reflect their point of view, but may be their way of getting a story for you. Now, here is the moderator of Meet the Press, Ned Brooks.
Welcome once again to Meet the Press. Our guest is the distinguished American poet, Mr. Robert Frost. Since his last visit to Meet the Press, Mr. Frost has received many high honors. Recently, he was chosen as a consultant by the Library of Congress. In the opinion of critics, Mr. Frost has written more poetry that will endure than any other writer of our generation. He has been awarded the Pulitzer Prize in Poetry 4 times. This spring, the Henry Holt Company, which has been Mr. Frost's publisher for more than 40 years, will bring out a new book of his poems, the first in about 10 years. Mr. Frost is now almost 85 years old, but he still is young in hopes and in dreams, free from despair and pessimism. He is a man of deep loyalties to his land and his people. While he is known as a New England poet, he is the poet of all America. Indeed, it can be said that he is the poet of all mankind. And now seated around the press table, ready to interview Mr. Frost, are Ernest Lindley of Newsweek magazine, May Craig of the Portland, Maine Press Herald, James Reston of the New York Times, and Lawrence E. Spivak, our regular member of the Meet the Press panel. Now, Mr. Frost, if you're ready, we'll start the questions with Mr. Spivak.
Mr. Frost, you once said that poetry isn't too different from politics. Were you just pulling somebody's leg, or were you serious?
Yes, pulling somebody's leg. But I meant it in this way, that the worst politics I ever see is in the poetic world, among the poets, you know. And among the faculties, too, the literary faculty. It's all politics. Life is that. What's the use talking?
You also said, and this is still sticking to politics, that you would like to have a crack at being a statesman on a temporary basis.
Yes.
That must mean that you have some things you'd like Congress to do. Can you tell us what?
I'd like them to do a little more for the arts, I suppose. I'm not too particular about that. And I'd like them to make a better... I suppose I'd tell you what I'd like. I'd like to be there to talk a figure of speech. I'd like to tell them that I was interested in the House, Congress, and in the Senate as a handicapper, and in the Supreme Court as a referee. And I'd like to get going on that subject, the difference between a referee and a handicapper. And I'd like to put them both in their place. And I'd like to admit that I've been rather opposed to handicapping. I never liked the Sunday school picnic sporting event because there was too much handicapping in it. I like everybody, if I really have my way, I like everybody to start from scratch. You know, a real competition. I like Casey Stengel to be just as strong as he can be without anybody stopping him by law or anything else.
Mr. Reston, Mr. Frost, why do you take so many of your images and metaphors from the world of games and sports?
It's a strange thing that I do. I played games, I suppose, and I don't think anybody can think right in this world who didn't play games sometime in his life. But first thing I caught myself saying was that of this kind, I'd as soon write free verse as play tennis with the net down. That brought tennis in. Then I came to this, I've been working my way toward this Sunday school picnic idea, that what my difficulty with the government, the New Deal and all that, is the difficulty with spoiling a good competition, taking too much. I suppose I'm wrong about it. Might be, but I'm wrong from the old habit of loving to see a thing start with scratch.
Mr. Frost, sir, are you a happier man in your 80s than you were in your 50s?
Than in when?
Than in your 50s or your 40s?
No, it's a funny thing. I've always been happy, unhappy combination. It blends, you know. It makes, like they say, drink, you know, makes you happy, make you sad.
What has happened to the American character, Mr. Frost, in these last 30 years? Are we a merrier people at Christmas time?
That's interesting to say. I think, no, I think, you know, that'd be a hard thing for me to judge. We're always rather merry people. Mr. Spivak was telling me that he tried to run a magazine called American Humor, and it wasn't funny enough, he said. That was some years ago, was it, Mr. Spivak?
Mrs. Craig.
Mr. Frost, did you hear what the president said in his message from the Atlas missile from outer space?
From heaven, you mean?
He said he was giving a message of peace on earth, goodwill to man. And of course the Atlas is now going round the world. That was a prose poem, don't you think?
Yes, I didn't hear it.
It was a prose poem. He said, peace on earth, goodwill to man.
Do you think the word peace makes it a prose poem?
Yes. Do you have much hope for the world that has its mind on military things?
Yes.
How do you think we can save ourselves from destroying each other?
We were sent here to destroy each other in honest competition.
Mr. Lindley.
Mr. Frost, next summer in Moscow, as part of the Soviet-American Cultural Exchange, there's to be an American exposition. And the suggestion has been made that you should be one of the exhibits. That is, that you should go to Moscow and lecture. Would you be willing to do that?
I suppose so. if they'll make me Exhibit A.
In one of your poems, Bill Soil, a political pastoral, you say, were I dictator, I'd let things take their course, and then I'd claim the credit for the outcome.
Yes.
Would you enjoy giving that piece of advice directly to Khrushchev?
Yes, I should. I thought, I'm always thinking that if I got into a position of power, I'd mainly let things take their course and touch them a little here and then, take credit for the whole thing, sure.
Do you think of any other pieces of advice you'd like to give the Soviet government and people if you were to go there?
No, that's one, I hadn't thought of that, but I'd like to tell them that I think there's a certain validity, a great validity in our great difference with each other, that there's always the utopian dream that they have, and there's always the civilized dream that we have, and that I'm willing to see them a standoff, and that magnanimity is that which enjoys a standoff.
In one of your recent interviews, you said that you would rather perish as Athens than survive as Sparta.
Yes.
Is that the real choice as you see it?
Yes, a good deal. The Spartanize I meant by this. Yes, that's the choice. Let's us not Spartanize. I was thinking about what they're trying to do to our schools, to harden them up and speed them up, to contend with the Russians. And I just thought I'd rather perish as an Athenian than live as that kind of a Spartan.
But
I've been saying, what I want the schools to do is let them harden up a little, let them speed up a little, but I want them to tone up, and that means to Athenianize them.
Mr. Frost, we mentioned at the start of the program that you have a new book coming out, a new book of your poems. I wonder, perhaps you could say one of them for us. You perhaps have a favorite? Hearing you say your poems has always been a high spot on our programs with you.
Yes.
Is there one that you have as a favorite?
Well, no, some of them are too long. Suppose I say one like very political in its implications. It's called The Objection to Being Stepped On, which rules the world, I think. At the end of the row, I stepped on the toe of an unemployed hoe. It rose in offense and struck me a blow in the seat of my sense. It wasn't to blame, but I called it a name, and I must say it dealt me a blow that I felt like malice prepense. You may call me a fool, but was there a rule the weapon should be turned into a tool? But what do we see? The first tool I step on turned into a weapon.
Mr. Spivak.
Mr. Frost, while you're reciting poetry, I wonder whether you'd say the one about the hardship of accounting, which I think may seem particularly appropriate to this season of the year when people are spending so much money they don't know where it came from or where it's gone.
That's a little squib of mine. It's all in one rhyme, 5 lines. The hardship of accounting. Never ask of money spent where the spender thinks it went. Nobody was ever meant to remember or invent what he did with every cent.
Don't you think that might be a good one to stamp on the heart of every Internal Revenue agent?
Bankers, it's been published in some bankers magazine, It's for the really written for the benefit of income tax reporters.
Mr. Frost, I'd like to come back to the voice from the sky. Do you think it's going to do any good for the president to speak of peace from the sky over and over again?
Somebody said to me the other day that the Wright brothers, one of them a great friend of mine, the Wright brothers never thought of all the harm they were going to do with their airplanes, did they? And I said, oh no. The first thing the Wright brothers did when they had a plane that would fly and land safely, they went to the Army with it, thinking of all the harm they could possibly do. Not peace. Not if you want to talk peace one way, like this way, just say bombs for peace. Sure, I'm in favor of bombs for peace and sewing machines for peace. Anything for peace, if it's the peace I want.
Mr. Frost, change the subject just a bit and go back to your poetry. When you wrote, "The Earth's the right place for love,"
yeah.
I don't know where it is likely to be better. Did you mean that this is the best of all possible worlds and that there is no future in death?
Nothing, no future that we know anything about. And I meant a lot of things about love. All kinds of love.
You're going to keep it a secret from us?
Not just loving kindness.
You're going to keep what you mean about love a secret from us?
Keep it from you?
Yeah.
Yes.
What you meant about love?
Yeah, I could tell you a lot of things about Anchises and Venus and all that sort of thing, but I won't go into that.
We're all ears.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Mr. Reston.
Mr. Frost, should we have a poet laureate in this country?
It seems as if some sort of recognition would help a little more recognition than just consultant. I was down there complaining of this word, consultant. I thought I was brought down to be consulted on all subjects. See, turned out I was only here to be consulted about poetry. And so I rebelled, and I said I'd only been consulted. I hadn't been consulted at all, really. I'd only been consulted 3 times from the White House, once from the Supreme Court, and not at all by Congress. And they said, well, you weren't expected to be. You only be consulted by poets. And all I get is a fellow that wanders in there with some poems that he's going to carry to the subarctic with him. He's been appointed poet laureate to deep freeze.
Sir, they say there's a lot of talk in the country at the present time about the anti-intellectualism of the American people, that poets are not appreciated and so on. What has been your experience about that?
I take little stock in that. It's true that there's always in the world a scorn of the intellectual, the religious scorn of the intellectual, as well as a poetic, as a business scorn of the intellectual, the egghead word. And that's just too bad. I don't pay much attention to it. It's always been there.
Is it getting better or worse?
No, it comes in waves. We may be getting a wave of it right now. So's to defeat Adlai Stevenson.
Mr. Frost, you indicate some dissatisfaction with your arrangements with the Library of Congress. Does that mean that you do not intend to remain there?
Oh, no. I'll stay see things through. I'm just going to treat myself as if I was there to be consulted by everybody.
You'll wait till they come along?
Yes. Call for them, summon them. Comes to consult.
We'll have to give you the subpoena power.
This, you see, just my natural wit.
Mrs. Craig.
Mr. Frost, do you regard the Russian Zhivago as more of a poet than a prose writer?
The
Pasternak, who wrote Dr. Zhivago.
I can't speak about his writing. I haven't read it, and it's all in translation. I have no way of judging his poetry. They say it's translated, and somebody's going to send me a book of his in translation. And I understand. I never read a book of poetry translated, but that I think it's lost its poetry, that's all. That's my definition of poetry that's gone wrong. A poetry is that which is lost from both prose and verse when translated.
Don't you think it was quite logical that the Soviet Union should crack down on him because his poetry was a danger to the communist system?
Oh, yeah, that's their lookout, and that's a very
Don't you think poets deal more with life and death than others do, and that we need that in this country, too?
Yes, I guess we got it.
What do
Did you know,
think?
you probably know, I've talked about this so many times, that Homer, the greatest poet of all, was a beggar all his life. He wasn't treated any better than I am, anyway.
Yes. What do you, as a poet, think is the meaning and purpose of life?
Of life?
Yes, sir.
I imagine the meaning of it is to dive further into further and further into the material for you know not what reason. The ethereal, the spiritual, diving into the material. Always at the fear that, always in the fear of losing the meaning some way, but deeper and deeper into the material. I call it materiality is our destiny, materiality. And our danger is materialism. And materialism is when the meaning gets lost in the material, just as in an article you write or a poem you write. When you know you lost the meaning, get out of hand a little, or in your life, or when you're writing the doctor's thesis, you're always, that should be your misgiving all the time. Am I losing my meaning? Is there something carried out of meaning? Or have the material been too much for me? Then we perish of materialism. That's what my long poem is about in my new book. It's called, the book is to be called The Great Misgiving That Becomes a Soul. It's like the fear of God, that you'll lose God, that you'll lose meaning, that the material will be too much for you. But it's got to be material. You've got to, and one of my words in the poem is, substantiate. You've got to substantiate your claim to being anybody or alive or anything. Substantiate.
Mr. Lindley.
Mr. Frost, do you think American civilization has improved or deteriorated during your lifetime?
I think it's made its way forward, natural way, We're so rich that we're like like rich parents that wish they knew how to give their children the hardships that made them so rich.
Well, I wanted to ask you about the young people today. Do you think they're more promising? Do they have a better opportunity? Are they harder, more alert than those of a generation or two ago?
I've lived with them all these years, Live with them now very thick. I'm very thick with them. I suppose I think well of them.
Well, do you think they're better than their fathers or grandfathers?
The fear is they won't be if they made too comfortable and to have their life too easy. That's what I just said, that we're like a rich father that wishes he knew how to give his son the hardships that made the father such a man. We're in that sort of position. Give them commando training, do something to them. And we can't, there seems to be no answer to that. Some very rich families have come down now 3 generations to show plenty of character.
Mr. Spivak.
Mr. Frost, you've often spoken of courage as one of the great human virtues. Why do you place so much emphasis on courage?
Because courage is the whole thing in art or in politics or in business. Enterprise is one great thing, isn't it? Enterprise is one. Great nation, great business, great art, and all with great courage. I like to tell about a lady I met not long ago who said, isn't it the saddest thing in the world that courage should have to be the greatest thing in the world?
What has been the most important thing, do you think, in your life to you? Love, justice, learning, truth, faith, work, or has it been courage?
That's hard to ask me.
Easy to ask.
Easy
Maybe
to
hard
ask.
to answer.
Yeah, hard to answer. I suppose that the greatest thing of all that I would be magnanimity. To achieve magnanimity with all those things, you know. And I don't want to sound like as if I believed in the perfectibility of man or of myself either.
Mr. Reston.
Mr. Frost, you have celebrated New England through most of your life. What is the New England character? Is it different in any special way? More simple, perhaps?
No, it has something left of Cromwell and Milton in it. And it has, I like to say that the Reformation, it's something left of the Reformation in it. It has something of that severity, if you want. It gave so much to the world. It gave the Reformation, and then gave the Counter-Reformation to the world. It gave New England its character, and it spread character all over the United States by spreading school marms all over them, out Kansas and everywhere.
Mrs. Craig.
Mr. Frost, Russians call us barbarians and uncultured. Do you think it would be helpful if we had more Russians visit us?
No. Don't take much. Don't matter. Doesn't matter. Let them come. Yeah. I don't count on that sort of thing, coming with each other. No, it would be nice if we could learn, if they took some stand of their own, that is definable, you know. I should enjoy it. I don't want to see them fail in their own ideals. I'm afraid that would be my fear, that they have fallen away from their own ideals.
Mr. Lindley.
Mr. Frost, 3 years ago on this program, you were asked if you agreed with T.L. Eliot's line, "This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper." You disagreed completely. You said it wasn't going to end at all.
No.
Since then, we've had some rather formidable developments in missiles and whatnot. Do you still feel confident that the world, or at least civilization as we know it, isn't going to end?
I got acquainted with a young man in the train who said when I asked him what his occupation was, he said, "It embarrasses me to tell you I'm an exterminator." And I said, that just comes in handy. I like to go around telling people that when we talk about being wiped out, you know, by the bomb or by a big enough bomb, I like to say I think we're inexterminable, like lice and bed bugs. You can't really exterminate, and there'll always be some in cracks and crevices, and that's us.
Mr. Frost, on that note of philosophy, I think I'm going to have to interrupt. I'm sorry to have to bring our proceedings to a close, but I see that our time is up. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Frost, for being with us. Our thanks to Robert Frost and the members of the panel for a stimulating and enlightening half hour. Meet the Press is produced by Lawrence E. Spivak. And now a personal word, if I may. Nobody wants to throw his money away, and I know that you don't. And if you're going to give it away, you want to know where it's going and how it's going to be used. Now, if a man came up to you on the street and asked for a dime, you'd probably hesitate before giving it to him, and maybe deny him entirely. On the other hand, if you saw a neighbor in need of help, you wouldn't hesitate at all. You know what the money will be spent for. And this is true when you give it to the Red Cross. You know your money will buy food, medicine, and shelter for the victims of disaster. It will pay for rebuilding and refurnishing their homes. It will pay for instruction in first aid, swimming, and life-saving. It will finance loans and grants to servicemen and to their families in time of need. And in many areas, it will pay for the collection and distribution of blood for use in hospitals. These are some of the things you help finance when you contribute to the Red Cross. So let's give generously and keep Red Cross on the job. Thank you. 5 minutes of news coming up, and then Monitor continues. But for me and for this week, time has run out. This is Monty Hall saying thank you and good night.
This is Monitor, the NBC Weekend Radio Service.
When the Snow Lay Round About by James Forsyth, with David Buck as King Wenceslas, Mary Wimbush as Queen Drahomira, Philip Sully as Prince Boleslav, and Rosalind Adams as Samuel. On a summer evening of 1968, 1 hour before midnight, Warsaw-packed troops, moving with the coordination of an imperial army of the empires of the past, crossed the mountainous frontiers of what was once Bohemia. By breakfast of the following day, the whole of Czechoslovakia was under Russian control. In Prague, the ancient capital of the Bohemian kings, the bronze statue of Wenceslas looked down on stunned citizens and rumbling Russian tanks. Wenceslas looked down. Once again, the foreign hordes had come. This time it was the crusaders of the new righteousness, riding their armored steeds against the infidels of the West and the heretics of contemporary Bohemia, Czechoslovakia. 1,040 years before, in the year 928, the imperial army of the Franco-Germanic Empire crossed the mountainous frontiers of little independent Bohemia. Under the command of Henry of Saxony, they also advanced at a slower, but no less ruthless pace, upon Prague. Once there, Henry the German faced King Wenceslas. Down below the royal castle, and in the forest edge beyond the great river which skirts its rocky base, a peasant is gathering firewood of winter windfalls. With him, his young nephew, Samo. At least, that's what Yanni thought.
Samo! Samo! Where could the young devil... Where's here?
Up here! Up in the tree! The branch above your head.
What the devil do you think you are, a squirrel? Now come down out of there.
I'm coming. Oh!
Samo, back up towards the trunk. Oh, holy Liebeschön, jump! Samo? Samo?
Oh, ouch, that hurt.
It was meant to. You could have broken your leg, your arm. And look at that mud that's on you now.
I couldn't know the branch was rotten, could I?
You could know that this was no day to take idiot chances.
These clothes weren't going with me anyway. Oh, it's torn your green cape. Sorry, Uncle Yanni.
No thanks to you, the branch didn't crack my skull. Now, where's the wood you gathered?
Over there.
Right, add some of this dead stuff you brought down with you and bundle it all up. The light's going.
Oh, look, Uncle. Little stack of loggins all ready, and they're old and dry.
Put that down. But if you don't want another clip round the ear, do as you're told. That's King's wood for castle fires, not ours.
They're on your patch of the forest.
I know my patch. I cut them last year. And they're for up there. Look, see, the lamps are being lit up now. Just think, Santa. By tomorrow's sundown, it could be you that's lighting the castle lantern.
We need firewood more than the king.
Wrong, Patch, wrong. The king has 20 hungry fires to feed, if he's to keep his castle half as snug as our hut. I hope his wood fires are helping now to take away some of the chill that's in the heart of his holy Saxon guest.
You mean the Emperor?
Saxon king. No emperor, yet. Henry the Fowler, they call him. And he's got some of the hawk in him.
I saw some of his knights today. They were looking into the forest chapel. Are they Christians too?
Supposed to be. Here, help me get this on me back. I don't trust that imperial hawk, and he don't trust us. Or why has he kept hundreds of armoured knights round the castle and up the river by the ford?
Shall I tell you something, Uncle Yanni?
Probably, so make it short.
I'm really scared about going up there.
Well, as his page, you'll be close to the king, and you don't have to be scared of him. Everybody's scared of a new job. Well, I'd be worried if you wasn't.
You're not scared of anything, are you, Uncle Yanni?
Of course I get scared. We all do.
What scares you, Uncle Yanni?
Oh, I don't know. Lightning and the lone tree. The grip of a fire on a forest that's dry. And, females. And that female Drahomira right now.
Who's she?
Who's Drahomira, boy? Going up to be page to the king and you don't even know the name of his mother?
But I thought her name was Dromedary. Well, that's what Tata and Igor call her.
That's the nickname the forest folk give her. Because she drinks no water, keeps going forever, and gives us all the hump.
And is it true what Tata says about her?
What's that?
That Dromedary killed off King Wenceslas' grandmother because...
One thing remember when you get up there. Give ear to every tale you're told, but don't repeat any. All I know is that she's like a witch with a war horse for a broomstick. You never know when or where she'll swoop on you.
How could such a nice man as Wenceslas have such a witch of a mother? Eh, Uncle Yanni?
How could you have had such a devil of a father, God rest his roasted soul? Because your mother was an angel. So was the father of Wenceslas. An angel with a flaming sword, standing at the gates of Bohemia, protecting the Garden of Eden this country was to become, can still become now, if only Wenceslas can be let alone. We have peace here, the king's peace, the sort of peace that will let a promising young sapling like you grow as great and as strong as that great tree standing there in the clearing. Jesu, a lantern. Who could be coming this way through the forest now? Oh, no. Talk of the devil. I know that voice. Boy, it's her. It's your Dromedary. And on foot. Get down. Down behind our bundles. Down.
Who's with her?
The Boleslav, brother of Wenceslas.
Oh, now, look. My cape is torn. And my best riding boots...
Clothes can be sewn and boots don't bleed.
A complete folly to come this way. And on foot. By carriage.
By carriage we could have been stopped.
We're stopped now. And not by Saxon knights, but by Bohemian mud. We'll be up to our knees in it if we go on.
Not my old knees. Get your breath back, boy. Well, I hitch up my skirts.
Oh, Mother, are we peasants?
Yes, and we'll be royal peasants till the day we die. Hey, look. Castles aswarm with torches. The Emperor must still be there.
And were I the King of Bohemia, he'd never leave it.
And we'd never survive your folly. There is to be no bloodshed. Not yet. But Boleslav, get this clear. If your brother treats with the Emperor so that Bohemia is brought within the imperial sway for our so-called protection, then nothing must be allowed to protect him. It is fate you must leave to me.
What do you mean?
Oh, boy. I'm not unaware of the love that continues between you two, nor should you think my love for him dead. But if Wenceslas signs away the independence of Bohemia, then he is a traitor, and as a traitor he has to die. But you, Boleslav, nothing is now so precious to me as the independent survival of this country.
Nothing?
Not even your life, my dear one. Certainly not mine. One thing I do respect in the Christians is that they see human sacrifice as a necessity, and it sometimes is. Let me go.
Ploughing through mud like peasants.
We began with the plough and the horse, so we will plough on now, and you will be horse. Now, take me up.
Oh, Jesus Christus.
When you swear, boy, swear by something really sacred to you. Now, take me up.
How you enjoy degrading me.
The truly degrading thing would be that one son proved too weak to make a good king, and the other too spineless to make a good horse. Now, stoop.
What a woman. Who's the Dromedary now?
Oh, what was that?
Shut it, boy. On your knees. On your hands and knees, quick.
Mother, get down.
Someone laughed. That was no animal sound.
There. You.
Run. No, don't run too late.
You. Stand where you are.
Oh, dear God, help us. Samo, leave this to me. Kneel down. Your Majesties.
Who is it?
Who the devil are you?
Yanni, Excellency. King's forester, and my brother's son.
And what are you doing here at this hour?
Gathering wood for our fire. I live by St. Agnes
You were hiding.
Sir.
Why?
Stealing the king's wood.
Oh, no, sir. No, only Wingfield wood. Show their Excellencies some.
Then why were you going to run?
We were afraid that...
That what?
Afraid that having heard what we said...
No, I would never repeat.
So you did overhear what we said, did you? Answer me.
Answer the Queen Mother. Or with this hunting knife, pig?
Please, Your Majesty. We're faithful people. We're forest folk who know how and when to hold our tongues. The boy's trustworthy, too. Ask the king. Why else would he have chosen this boy to be his own page?
Whose page?
King Wenceslas.
chose this boy for his page?
This wood was for a fire to make the boys' farewell supper. Tomorrow he goes up to the castle to start work.
Well, I think you'd better start work tonight, boy. What's your name?
Samo.
Good name. A great savior of Bohemia, Samo was. Would you like to help save Bohemia, too, from the invaders?
Of course.
The boy will come with us.
Oh, Your Majesty, his clothes and his...
And you, old Forrester. You go back to your hut. Yes, I remember you. Well, Yanni, if you breathe a word of what you heard me say this night...
I understand, Your Majesty.
Say goodbye, boy.
Uncle.
Oh, Samo, God is good. Remember that tree? We are the roots. Yes. And don't forget us down here in the forest.
Go off with you, old root.
Uncle Yanni, tell Teta I...
Home, old dog, and take your bundle of wood with you.
I'll miss you, Samo.
Uncle.
Come here, boy. You see this Scythian dagger at my hip?
Excellency?
It slit the throat of a red stag today. And it will slit your throat. If you don't prove to my mother and me that what your uncle said was true, that the forest folk know how to hold their tongues...
Oh, we do.
Then prove it right now. Put out your tongue. Out. Right out. Now, hold it. Right.
Oh, was that necessary?
Yes.
You could have severed the boy's tongue.
Only a chuck under the chin. But, boy, taste the blood, do you?
Yes.
Your blood. So, taste it. And never forget when you get up into that castle there to hold your tongue whenever you attempt to say anything about what happened down here, or else all your blood is going to do what the blood of that stag did today. Stain the earth. Now, on through this mud. Up, Mother, and on.
Get out, idiot. I'm going to bed.
Mother, I have to know what you told the boy to do.
I only told him to repeat to me what Wenceslas says in private. Have you left them together?
I'm taking him in now.
It was foolish to delay. The Emperor may go tomorrow. There's bound to be more talking tonight.
He was obviously suspicious of our sudden arrival. What did Wenceslas say to you?
Nothing. Nothing. He would never turn away the traveller at his door. Oh, go now. Take the boy in to Wenceslas.
Ah, Boleslav.
Boy, there is your king.
And who is this?
By a strange coincidence, we met your new page at the forest edge. And his uncle, the forester, old Yanni.
Welcome, boy. Yes, I know your Uncle Yanni. When he worked at the castle and I was a boy, it was he who taught me how to split wood, how to think the axe right through to the chopping block. Samo is your name, isn't it?
Yes, Majesty.
Well, Samo, this can only be a very brief welcome. Go, stand by the fire while I see Prince Boleslav out. Brother, you must forgive me if I cannot talk to you till tomorrow when I
know, but brother, as you talk with your imperial guest, please remember that though he speaks for an empire, you speak for a people who will never pay for peace by servitude.
There is, brother, service and servitude. King Henry and I serve the same God, as do my people.
But that's not true. Well, not all your people. Half of Bohemia.
Brother, please, not now.
But if you're proceeding on that assumption...
Boleslav, I am king. Your king, too. You must trust me, not our mother.
Oh, Wenceslas, if I argue passionately, believe me, it's not only to save beloved Bohemia from shame, but to save you from destruction. But, brother, I love both passionately. Oh, that you should know.
I do, and respect the fact. Good night.
Good night.
Well, Samo, come closer to the fire, for either you are frightened or cold, and no servant of mine should tremble for either. But as you can see, we have family squabbles up here, just as you have them down there in the forest, eh?
Yes, sir.
And if anything does frighten you while I'm otherwise busy, then you go to the Castellan's wife, the Lady Beatrix. She is the most compassionate creature in the whole castle. Yet, if anything very deeply troubles you, then, busy or not, you are to come to me. You are my page. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Samo,
Sir?
you did not always talk with a lisp, did you?
No, sir. I hurt my tongue.
Yes. There's blood at the corner of your mouth. How did you do that?
I bit it, eating my food.
Samo, your face is saying rather a different thing to me than your tongue is. Your family had a reputation for honesty.
Sir?
You cannot be in my service, you know, if you do not tell the truth. This is not the truth, is it?
No,
Then why are you afraid to tell me it?
because I fell out of a tree and struck my chin and I bit my tongue falling.
I see. All right, boy. Run along now. Go to the Lady Beatrix and let her put some salve on that after you've eaten.
Sire?
And, Samo, your tabard is on inside out. Put it right, or in the kitchen they'll laugh at you, and to be laughed at on a first day in a new place is not very nice, is it?
No, sir. No,
Oh, look out, boy.
I'm sorry.
Young goat. But it's all right. What we've dropped is not breakable, at least when it's signed. The Articles of Agreement, Your Majesty. Pick them up, boy.
Pick up the papers, Samo.
Majesty.
Samo is my new page.
Ah.
Cheer up, boy. This is McGee, the Castellan.
Pleased to meet you. Well, almost. But you nearly winded me.
Now, off you go to the Lady Beatrix. She will dry your tears.
Come now. Samo's the name of a hero. This isn't very heroic.
Sorry, Lady Beatrix.
Cry so over a little hurt.
Oh, it's not my tongue. It's that I told him a lie, and I've never...
Shh. Here comes Prince Boleslav.
What's that? Why is the boy weeping? Why are you crying, boy?
Oh, because he says he told the king a little lie.
Did he? Leave the boy to me, Beatrix. Leave him.
Very well. Don't keep him long from his bed. The boy's tired out.
So we are a liar, are we?
No, Excellency. No, the lie I told the king was about my tongue. I said I'd hurt it falling out of a tree.
And how'd I know that isn't a lie to me now?
No, please, it's true.
It had better be. It's a much longer drop from here down to the river rocks than from the limb of any tree. What has the king said to you so far?
Not very much.
Then come and tell not very much to the Queen Mother and me before you sleep.
Boy! Oh, Beatrix, what was the page's,
Samo.
Samo!
Sorry, sire. Sorry.
You must remain within call.
Queen Drahomira.
She's not queen. She is Queen Mother.
Wenceslas has no queen.
Queen Mother Drahomira wanted to speak to me.
So did the king. And he, not Drahomira, is the ruler of Bohemia. You are not her servant. Is that clear?
Yes, Baron Matchie.
Not Baron, Castellan.
Oh, Castellan.
Poor lad. With so many new things, his head's a swim like a swilled cup.
Yeah. The wine and the other silver cups, Samo, are in there by the great fire.
And King Henry of Saxony is astir, and you and I have to usher him in. And don't hold the royal cup as if it was a peasant mug. You're on duty. Follow me. Your Majesty, His Highness King Henry.
Come, friend, to the fire. Thank you, Matchie. Leave the boy. I'll send him for you when we need you.
Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Always a very welcome blaze, the morning fire.
Yes, the sun may be up and clear, but the chill of these nights at this time of year lingers till noon. And this morning we had the benefit of a specially skilled firemaker, eh, Samo? It was your kindling, wasn't it?
Majesty.
My new page is a forest boy. Bring the cups here. Steady.
Yes, you'll need a steadier hand than that boy. Practice falconry. Nothing like a falcon on the wrist to create a steady hand.
The visitor first.
Thank you, boy.
Now, sit aside, Samuel. That's your stool. Keep an eye on the fire. This cup, shall we say, is to the keeping of peace.
I drink to that. Wenceslas, last night you said something troubling to me, so that I am still uncertain that you are clear about what we offer, and, of course, the price. Should the boy be here?
Nothing we may now say should be secret from my people.
That, too, worries me. Your degree of trust.
Henry, my brother in Christ, by any agreement to be reached about Bohemia, you were not to be my ruler.
Forgive me. With personal concern for you.
Last night, what troubled you?
Oh, only words to the effect that the tree of state, seen as a great tree, can only be strong if it stands quite free and its roots are respected.
And with that you disagree?
No. It is that in making that statement you seem to imply that we, of the Empire, and that I personally, did not want Bohemia to stand free.
But protected. I was only stressing the point that a plant protected can be overprotected. Come to this window. Boy, come. I want you to see two trees. That one, standing within the protection of the castle walls, my grandmother, Ludmilla, planted. As a sapling, it was taken from the river forest down there. It has sun, it has air, but it has never been buffeted by any great wind, and by the wall its roots are limited. It has never thrived. In fact, next year it will probably be a dead thing. But down there, and over the river by the forest edge, is a great tree that has always been an entire delight to me. It stands free of the forest, but is neighbour to the whole empire of trees beyond. It enjoys the freedom of a tree in good native soil, open not only to the sun and the rain, but to the buffet of healthy winds also. It thrives. It will survive.
Even storms?
Even storms.
But not uprooting tempests?
Not tempests, no.
And from tempests, we would protect Bohemia. Tempests which will come to you from beyond the giant mountains, beyond your forest lands.
The Magyar hordes.
And the sword of Silesia. And all the barbarian threat now building against Bohemia. Against these you simply cannot stand alone, now can you?
Close the shutters, boy.
Wenceslas, why won't you give me your decision? Why won't you trust me? You who are so trustful of others.
It offends you, I know.
Oh, no. This is a matter above persons and the personal. But I must now begin my journey back, and if I do not go carrying your agreement, well...
Please, dear brother in majesty, sit.
Thank you.
Samo, pass that wooden casket to me. Thank you. Here, in the fire, is warmth. Here we have wine and bread. And here, for the moment, we have that peace within which can be nourished by these. This is all we need for life to be sustained in us, and God to give that life wonder. All the rest is greed and ambitious illusions. My desire is simply that every man, woman, and child within our little Bohemia should have that peace and the provision to enjoy these needs. And if the general achievement of this were to reduce me and my own household to the same peasant simplicity, I'd praise God for it. I've tasted its joy. And the sooner we reach this simplicity, the sooner life lived as praise can be every man's privilege, and peace not be the mere negation of strife, but a positive joy.
Oh, a dream, Wenceslas. A sentimental, though a lovely dream.
Neither sentimental nor a dream.
In this world, a dream, yes. Well, you cannot live your life as though you were an anonymous monk. And it is the dreamer in you that worries me. To be regal is to face the reality that crowns bring crosses.
I am talking of reality. It was not dreaming to have tended the vines and pressed the grapes which made this wine. I did so. It was not dreaming to scythe the standing wheat, thrash the chaff from the true grain, and see this bread into the oven and out again. I did so. And is it not a reality that you have come here and have honored me with these deep deliberations, and peacefully, not because you fear me, not because I hold immense forces as you do, or the rich resources of empire? You could so easily have overrun all Bohemia. And if you have held off, is it not because that deep in you, as in any man truly alerted to the goodness of God, you do realize, and not just at the altar, symbolically, that the bread, the wine, the warmth is enough, and his peace praised abundantly is the fulfillment of man?
Oh, the world. This wide world, what will it do to you, dear Wenceslas? I came alone, yes, because of you and what you are. And having come, I am more than ever determined to be your protector, and so the protector of your Bohemia. Therefore, do you accept our protection? Do you?
There is still one thing.
I need an answer now.
But this thing is crucial to what we would agree and to the whole success of that agreement. Because for my people to accept, it is the most difficult condition of all.
What condition?
The presence on Bohemian soil of foreign soldiery.
Foreign soldiery? Christian knights and Christian fighting men who would defend to the death all you so dearly believe in.
But who to our peasants are foreigners. It is I who am now being the realist, because I know my proud people. Why need any force be stationed on our soil when on any sign of invasion we can call upon your...
You have not admitted one blatant reality. That you have a house divided. There therefore has to be a force left here. If only sufficient to support you in any castle revolution.
What have you been told?
Oh, Wenceslas, I don't have to be told. I have eyes, I have ears, so have you. You are a house divided. And you know it. Your mother, your brother, the senior baron who would command all the royal levies, Baron Krock, and half the barons too are heathens. They don't act as you do. They cannot tolerate your belief. Do you deny it?
No, I do not.
Your own mother. When Ludmilla stood in her way, bravely teaching you the love of Christ, poisoned.
I know. The boy.
No, you need me. Bohemia needs me. And our protection. But I thought that under the one God we had agreed. Boy, these documents.
Majesty.
Wenceslas, I cannot wait. I will not make this offer again. Now, do you now accept our protection? These are, we agree, the only points at issue. Do you accept them? That, as a token tribute, you render annually 120 head of cattle and 600 marks. That also there shall remain within your immediate royal domain. At your call, though under our command, 40 mounted knights and 100 armed men. That upon these acceptances, Bohemia becomes tributary to the empire, yet ruled by you, and that rule to be under the letters of the law now native to her. That this is done in the spirit of the laws of God, as we jointly do reverence them within the revelations of Christ. There. Now do you, beloved Wenceslas, accept this? And now, do you? Do you?
I do.
Then sign these, and let us drain our cups, and let me clasp you to my heart, Oh, I'm not unmindful of your anguish, and of the personal strain.
Samo.
Sir?
Fetch Castellan Macchi. Let my royal seal be brought.
Mother, the boy's been sent to fetch the royal seal, and that can mean only one thing.
Agreement.
This may be him. Good boy. Here he is, Mother.
Bring him close to the window.
The better to see if you are lying, Samo.
Boleslav, leave this to me. Now, Samo, the only reason for my asking you questions is that you may help me to save Bohemia.
Yes, Majesty.
I don't think you're too young to understand that my own sad son, your king, has been misled by lies told to him by foreign priests. Now, their only aim is to lead us all in chains into their so-called Holy Empire. Now, Samo, what did the king, our Wenceslas, say to Henry of Germany?
He said so many things, ma'am. How can I remember them all?
Samo, did you hear either king speak of Bohemia and its protection?
Wenceslas only wants peace. He said so.
But did he say anything to the Saxon king about accepting the Empire's protection?
Well, did he?
Now, boy, it's a simple question.
Wenceslas is a good man, ma'am.
And Henry the Fowler is a bad man. Now, surely you could see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Samo, did Wenceslas say yes to Henry's offer of protection?
Yes, ma'am, but he...
So, my God, it's done.
And in agreeing, did Wenceslas talk of any conditions about tribute of goods, cattle?
Or men? Fighting men?
Fighting men? Oh?
What do you mean? Oh.
Well, only a few soldiers and mounted knights, Christian knights.
Christian knights?
What to do?
Well, just stay here when his armies go.
Frankish soldiery on our soil. Why?
If you do not fully tell us the truth...
But I couldn't hear it all.
You could hear enough.
He must have given a reason to Wenceslas for leaving any soldiery here.
And some of the words I didn't understand.
You don't have to understand.
We shall understand.
He said the knights were to stop a castle revolution.
Oh, then let his lovely knights stay. For it will take all of the Imperial army now to stop Croc and the barons and me.
Be quiet, fool. The seal must be set.
And there go our protectors. Samo, for being a better servant of Bohemia than my beloved fool of a brother, take this. It's my hunting dagger. Take it, I've others. Take it. Now go.
Samo.
Majesty.
Before supper, come back here. There is something I need you to do for me.
Majesty.
This is a day of shame for me, as a mother and as a Bohemian.
Now at last the issue's clear. Oh, need we be so solemn, Mamma?
Tomorrow is his birthday. The day I gave him birth.
What's this? Samo, this won't do. Hush now. Oh, sure you don't want to shame yourself before the whole kitchen.
No.
Well, straighten up, boy. What's this dagger? God, boy, you haven't done something foolish, have you?
I want to go home. I just want to go home.
Oh, dear me. Listen, Samo, I want to go home, too. My home's far away, beyond the western forest, in the hills where the Vltava rises, and I love it. And when I first came here as my dear Matchie's bride, I cried. Yes, I cried every day for a month. Even though I love Matchie, even though Wenceslas was kindness itself. Homesickness is as natural a thing as seasickness is on the sea. Now, where'd you get this dagger?
Prince Boleslav gave it to me.
Why? Samo, what has Boleslav been saying to you?
I want to go home.
Now, just stop it, Samo. You're not a baby. You're royal page to the King of Bohemia. Take my handkerchief.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you should be. Now, stand up. Straighten your tabard. You're going to walk with me right through the great kitchen, just as though nothing had happened. Then, in Matty's private chamber, you and I will write a letter home. A nice letter.
I can't write very much.
Then I'll write it for you. Now, follow me and no tearful nonsense. All right?
Castellan! Castellan!
Your Majesty, a moment, Baron Croc. Sire.
Castellan, this is Prince Vasily Voronov, who will be my ninth commander remaining in command of our Bohemian detachment.
Your Bohemian?
I mean the fighting men of the Imperial force whom I now leave with you on Bohemian soil. Prince Voronov, this is the King's Castellan Macchi.
Welcome. Allow the welcome to come from me. This is Baron Croc, who, in any emergency, has all the baronial levies brought under his command.
Your Majesty's servant, sir.
Baron? Before Your Majesty's departure, may Baron Croc and I see the Prince's knights and their men on their way to their encampment?
Certainly. The Prince Vasily himself will follow. He and I have to take our farewells. Vasily?
Sire.
Vasily, this Baron Croc, he is Drahomira's man, comes of her tribe, the heathen Luteces. He is not to be trusted. In any emergency, only obey orders from Wenceslas or from me.
From you, but Highness...
As we withdraw through the country, certain sick knights falling by the way will create a chain of mounted men as far as the border. Understand?
Understood. Is King Wenceslas informed of this?
No. This is a secret between myself and you, and the Almighty. For when the blood flows and these baronial vultures tear at the king, we, the falcons, must be ready to fly. 100 hooded and ready mounted will be kept over the border.
Majesty, I understand.
But while here, do everything in your power to create, Christian friendship between your knights and these people. Macchi, the Castellan, is to be trusted. Adieu.
Sire, adieu. And may God protect us. The protectors.
Beatrix is being very kind to me.
Not unpleasant for me to write down. Thank you, Samuel.
And please, Uncle. Oh.
What's wrong?
My Uncle Yanni can't read.
Isn't there somebody who could...
Oh, Teta. Yes, she can read.
And who's Teta?
My cousin. Can I say something more?
Yes. In any case, you must finish it properly.
Please, Uncle Yanni, give my love to Teta. I so miss her.
Now.
Sorry.
Let's just say I so miss her company and all my friends of the forest, your affectionate nephew. Oh, can you sign your name?
Oh, yes, Teta taught me.
The men now bringing the winter wood in can take you down to the ferryman. Your name here.
Yeah.
And Samo.
Yes, my lady.
All love for you isn't just down there in your old home. If you went from here now, I'd miss you. Now go.
Yes, my lady.
Oh, now steady, boy.
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, don't make a habit of butting into me every time I open a door.
Sorry, Castellan Macchi.
Oh, Macchi, the child doesn't understand your fun.
Homesickness?
Yes, I think so.
What's this?
Oh, it's a letter home I wrote for the boy.
Don't spoil him. I must try what weeping can do for me.
Idiot. But, Macchi, dearest, I think Boleslav's trying to make use of that boy.
For what purpose?
Spying on the king.
Oh, he's a good boy. Trustworthy, isn't he?
I think so, but he's very frightened. In the letter here, he says to his uncle, but it's Prince Boleslav I'm scared of, and I don't want to have to do anything bad for the king. He's so good to me.
Didn't you question the boy about that?
Oh, the least precious. You could see he burst into tears. But Boleslav's given him a present of a hunting knife.
Devil, to make use of a frightened child. Well, I'll tackle him in the morning. Oh, what a day. But one I believe that is going to be the start of another peaceful chapter in our history. Unless...
Yes, Croc. Dear Croc. A strange sunset.
End to a strange day.
An end much more for me.
I don't think you've seen the end of Henry the Fowler. They're all birds of a feather, your imperialists, righteous to a degree and rascals in pursuit of what they see as right. It's going to be hard to see hundreds still roosting here and eating our grain while we pay in beef. All for the privilege of holy protection. But I must not trouble your Majesty's rest.
Oh, that's trouble beyond sleeping now.
Yet a good night to my beloved queen.
Beloved queen? Setting the clock back, old warhorse?
Would that I could. Sleep as you can. The night watch is still Bohemian, and it's watching the watchers.
When Wenceslas was too young to reign and I ruled, were you happier then?
Good God, need you ask?
And if Boleslav ruled?
Well, again, need you ask? Still too hot-headed.
I had to ask. Oh, open the door, Croc. I know who it is.
Come in, boy.
Samo, come here.
Yes, Majesty.
Samo, the king will be wanting his supper. Here's the wine in his silver cup, and here's the wheaten bread, and with it this cheese, which is an old favourite with him. Take them up, and take them in, and don't spill any on the way.
Majesty.
And Samo, this you must say to my dear son, the king, that I have not forgotten his birthday and all the hope born with him upon that day, and that my love for him remains as deep and as true as it is for Bohemia, and that is an end of it.
Boy, you're late. The king's been asking for you. Where have you been?
To your mother, sir, to fetch the king's supper.
And why aren't you wearing the dagger I gave you? Now, watch out, you'll spill the wine. Wait. You say you fetched this bread and wine from my mother, not from the cook in the kitchens?
Yes.
She prepared it with her own hands?
It was for his birthday. Something special. Something... Oh.
Now, sit there. I won't be long.
But...
Don't talk to anyone. You hear?
Sir?
Wenceslas.
Yes. I knew there were bound to be questions from Mother and you before the sky lost all its gold.
Aye. And if the question for me were not desperate, I would not interrupt you at your prayers.
Oh, I wasn't praying. I was simply kneeling by the window to see along the river to the ford.
Aye. King Henry's left a rear guard there, which was intended for a vanguard one day.
No. These are men of peace. Peace, Boleslav, is King Henry's aim, as mine.
Wenceslas, you know that whatever our differences may be, however violent our arguments, there is, and will always be in me, a real love of you.
Oh, I've never had any difficulty, Boleslav, in believing that you, in your hot heart, loved me.
Then in that love now, let me plead with you to make me a promise. It can be a private promise between us, that as soon as his army is beyond Bohemia, you will tear up this treaty with Henry, which I know he'll never on his side honour.
Are you asking me, the King of Bohemia, to break my solemn pledge to a great Christian king made after painful and full consideration? Where then would be the contract between princes and nations?
Look at me, brother. Look. I know my reputation for hot-headedness, but now, clearly and calmly, seeing more than you see and caring for Bohemia even more deeply than you...
Yes, for Bohemia. An idea, a pride, a principle, but not for its people.
Its people? Its land, its history, us, you. I tell you that if tonight, if now, you will not solemnly promise me that you will revoke this treaty, which takes away our ancient independence, then I will not answer for your life. In fact, I cannot.
Are you threatening me with death?
No. I am pleading with you for your life. Oh, Wenceslas, we know that we both came crying from the one woman's womb, I and me probably screaming. For it is I who have inherited the violence native in her. But now, if you will not be our passionate father's son and fight the invaders, then I cannot save you. Wenceslas, for God's sake...
My life is not in human hands alone. And I do fight. And the passion of our parents is in me. I fight. But the enemy I fight is deep in you, in me, and in all of us. A dragon of destruction who, if not fought off, will inevitably see the destruction of family, castle, land, and all the people, whoever they may be, of Bohemia, Moravia, Gaul, Saxony. Oh, certainly I am no hooded bird of prey tied to an emperor's wrist, nor am I the eagle on the battle banners of our heroic father, but neither am I the passionless dove you take me to be. For the dove of life, as my Christ knew, has all the passion of creation in it. For the rage of creation ran through the Creator in the making of man. I will create peace for this people, because their need is 7 more years of creative peace. 7 years to grow to the grace and strength where we may truly say, in our Bohemia is the new Eden, where men live to tend the garden that was God's and is ours, and where we take joy in the fruits of it.
If you so love, as so obviously you do, the peasant life, why not go and be a peasant? Let me, not Henry the Fowler, protect you. Keep your Christ, renounce your crown. Live like a monk in the woods you love.
And Bohemia?
Leave her to me. Or else.
Or else.
Or else, kill me and imprison our mother. Because neither of us will ever allow this subjection to the Empire to happen. This is despair, not hate of you. The coming day's your birthday. Make it a new beginning. Promise me to stand aside, as I know in your heart you would love to do. Be your man of peace, and appoint me, not our mother, to be your successor. Wenceslas.
Brother, no. God bless you for the love in this. But no. And good night.
Boy, why are you sitting here staring at the King's cup?
Prince Boleslav told me to wait here.
Boleslav?
Castellan Machi. When they say that Drahomira killed Ludmila...
Samo!
Yes, what about Drahomira? Samo!
Matty, the boy's wanted in there with the King's supper. Move, boy.
But Boleslav, the King's page comes under my orders.
And you may come under mine sooner than you think. So, go in, boy.
Oh, Samo, it's you. Samo, give me the... Thank you. Oh, it is a cold cup. Ha! Take the poker here, push it in where the red embers are. That's it. I will show you how to mull a good cup of wine. Why are you so silent, Samo? You're not happy here, are you? Don't hold on to the poker so or it'll burn you. When the other end is red hot, we take it up with this leather glove and then we plunge it into this cup of wine to mull it. I have spices here in this little casket, see? Boy, have you nothing to say to me?
Majesty, your mother...
What of her?
She said to tell you that she'd not forgotten your birthday and the hopes... She said the hopes born with you.
Yes. I know her hopes, Sam. Did she say anything more?
That she loves you.
Not something you believe, boy. Is it?
No.
Well, that's honest. Yet it is true. My terrible mother terribly loves me. Now, take my cup in your hands again. In goes the spice. Hold it still. Now, see. The poker's red hot. Hold out the cup. Head back for the fizz. Smell the spice. Now, hand me the cup. Samo, I said, give me the cup. What's the matter with you, boy? Samo, in God's name!
Your Majesty. Samo, I want to die.
The boy gulped my wine. When I tried to wrest the cup from him, he threw the contents onto the fire.
I want to die.
Quick, Beatrix, take the boy with you. Make him sick, make him vomit. Quickly. And keep him with you. Let no others know. Beatrix tells me it was your mother prepared the cup tonight.
Oh, dear God, no.
And the food.
Who's there?
Mother?
Boleslav, is that you? Wait. Wenceslas.
Mother? You had not expected to see me again, had you?
I was Startled to see you standing there, like the ghost of your father.
The boy drank the wine. Yes, the boy. He will live. A pig ate the food. It is dead.
Why, Mother? Why ask when you know the answer? To save Bohemia.
By murder of your own son? At the risk of damnation to your own soul?
Better far that I, still loving you, should kill you now, than that later the people in panic and hate should tear you to pieces.
That my people will never do.
They are not your people, they are Bohemia's people. Only yours through my folly in ceding the crown to you because of age and the advice of idiots.
They are mine, Mother, only through a love which our crown has begun to mean and must go on meaning.
By selling their freedom, by crippling their native spirit through concessions to the creeping priests of Rome.
No!
Yes! I wished you dead. I wish you dead now if nothing will change your course. So, put me in chains, kill me, for I will not change, and I will not wait to see here in life what so clearly I've seen in my dreadful dreams. I've seen Bohemians in screaming despair swarming in their thousands from our forests out there and on up here to kill their king. Kill me now, for I want to be our king's killer. Wenceslas.
Oh, you will not die. Not at my hands. Nor will Boleslav.
Boleslav did not know.
Oh, he knew. Or he guessed.
Where are you going? Wenceslas! Wenceslas!
Samo, it's all right. You'll be all right now. That was a brave thing to do. The king came in and he kissed your head as you slept. Archie, what is it?
My sword. My sword.
What's wrong?
Look. The king. He's walked out into the night going God knows where. How are you, boy?
I'm all right, sir.
But, Archie, the king...
I'll come back as soon as I know where he's gone. Good boy, Samo. You've saved the king's life.
Has the king gone from the castle, eh?
Archie says so.
He'll come back, won't he?
Oh, of course. Now lie still. Boleslav, how dare you come in here without permission?
I want the boy.
No, he's sick.
I'm not sick now. And if you touch Lady Beatrix on me, I'll plunge this dagger into you.
So my own dagger is to dispatch me like a pig, huh? Spirit, eh? Well, young Bohemian, with the way things are moving, we'll need a few spirited Bohemians about, but...
Oh, Samo!
Oh! Young devil, quick, bind this up. If he's run off, I'll set the dogs on him.
No, Croc, no. Nor as much he found which way he went.
And the boy?
Oh, Boleslav will start a full hunt for him in the morning. He's lost a lot of blood.
Do Boleslav good. But did Wenceslas give you no idea why or where?
Croc, we know why.
Yes, and so does McGee. Beatrix and the boy, too. Oh, this was ill-planned, Your Majesty. They'll have to be somehow silenced or word will get out. And his knights will get it to Henry in Saxony. Any attack on the king and the excuse for that invasion is there. Too soon, Drahomira, too soon. Ah, Boleslav, no news?
Mother, his monk's garb's gone.
Ah, then once again he'll be walking among his people like an unknown monk in the stupid belief that he can get to know the will of the people. And he's gone because he couldn't bear the truth, I told him.
What matters now is what we will do while he's gone, which is to prepare for war.
Yes. Listen to them. Listen. The Saxon fowlers, sweet Christian knights, encamped by the ford, and singing what? What song, Mother, eh?
Our harvest festival song.
The sickle and the sheaf? Yes, it is.
But how would they know it?
Probably schooled in the song before they ever left Saxony.
Ah, sly.
Sickening. So, while my holy brother is out of the way, let's get rid of these sly invaders.
No.
What? Have you weakened too?
No. Let the big battle come, but I need more time to prepare.
Great God, man, you're in Bohemia now. Split these singing throats tonight. Sound your war horns at dawn, and by noon there will be hundreds of men pouring forth from the forests, the meadows, the mountains.
Aye, men on foot, and mostly armed at best with dagger and spear. But those Saxons singing now are mostly mounted men and armoured. The horses we have bred, but we are still breeding men who are able to ride to the sword and the lance. It needs training, it needs time, which, thank God, Wenceslas has given us.
Yes. Till word gets back to Henry that Bohemia has no king.
All that Henry's Voronov need know is that Wenceslas has gone on a holy pilgrimage to various local shrines within the kingdom.
You, Boleslav, you will hunt down the boy and bring him here.
You will not, old woman. Now order me. I will do what I will do.
Boleslav! Prince Boleslav! If you defy the orders of our queen, I will be obliged to imprison you for treason. Your mother, our queen, voluntarily vacated the throne for your brother. He has gone, deserted the throne and the crown, and the throne reverts to
God's mother. It is not only the Saxons who are sly, not just Henry the German who seeks a power that I am entitled to. An old devil who seeks it stands behind you now.
No, let him go. All his rage will be vented on the boy, if he finds him.
Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni!
Teta. Why, all that's marvellous. What have you dragged out here?
A surprise, Yanni, eh?
It's your own little donkey cart decorated for the Harvest Festival.
And we're the donkeys to have dragged it right out here through the wood.
I wanted you, Uncle Yanni, to see how well Igor and I had decorated it.
Lord, Teta, I didn't know there were that many wild roses left in the forest.
There are.
She made most of them out of cloth.
A clever girl, isn't she? I suppose this flower of the flowers of the forest, Igor, will be all petalled up in a fancy dress and sitting on the cart the great day, waiting, shall we say expecting, to be crowned Queen of the Harvest.
Don't be silly, Uncle Yanni.
It might be silly to expect anyone else to win.
Oh, don't be a donkey.
Well, I will be, more or less, for I'm to be the front part of the festival horse pulling this.
Well, stop the horseplay and let's have the food.
There's Samuel's letter. You said you wanted it, didn't you?
All right, read it over to me. All morning my old brain's been sawing and sawing away at the edges of what the boy meant by that bit about Prince Boleslav.
But it's Prince Boleslav I'm afraid of, and I do not want to have to do...
that's it.
Anything bad for the king.
Anything bad for the king. See, it worries you too, doesn't it?
Do you think you should go up to the castle?
Dear God!
What is it?
That's Samuel, look! He's coming through the trees.
Teta! Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni!
Boy, what in the great God's name are you doing down here?
I've run away last night.
You've run away from the castle?
Oh, Samuel!
You young idiot. What do you want to do? Shame your family and bring the king's anger down upon me?
No, you don't understand.
I'll understand, all right, and so will you when I get you up there.
No!
What did you say?
You don't understand. I can't go back.
Samuel.
Why not, Samuel?
They'd kill me.
Who?
Drahomira, Boleslav, Baron Krok.
The king wouldn't
The king's gone.
Gone?
Gone? Dear God, he's not...
Oh, no, he's not dead. But Drahomira tried to...
Hush, boy. Hold your tongue and come with us back to the hut. Come, boy.
Uncle Yanni, where could I go?
All right. Just let's get you out of sight.
I didn't mean to come here and bring trouble to you, Uncle Yanni. But when I swam the river, I was so cold.
All right.
I left my tabard by the river shore so they'd think I drowned.
All right, we'll work on that. Now just be quiet, boy, and do as you've been told.
It is understood by me, Baron Krok, yet it is a long duration of the king to be from the castle, no?
We have a king, Voronov, who does not know discipline, as you and I do as soldiers. Oh, a good king. Too good a man, perhaps, for this world.
As was our saviour.
Yes. But when your Christus told his faithful band that he would be crucified and rise on the third day, he at least kept his appointments.
A strange sense of humour you have in Bohemia.
But good tunes. You Christians sing well.
Thank you. And in the castle, all is peace?
Why not?
And the Castellan, McGee, he is well, because he has ceased visiting our camp.
Oh, he went out after the king and hasn't yet come back.
Boleslav, if you drink less, I'd get more sense out of you. Where is Machi now?
The dungeon's still in chains.
Beatrix, too?
Beatrix, too.
And still no sight of the boy?
The boy's drowned. They fished out more of his clothes.
But no body.
Not yet. But I've seen the man of straw at the spring festival swept right down to Rotislavi before it surfaced again. Even I wouldn't have swum the river that night. He had spirit. I could have made a fighting man out of him.
Oh, don't fill that goblet again unless you want to drown in wine.
It's Harvest Festival. It's time for drinking, and it's more than time for fighting. Isn't King Croc ready yet?
King Croc?
Oh, make up your mind, Mother. That old war horse is not after a crock of gold. He wants the crown of Bohemia on his thick skull, and our skulls in his hairy hands.
Oh,
You wait and see. But beyond the harvest, I'm not waiting.
Boleslav! You must.
Why must I?
Because I cannot. God will not let me.
What are you talking about?
Let me put it simply in order to get through your thick skull. I am dying, boy.
Dying?
None of the doctors will give me more than a matter of weeks.
Mother.
Croc must not know, but you must not challenge him.
Not for the crown.
The crown will be yours in time.
In time?
The great conflict is coming soon, which will sweep away Wenceslas and all weakness, but Bohemia must be united in the fight, and the barons will obey Croc, not you.
I'm no longer prince.
Great God! Why was I given sons who will not see that the crown is hollow until men with majesty invest it with brain and brawn? Croc has the experience and cunning in the field to lead the barons to battle, but you must be seen bearing the banner of the eagles.
Ah, the banner boy, Mother. What am I?
Why did God give me two such sons? Oh, Bohemia, Bohemia!
Samo, I'm here.
Well, you didn't answer.
Oh, Tedda, why can't I be up in the hayloft where there's space to stand up? Oh, what's that?
It's meal porridge and cream.
I don't want any. I'm not hungry.
Would you rather die? Would you rather, like Machi, spend the rest of your days in the castle dungeon? They say Lady Beatrix is there, too.
Beatrix? Oh, Tedda, when will the king come back?
Only the king knows that. Take a sip of this, please. Just to please me.
You don't suppose that in the dark of that first night they killed Wenceslas and threw him in the river?
Oh, no.
Well, just as we were pretending I was dead, they might be pretending he's alive, so that the Emperor's knights won't kill him.
No, he's been seen.
What?
The man who saw him could have been mistaken, of course. He said this person was unshaven and was dressed like a begging monk, but he swore it was him. And I'm sure the king is alive.
What day is it?
Don't you know?
All the days seem the same to me.
It's Harvest Festival Eve.
Oh, I'm going to miss all that. I'll even miss seeing you all dressed up as Harvest Queen.
Poor Samo.
Please, Tedda, can't you get them to let me be up in Igor's hayloft just for that? I could peep down through the floorboards and see it all.
It will be a risk, Samo, but I'll ask. There's going to be some very special singing, too. The soldier choir of the Knights of the Empire are taking part. They've challenged Uncle Yanni's Foresters' Choir that they can sing the Sheaf and Sickle song better than we can.
Is Igor playing Harvest King again?
No. Marriage to me in real life is going to be enough for him. He's playing the front end of the comic horse who pulls the festival cart in. Oh, Samo!
What is it?
I've just thought of a place where you could be part of the festival and nobody would know.
What?
You might play the tail end of the horse.
Oh, Tedda, if only I could.
Young man!
Down, rear end. Samo, down. There's a monk with a beard of a goat coming our way. Not so much of a man, Holy Father, as half a horse.
Well, such a splendid festival cart deserves an intelligent horse. So, may I ask you, what is this singing in there in the barn?
Well, Father, you're not just a stranger to these parts, but a stranger to Bohemia if you don't know that song.
Oh, I know the song. Just the singers I would know.
Oh, and you should too. They're Christian fighting men of the unholy Holy Empire. Good God. Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
Why? What is it?
Well, it's the judge for the singing coming this way, Baron Croc.
Croc? Son, may I go into your barn and watch?
Well, certainly, Father. Anyone can go in.
Thank you, my son.
Samo, get back in. Head down. There's Croc. Oh, I was mad to risk this for you. Stand still. And pray.
Ah.
Excellency.
The winning cart, is it? Very pretty.
Thank you, Excellency.
You're the farmer's son, aren't you?
Well, in fact, Excellency, I'm only half a festival horse today.
And the hindermost half?
Inside there.
Well, hindquarters, it'll soon be over, so bear up.
When he thwacked you on the rump just now, I
Igor, the voice of that monk was the voice of Wenceslas.
Quiet, quiet, please. All ready, Excellency?
When you are, Forester.
Ready, Prince Voronoff, sire?
Ready? Yes.
Our honoured guests from Saxony will be allowed to sing first. Give them a welcome, boys.
Seen him, I would have known.
But I know that voice. And you said he was dressed as a monk when that other man saw him. Oh, if only you'd let me look at him, Igor.
Well, he's in there now. When we go in... Shh, listen.
Is it time?
No, we don't go in till the winning choir has been chosen and they sing the victory repeat. No.
What is it?
Over by the old pigsty, where Samo hid. Look, there's that Baron Felix.
Boleslav.
Boleslav?
Quick, help me on with the horse's head. Samo, we're going to draw the cart now. Right up to the big barn door where we're going. Don't hurry.
No.
Right. Here we go. Go in step, Samo. Don't hurry.
Hold on, mother, at the drawing door.
Quiet, if you please. Well, Baron Croc.
An impossible choice. Both choirs a joy to hear. Congratulations, Saxon. So, in consideration of the fact that harmony is the aim, I declare this song contest to be a draw. And quiet. In consideration of the fact that festivals are for fun, let us have both choirs sing together to bring in your young harvest queen.
Dawn, tell Igor to stand ready, and here we go. Open the doors, Jan. Both doors, boy.
Silence, Prince Boleslav.
Boleslav? By indeed.
It's Boleslav. He's come in.
Samo, stay still.
My profuse apologies to all at this time of harvest festival.
In God's name, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, King Croc. King Cock the Cautious. The meaning of this crock is that festival wine has loosened the tongues of a few faithful peasants. And by the wagging of tongues, we are once again hot on the scent of a certain young buck, past page to the missing monarch. So,
Prince Voronoff, you and your men make care to go.
Yes, Baron, I think so.
Oh, I think so, too. I've always said that our Christian competitors should go, and well beyond our borders.
Fool!
Thank you, Baron Croc. Come, people, foresters.
Baron Felix, let the holy horseman go, but watch the peasant.
Boleslav, this is drunken folly. To make the hunting down of a mere boy damage what I was doing now in lulling the enemy before we...
Lulling? There's been enough lull and lullaby, old war.
God!
Out of my
way.
Prince Boleslav.
Yes, please.
Not in the loft. It's empty.
I'm not in here, Excellency. Barn's cleared.
Oh, well, let them all go along with the Saxon songsters.
What?
No. The horse, the comic horse. There are two ends to that, both human, eh? Both peasant flesh. Dig out the demi-horseman.
Samo!
Run, Samo! There's
Oh, Danny! Winterset!
Daddy!
No!
Got the boy!
No!
Ah!
For the sake
No!
of
A wine sweet.
Boleslav! Brother!
Winterslav!
Samo! Come here, boy.
She's the king. She's a traitor, Winterset.
No! Prince, follow off your knights. The doors. Block the doors. Leave this devil to us. Go. Yen. Fire!
Fools, take your filthy hands off him.
Your Majesty, Baron Crock's got away.
Prince Volanov, your mounted scouts, pursue and hold the Baron Crock, but no injury. We have yet to know what his guilt is.
By heaven, brother, we know yours.
Rope his wrists. And, Your Majesty, sit here.
On the harvest throne.
I mock king of the harvest. You may have sown the seed, but the harvest is going to be reaped by the imperial sickle. And the sheaves will yield the bitterest meat this nation ever made.
No, brother. No bitterness, but peace in plenty. And may God keep me fit to be a king worthy to sit in this harvest throne among this people, among a people whose will I now know is for a peace intolerable to you and a faith with a future.
Bring him closer.
You'll never get me now to kneel before him.
No, Boleslav, I do not ask you to kneel to me. I only ask you to face me, and in facing me to face these facts, that this people wants peace, needs peace to grow, and that peace is possible through Christ, through me, and without shame.
Is it without shame that you use the powers of the Empire now to protect your throne and punish me, your own flesh and blood?
I have not yet punished you. And the power holding you now is no foreign force, but the native muscle of foresters entirely faithful to Bohemia. It is you that are now foreign to them and their way of life. That is the shame. Unbind him. Boleslav, you are free to go from here to your own lands, but not to come back this side of my forests till God has changed you. For think, brother, what you would have done. Brutally and treacherously shed Christian blood and justified the Holy Empire in marching in to make this country run with the blood of a whole generation of men. You cannot kill evil with the sword. Those who live by it, in living so, die, and the dead bury the dead. Take you and your evil hopes away, and for Christ's sake, my brother, kill them in you, so that once again we may love one another. Our mother will be joining you in this banishment. Go now, freely.
I remember this as the day when disgust of weakness made me want to spit upon our king. You are the Judas of Bohemia. Out of my way!
Oh, Majesty?
Was it wise to let him go?
No,
I don't think so.
It was not wise. But when worldly wisdom would surely have been to kill one's own brother, who then is in the generation of Cain? He was drunk. He was hurt. He is proud. He will be brought to the truth.
Wenceslas?
Beatrix!
Wenceslas, Drahomira, your mother, is dead.
Dead. Dear God.
But fear died with her too, for the jailers released Machi and me, though he is crippled.
Samuel,
Majesty?
you and I have much work to do up in the castle.
St. Stephen's feast and a crackling bright fire, the king will be pleased. Your Uncle Yanni will be almost snowed up down there now. Have you seen the depth of it?
Yes. It was still falling when the king and me were giving out the gifts to the poor people.
It stopped falling now. Oh, Samo, the doctor's given me the best Christmas present I ever had. He says we can burn Match's crutches. Oh, I want to watch them burning away all these nightmare nights and days.
But would the king
not complain? They're good ashwood. And you know the old rhyme, Ashwood green or ashwood brown is fit for a king with a golden crown.
Well, Samo, are you enjoying your first Christmas in the castle?
Yes. Well, of course, Your Majesty.
You don't sound very convincing.
My candle blew out at the first blow. My Christmas Eve candle in the great kitchen, when in the great tub we all floated our little candles. You know, in the walnut shells.
Oh, that's just fun. Shed no tears about that, Samo.
But don't they say that if your candle blows out at the first blow, it means bad luck for you?
Superstition, Samo, which feeds on fear. Anyway, on Christmas Eve, when we all sliced our apples in half, and according to custom, we all looked to see if the cut through the core gave us a star, meaning sorrow, mine seemed to me quite clearly to be a cross. Yet Beatrix, looking at it, saw that it was a star. The same apple, two persons, two images. Often what we want to see is all that we do see. I see little crosses wherever I go. Crossed sticks on the ground, crossed straws today, frozen into the ice. A bird on a branch stretching its wings is to me a black cross against the sky. But we must not wish ourselves into sorrow. How will your own people be celebrating St. Stephen's feast? Oh, but of course, on St. Stephen's Eve there is to be this special choral mass in the forest chapel.
It would disappoint Uncle Yanni if the knights don't go.
It would disappoint me. For with every such occasion, the enemy grows less and less our enemy.
Lord, Keta, it's chill out there, but clear. Those wolves have come uncommon close, and the moon's up. Igor and you shouldn't have come. I'm going to see that he sees you safe home.
Igor said he heard shouting and horsemen earlier on.
They would have come early to practice.
But the shouting sounded too warlike.
They're a proud lot with their Saxon war cry always on their lips. Lay out my festival costume while I call Igor in and talk him out of going. Anyway, he sings like a sick wolf. Is that...
Prince Boleslav.
Yes, we have your husband outside. As a trussed pig, he's grunting well. But I wouldn't count on him now to sing bass at your St. Stephen's Mass.
Igor.
Is this your costume for the holy performance, old Forester?
Yes, Excellency.
Now get out of your peasant rags and get into it. Strip, I said. Oh, Felix, take this girl and truss her up like a swineherd swain.
Please, Excellency, she's expecting.
And then don't truss her so tight she'll litter on you.
All's gone according to plan. We're ahead of time, so if only you're sure of the king.
I know my brother. God bless the goddess moon for being so alluring.
What was that?
A wolf, I think, sir.
Ah, yes. The full moon is bound to bring them out on the prowl. Go here to the window, Summer.
Coming, sir.
How crystal clear the air is.
You can almost see to the mountains.
Yes. What was that?
A wolf howling again.
No, I don't mean the sound. See, moving along the forest edge on the far side of where the river would be. Is it an animal?
Majesty, it's a man, struggling through the... Oh, he's fallen down. No, he's up again.
What could he be doing out there at this time?
But he's fallen again. He's in a drift, struggling. Is something wrong with him?
Then come. We must help him. Oh. Close the shutter.
You mean go out and down there now?
This is St. Stephen's feast, when my ritual is service to the poor. He is one of the poor, and he is in need. My cloak. Samo.
Here. I'm here, sir.
At least this snow is dry. Dry as flour.
But it's lying deeper the more we go down.
Step in my footsteps.
And thank heaven for such a brilliant moon.
Oh.
What is it? Can you still see the man?
No, it's the old green woolen cape, Majesty. It must be my uncle, Uncle Yanni. He's fallen again, quick.
No. Slow, boy, slow, or you'll bring an avalanche down on our backs. Shout to your uncle that we are coming on.
Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni! He's got up. He's stumbling away and on into the woods. Uncle Yanni!
Surely he heard you. Try again.
Uncle Yanni! Uncle Yanni! He's going farther in.
Well, it can't be your uncle. It's a stranger who perhaps thought us to be robbers.
No, Majesty. This could be a trap. The way that man dragged the cape, dragging his leg after him, do you know what it reminded me of? Lapwings that I have seen when they try to lure Teta and me away from their nests.
A trap?
Well, why else does he keep going away? Oh, let's go back, Your Majesty.
Samuel, you're beginning to talk out of fear. Samuel! Samuel! Where are you going?
To my uncle's hut. I won't be a moment. Stay in the shadows of the trees and out of the moonlight.
But Samuel! Oh, dear God. Dear God. Why must all our missions of mercy be like this struggle through a forest, where every tree whispers some chill suspicion?
I couldn't find anybody. Nobody was in the hut, and the fire was burned down, and I was afraid to leave you long. But something is wrong.
But surely they would have gone to the chapel anyway. Listen. I can just hear singing now. The Mass has begun. Having come thus far, let us go in and join them. Samo, don't keep stopping and starting, or we shall be too late to add our voices to theirs.
Cry.
An animal cry?
I don't know, but look.
Samo, Majesty.
It's him. It's my uncle, Uncle Yanni.
Samo. Oh, Samo, we heard you calling us by the hut, but Majesty, we were all tied up. You must get back to the castle right away.
What has happened?
In our chapel, it's Boleslav. He's there now.
But whose voices are those?
I tell you, Boleslav, Baron Grigor, Felix, and all their men. My forest choir are only just now gathering at my hut.
And here's wolves, too. We must go back now, Majesty.
If these knights of the Empire are murdered...
They are, Majesty. Look, over there, the wolves smelt the blood in the snow. A black horse dead. That's theirs.
God, forgive him. Well, now nothing can stop the fighting we have all dreaded most. Nothing. Unless... Yanni, take the boy with you.
No, they'll kill you.
Samo, it is a trap. And it is set for me, not you. Do as I say. Give me the lamp. Go with your uncle, retrace our footsteps in the snow. Warn Machi, but do nothing to alarm the Saxon camp.
No!
Dear God, Samo! Did I not command you to go back?
You know that if you go across there and you go into the chapel, he'll murder you.
No. That's neither you nor I know, boy. Nor does Boleslav. God's is the universe. Only I, if anyone can save my brother now from the destruction of Bohemia. For there is no way I can move and live now, except through my brother.
But what good can it do?
Good. There are times in our lives when suddenly every living moment of that time can be what our life is all about. At such times, Samuel, we see that motive, cause, consequence have no meaning at all. That God's will is eternal, and eternity we may only measure in moments. If I die, what will live on may infinitely be more important than my life. Oh, I shall try to live, but the purpose of life is for me that the spirit survives. Go back, for you must not, dear boy, saddle me with your life. Samo, until you go, you deny me mine, for this is my way to live.
Oh, Majesty.
Boleslav,
Wenceslas,
brother, beloved brother,
beloved Bohemia.
Go. Oh, Christ Jesus.
Leave him. Let him lie. To the castle. Bohemia! To the castle!
And so the imperial invaders came flooding back, and with them came years of devastating war, which ended in an impoverished country and a king, Boleslav, who in defeat had to agree to the same terms of tribute offered to Wenceslas in the beginning. And whether in conviction or for convenience, Boleslav embraced his brother's faith, and that faith became native to Bohemia.
In When the Snow Lay Round About, King Wenceslas was played by David Buck, Queen Drahomira, Mary Wimbush, Prince Boleslav, Philip Sully, and Samo, Rosalind Adams. Yanni, Fred Bryant, Beatrix, Diana Olsen, Baron Crock, John Westbrook, Henry of Saxony, Stephen Thorne, Prince Voronov, Roy Spencer, Teta Christine Absalom and Igor, Anthony Daniels. The music was specially composed by David Kane, and the play was directed by David Spencer.
Section 29 of Poems by G.K. Chesterton. Read for LibriVox.org by Jerry Romero. A Child of the Snows. There is heard a hymn when the panes dim, and never before or again, when the nights are strong with a darkness long, and the dark is alive with rain. Never we know, but in sleet and in snow, the place where the great fires are, that the midst of the earth is a raging mirth, and the heart of the earth a star. And at night we win to the ancient inn, where the child in the frost is furled. We follow the feet where all souls meet, at the inn at the end of the world. The gods lie dead where the leaves lie red, for the flame of the sun is flown. The gods lie cold where the leaves lie gold, and a child comes forth alone. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jerry Romero. You can find my blog at milesforkids.org.
And here's the cinnamon bear.
Judy and Jimmy, with their friends Cinnamon Bear and the Crazy Quilt Dragon, have made a marvelous discovery. As you'll probably remember, they're still in the Golden Grove, where they were supposed to find an important clue under the singing tree. But that was practically impossible because all the trees in the Golden Grove looked exactly alike. Too tired to look further, they fell asleep. And when they awakened, they discovered they'd been napping right under the very tree they were searching for. And that wasn't all they discovered, for right beside them stood an enormous silk hat with windows and a door in it, and pinned to the door a note which Jimmy is about to read. Let's listen.
Bless my stuffing, but I'm getting curious. What does it say, Jimmy?
Well, it says, no trespassing unless you are Judy, Jimmy, Cinnamon Bear, and the Crazy Quilt Dragon.
My, this is interesting indeed.
I'm going to open the door. Oh, look.
Very comfy looking, I'd say at a quick glance.
My, 4 chairs, each by a window. Stylish stuff, all the trimmings.
And look, 3 are just our size, and 1's big enough for Crazy Quilt.
It's an awful nice place to sit, all right. But I don't see what this has to do with getting the star put back together again.
Oh, wait. Here's another note on one of the chairs.
Read it, Patio Cinnamon.
Okay. Very interesting indeed. It's from Melissa, just as I thought.
A logical supposition, my friend, but proceed to enlighten us as to its contents.
Very well. Dear friends, the flying hat will take you out of Maybeland to a place where you should have no trouble getting your precious silver star mended. When you are ready for the flight, just say, Topper, Topper, off we go to the land of ice and snow. Upon your arrival, ask the first person you meet where to go to find Nicky Frudel. Lots of luck, Melissa. Wait, here's a P.S. Do not be afraid of the flying hat. It is equipped with the very best Maybeland motor.
Oh, this is awful exciting. But I wonder why we have to go to a land of ice and snow to get the silver star fixed.
It is indeed mystifying, but undoubtedly Melissa has some definite reason for sending us there.
Well, I don't want to rush you, but we're wasting time. Suppose we just do as Melissa says and get going.
Always the practical man of affairs, Jimmy. Let us go indeed.
I'll say the rhyme that Melissa told us to use to make the flying hat go. Everybody ready?
Surest thing you know.
Indubitably.
What?
Just skip it.
Topper, Topper, off we go to the land of ice and snow.
We're going right up.
We're going up. Oh, boy, this is swell.
Oh, boy, we're way over the tops of the trees already.
And look, the Golden Grove looks just like a lot of melted butter.
Always thinking of your tummy, no mind for finer things.
Look, I bet that's the end of the Golden Grove.
Yes, and beyond it I can't see a thing, can you?
The Wintergreen Witch knew what she was talking about when she said that abyss was bottomless. Why, the closer we get to it, the bigger it looks. If she ever dropped the pieces of our star in there, goodness knows where they'd stop. Probably keep right on falling.
And speaking of falling, we're right over it now.
Goodness, suppose we fall.
Oh, quit your worrying. Melissa said this flying hat was equipped with the best Maybeland motor, didn't she? Well, I'll bet on Melissa any day. She's swell.
You know, it may be just imagination, but I feel distinctly cold. What about you?
Oh, I do feel sort of chilly.
Well, now that you mention it, my stuffing feels a little bunchier than usual, and that always means it's cold.
Say, I see something white ahead. Why, I bet that's the snow country.
Right as usual, Jimmy. It's just as white as can be.
I wonder what we're supposed to do there.
You know, what I'm wondering about is this flying hat. What do we do to stop it?
Oh, I rather think it will stop of its own accord.
Yes, but when? For all we know, it'll just keep right on flying and flying and flying.
Oh, you know motors just can't keep on going forever. You gotta put something in them.
Anyway, Melissa's note said the flying hat would take us someplace. And you know Melissa always tells us the truth.
Oh, look. We're going down.
Yes.
Here we go.
Oh.
We're going to land on a hill.
Oh, yes.
Boy. Come on, let's get out.
Isn't it cold?
You bet. Gee, I wish I had my sweater.
I could use my green flannel underwear right now.
I'm a bit afraid my crazy quilt colors will get frozen blue.
Look at the flying hat. Why, it's tipping itself, just like it was saying goodbye.
Oh, look, now it's flying off.
Yes. Well, there's no doubt about it. This is where Melissa meant for us to come.
Look, everybody. Look at that shiny thing down below us. Isn't that a palace?
Anyway, a mansion. But it's a good piece down the hill.
Gee, I wish I had a toboggan. That'd take us there in a jiffy.
Well, what do we need with a toboggan? Here's Crazy Quilt. Come on, Crazy Quilt. Justify your existence.
Oh, me, just a vehicle. That's me, always doing a bit of transportation.
Poor Crazy Quilt. You don't have to if you don't want.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I was just grumbling. Tobogganing is what I've always longed to do. Climb on. Oh, just a minute till I tuck my legs under me. Yes, there, that's right. Now, off we go.
Whee!
We're just going faster and faster.
Oh, my. I got snow down my neck.
Hey, I got snow all the way down my back.
Yes.
I feel like a cinnamon bear frozen pudding for sure.
Let me dust the snow out of your fur, Patty, dear.
Thank you, Judy. Just a little patch back of my left shoulder blade. Thanks a lot.
Say, here's a flight of steps. I didn't see them when we landed.
Nor I, but I arrived head first. Oh, I slipped. Why, they're made of ice.
I think I see something over there. It looks like a snowman.
Why, it is a snowman. Bless my Crazy Quilt aunt. He's wearing a silk hat, carrying a cane, and has a cigar in his mouth.
Yes, and look at his nose. It seems to be a regular red Christmas tree light.
We ought to speak to him. Remember, Melissa said to ask the first person we met about somebody called Nicky Frudel?
Uh-huh. Excuse me, Mr. Snowman.
I'll excuse you anything your little heart desires, my little sunbeam.
I mean, I beg your pardon, but...
Likewise, I will pardon you. Anything for a lady.
Well, do you know somebody called Nicky Frudel?
Nicky Frudel. Let me see. Yes. You must mean Nicky Frudel. Nice chap, Nicky. Yes, indeed. Very nice. Used to play a bit of snow tennis with him. Fine game, snow tennis. You don't play it at all like lawn tennis, not at all. Grasping the racket firmly twixt thumb and index finger, you are safe to strike the pellet.
Yes, but... My goodness, Judy. His nose is turned from red to green.
Bless my stuffing, it's just like a stop-and-go light.
How come this change of color, friend Snowman?
Glad you asked me about that, my friend. Glad you asked me. Just a gadget I rigged up last year. Quite a novelty, if I do say so myself. I was directing traffic up to the Winter Sports Carnival. Glad you like the little knick-knack? Yes.
Look, his nose has changed to red again.
But despite the changeability of your olfactory organ...
My goodness, why does Crazy Quilt have to talk like that?
Showing off, that's all. He's just showing off.
Well, we are beginning to partake of the frigidity of this northern climate and would be guided to the vicinity of one Nicky Frudel.
Who?
Nicky Frudel.
Oh, yes. Didn't you mention him a while ago?
Sure we did.
I thought the name sounded familiar.
Well, where is he? Where can we find him?
Oh, so you want to meet him, eh? I don't blame you, my friends. Nice fellow, Nicky. Used to play a bit of snow tennis.
Yeah, we know. Snow tennis.
Yes. How things do get around. And who told you that, my little icicle?
Gee willikers, you just told us that yourself just a minute ago.
So I did. Well, my little lad, you may enter the presence of Nicky Frudel by going up those steps and ringing the bell. Speaking of bells, I used to know a Swiss bell ringer. Very fine musician, very fine. Used to play Yankee Doodle on 8 sleigh bells. Touched my heart, he did.
Look, his nose has changed from red to green again. Well, we've got the green light. Let's go.
With the greatest of pleasure.
You might bring me back a strawberry snow cone on your way back.
All right, we will if we find one.
This is awful hard to get up. The steps are so slippery.
Ouch. You're telling me? I got a dent in me stuffing.
Yes, I, too, feel a certain lack of celerity in our ascent.
Oh, boy, here I go.
My, back so soon. Where's my strawberry snow cone?
Oh, come on, everybody. Let's make it this time. 1, 2, 3, go.
Yes.
Come on. Wait for me, Jimmy.
Don't mind your steps now, Judy.
Oh, dear. All these steps I must watch. Oh, come on now.
Yes.
We made it.
There's a bell, Jimmy. ring it.
Okay. How do you do?
How do you do?
You must be Judy, Jimmy, the Cinnamon Bear, and the Crazy Quilt Dragon. Oh, I've been expecting you for some time. Won't you come in?
Much obliged to you.
Thank you very much. Are you Nicky Frudel?
I am. Excuse me while I close the door. It's pretty cold outside. Gee, it's lots warmer in here, all right. We've been kind of chilly out there. We're not exactly dressed for it like you are in all that white fur.
Would you mind, please, if I asked a question? I don't mean to be rude, but you look like us, and yet you don't.
Oh, you see, I'm an elf.
Oh, well, Queen Melissa of Maybeland sent us in a flying hat to see about getting our beautiful silver star put together again, and she said we were to see you.
Well, that's right, Judy, but Melissa meant for me to take you to somebody else, and he'll help you. Will you please follow me up the hall?
Yes.
Gee, that's a big door. The gentleman Melissa has arranged for you to meet is waiting for you in his private office at this very moment.
My goodness, who is it, Nicky Frudel?
Why, didn't you know? It's Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? I had an idea that's who it was going to be all the time, but I wasn't quite sure. And now that I know, I'm certainly going to be on hand next time when Judy and Jimmy meet him. Yes, sir, a visit with Santa Claus is one thing I couldn't miss.
Great Plays. Today we present the last in this season's series of great plays, Winterset by Maxwell Anderson, adapted for radio by James Church and featuring Myron McCormick as Mio, Inga Adams as Miriamne, James Meehan as Trock, and Harold Vermillier as Judge Gaunt. The action of Winterset begins early on a December morning and ends before midnight of the same day. The first scene is on the bank of a river under a bridgehead. The gigantic span lifts out into space. Directly to the back is the rear of a large apartment building whose basement forms a high stone wall in which there is a door and a low window. The only light comes from a single street lamp. It is early on a dark December morning, and Trock, Estrella, and Shadow enter, followed by two nattily dressed young men. As the action starts, Trock turns to the boys and says,
"Go back and watch the car. You roost of punks and gulls. Sleep. Sleep it off, whatever you had last night. Sleep. Clean. Sleep and rot. Rot out your pasty guts. You had no brain to begin. You had there'd be no need for us to sleep on iron who had too much brains for
Oh,
you.
look, Troc, look. What would the warden say to talk like that?
May they die as I die. God, what life they've left me, they shall keep me well. I'll have that out of them.
Because, look, Chief, it's all against science and penology for you to get out and begin to cuss that way so soon. You're supposed to leave the pen full of high thought, kind of noble-like, loving toward all mankind, ready to kiss their feet. Look at me.
I see you. And even you may not live as long as you think. You think too many things are funny. I laugh. But it's not so funny.
Come on, Troc, you know me. Anything you say goes. But give me leave to kid a little.
And laugh at somebody else. It's a lot safer. They've soaked me once too often in that vat of poisoned hell they keep upstate to soak men in. I'm rotten inside. I had lungs once, like yourself. And now they want to get me and stir me in again. And that'd kill me. And that's fine for them. But before that happens to me, a lot of these healthy boys will know what it's like when you try to breathe and have no place to put air. They'll learn it from me.
They got nothing on you, Chief.
I don't know yet. That's what I'm here to find out. If they've got what they might have, it's not a year this time, no, not 10. It's screwed down under a lid. And I can die quick enough without help.
You're the skinny kind that lives forever.
He gave me half a year, the doc at the gate. 6 months I get. And the rest's dirt 6 feet.
The scene changes to a cellar apartment in the big stone wall. It's floored with cement and roofed with huge boa constrictor pipes. A door leads to the outside and another door to an inner room. Garth, son of Esdras, sits alone holding a violin upside down to inspect a crack at its base. Miriamne enters from the rear, a girl of 15. Garth speaks.
The glue lets go. It's the steam, I guess, that splits the hair on your head.
Can't be mended?
I can't mend it. No doubt there are fellows somewhere who'd mend it for $1 and glad to do it. That is, if I had $1.
God, you've sat at home there 3 days now. You haven't gone out at all. Something frightens you.
Yes?
Your father's frightened. I found a letter on the floor of your room. It said, don't get me wrong, but stay in out of the rain the next 2 days, just for instance.
I thought I burned that letter.
Afterward you did. And then what was printed about the Estrella gang. You hid it from me, you and Father. What is it about this murder?
Will you shut up, you fool?
But if you know, why don't you tell them, Garth? If it's true what they say. You knew all the time Romagna wasn't guilty and could have said so.
Everybody knew Romagna wasn't guilty. But they weren't listening to evidence in his favor. They didn't want it. They don't want it now.
But was that why they never called on you?
As far as I know, they've never heard of me. And I can assure you I knew nothing about it.
But something's wrong, and it worries Father.
What could be wrong?
I don't know.
And I don't know. You're a good kid, Miriamne, but you see too many movies. I wasn't mixed up in any murder, and I don't mean to be.
Oh, God, forgive me. But I want you to be so far above such things, nothing could frighten you. And you seem to shrink and be afraid. And you're the brother I love. I want to run there and cry. If there's any question they care to ask, you'll be quick and glad to answer. For there's nothing to conceal.
And that's all true.
But then I remember how you dim the lights, and we go early to bed and speak in whispers. And I could think there's a death somewhere behind us. An evil death.
Be quiet.
I wish to speak alone with Garth, Miriamne.
Yes, Father.
You'll excuse me for not knocking. Sometimes it's best to come in quiet. Sometimes it's a good way to get out. Garth's home, I see. He might not have been here if I made a point of knocking at doors.
Hiya, Truck.
I guess you can see how I am. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. We'd like to make your acquaintance, girl. If you want the facts, I'm no better than usual, thanks. Not enough sun, my physician tells me. Too much close confinement. A lack of exercise and an overplus of beans in the diet. You've done well, no doubt.
I don't know what makes you think so.
Who's the family?
My father and my sister.
Happy to meet you. Step inside a minute. The boy and I have something to talk about.
No. He said nothing. Nothing, sir, nothing.
When I say go out, you go.
Miriamne. Oh,
Go
sir.
on now, both of you.
And if you listen, I'll riddle the door. I just got out, you see. And I pay my first call on you.
Oh, maybe you think I'm not in the same jam you are.
That's what I do think. Who started looking this up?
Oh, I wish I knew, and I wish he was in hell. Some professor with nothing else to do. If you saw his stuff, you know as much as I do.
It wasn't you turning state's evidence.
Hell, Truck, use your brain. The case was closed. They burned Romagna for it, and that's finished it. Why should I look for trouble and maybe get burned myself?
Why, I don't know. But I just thought I'd find out.
I'm going straight, Truck. I can play this violin, and I'm trying to make a living. I haven't talked, and nobody's talked to me. It's the last thing I'd want.
Your old man knows.
Well, that's where I got the money that last time when you needed it. He had a little saved up, but I had to tell him to get it. He's as safe as shadow there.
There could be people a lot safer than that so-and-so.
Who?
You'd be safer dead along with some other gorillas.
It's beginning to look as if you'd feel safer with everybody dead. The whole damn world.
I would. These bitten professors looking up their cases. We got enough without that.
There's no evidence to reopen the thing.
And suppose they called on you and asked you to testify.
When they did, I'd tell them that all I know is what I read in the papers, and I'd stick to that.
How much does your sister know?
I'm honest with you, Truck. She read my name in the professor's pamphlet, and she was scared, the way anybody would be. She got nothing from me, and anyway, she'd go to the chair herself before she'd send me there.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, besides, who wants to go to trial again except the radicals? You and I won't spill, and unless we did, there's nothing to take to court as far as I know. Let the radicals go on howling about getting a dirty deal. This professor's red. Everybody knows it.
You're forgetting the judge. Where's the judge?
What judge?
Read the morning papers. It says Judge Gaunt's gone off his nut. He's got the trial on his mind and been going around proving to everybody he was right all the time and the radicals were guilty. Stopping people in the street to prove it. And now he's nuts entirely and nobody knows where he is.
Why don't they know?
Because he's on the loose somewhere. They've got the police of 3 cities looking for him.
Judge Gaunt?
Yeah, Judge Gaunt.
Why should that worry you? He's crazy, ain't he? And even if he wasn't, he's arguing on your side. You're jittery, Chief. All the judges are loony. You've got the jitters. Don't you have that gun now? I've got pockets in my clothes, too.
All right. Take it easy. Maybe you're lying to me, Garth. And maybe you're not. Stay at home for a few days.
Sure thing. Why not?
And when I say stay home, I mean stay home. If I have to go looking for you, you'll stay a long time wherever I find you. Come on, Shadow. We'll get out of here.
He's gone.
Let's not stay here. I thought he'd come for something horrible. Is he coming back?
I don't know.
Who is he, Garth?
He'd kill me if I told you who he is. That is, if he knew.
No, don't say it.
Yes, and I'll say it. I was with a gang one time that robbed a payroll. I saw a murder done, and Truck Estrella did it. If that got out, I'd go to the chair, and so would he. That's why he was here today.
But that's not true.
He says it to frighten you, child.
Oh, no, I don't. I say it because I've held it in too long. I won't sit here forever and look at the door waiting for Truck with his submachine gun, waiting for police with a warrant. I say I'm damned, and I am, no matter what I do. These piddling scales on a violin, first position, third, fifth, arpeggios, an E. And what I'm thinking is, Romagna dead for the murder. Dead while I sat here dying inside. Dead for the thing Truck did while I looked on. And I could have saved him, yes, but I sat here and let him die instead of me because I wanted to live. Well, it's no life. It doesn't matter who I tell because I mean to get it over.
Garth, it's not true.
Son, you're mad. Someone will hear.
Then let them hear. I've lived with ghosts too long and lived too long.
Say it if you must. If you have the heart to die, say it. Let them take what's left.
I'll be quiet and live. I'll live even if I have to crawl. I know.
Is it better to tell a lie and live?
Yes, child. It's better.
But if I had to do it, I think I'd die.
Yes, child. Because you're young.
Is that the only reason?
The only reason.
We are back under the bridge, and it's evening of the same day. Miriamne is sitting alone on the ledge at the rear of the apartment house. A spray of light falls on her from the street lamp above. She shivers a little in her thin coat, but sits still, heedless of the weather. Through the rocks, a tramp comes down the riverbank, hunting a place to sleep, followed shortly by Mio and Carr.
But you said you were never coming east again, Mio.
Yeah, but I heard something changed my mind.
Same old business?
Yeah. Just as soon not talk about it.
Where'd you go from Portland?
I went to Hollywood High School for a while, and they kicked me out.
For cause?
Because I had no permanent address, you see. That means nobody's paying school taxes for you, so out you go. Oh, what's the matter, kid?
Nothing. Nothing.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, pretty kid.
A baby.
Wait for me.
Come here. Control your chivalry. Homely ones are bad enough, but the look is a fatal.
You exaggerate, Carr.
I doubt it.
Well, let her go. This riverbank's loaded with typhus rats, too. Might as well die one death as another.
They say chronic alcoholism is nice but expensive. You can always starve to death.
Not always. I tried it.
Last time I saw you, you couldn't think of anything you wanted to do except curse God and pass out. Still feeling low?
Not much different. Talk about the lost generation, I'm the only one that fits the title. When the state executes your father and your mother dies of grief and you know he was innocent, and the authorities of your hometown politely inform you they'd consider it a favor if you lived somewhere else, that cuts you off from the world with a meat axe.
They asked you to move.
It came to that.
That was white of them.
Probably gave them a headache just to see me after all that agitation. They knew as well as I did my father never staged a holdup. Anyway, I've got a new interest in life now.
Yes, I saw her.
I didn't mean the skirt. No, I got wind of something out west. Some college professor investigating the trial and turning up new evidence. Couldn't find anything he'd written out there, so I beat it east and arrived on this blessed island just in time to find the bums holding up in the public library for the winter. Anyhow, I found Professor Hobhouse's discussion of the Romagna case. I think he has something. It occurred to me I might follow it up by doing a little sleuthing on my own account.
Yeah.
I have done a little. And it leads me to somewhere under this bridge. That's how I happen to be here.
They'll never let you get anywhere with it, Mio. I told you that before.
I know you did.
The state can't afford to admit it was wrong. Not when there's been that much of a row kicked up over it. So for all practical purposes, the state was right and your father robbed the payroll.
There's still such a thing as evidence.
It's something you can buy. Go out and make yourself a pot of money and you can buy all the justice you want. Convictions obtained, convictions averted. Lowest rates in years.
I know all that.
Sure.
This thing didn't happen to you. They've left you your name and whatever place you can take. For my heritage, they left me one thing only, and that's to be my father's voice crying up out of the earth and quicklime where they stuck him. Electrocution doesn't kill, you know. They eviscerate him with a turn of the knife in the dissecting room. The blood spurts out. The man was alive. Then into the lime pit. Leave no trace. Make it short shrift and chemical dissolution. That's what they thought of the man that was my father. Then my mother. Tell you these county burials are swift and cheap and run for profit. Out of the house and into the ground, you wife of a dead dog. Wait. Here's some Romagna spawn left. Something crawls here. Something they called a son. Why couldn't he die along with his mother? Well, ease him out of town. Ease him out, boys, and see you're not too gentle. He might come back. And by their own living God, I will go back and hang the carrion around their necks that made it. Maybe I can sleep then. Or even live.
You have to try it, huh?
Yes. Won't let me alone. I've tried to live and forget it, but I was birthmarked with hot iron into the entrails. I've got to find out who did it and make them see it till it scalds their eyes and make them admit it till their tongues are blistered with saying how black they lied.
Pardon, sir. Your pardon, but perhaps you can tell me the name of this street.
Huh?
The name of this street.
This ain't no street.
There, where the street lamps are.
That's the alley.
Thank you. It has a name, no doubt.
That's the alley.
I see. I won't trouble you. You wonder why I ask, I dare say. I'm a stranger. Why do you look at me? I'm not the man you think. You've mistaken me, sir.
Huh?
Perhaps misled by a resemblance. But you're mistaken. I had an errand in this city. It's only by accident that I'm here.
You go...
Yet why should I deceive you? Before God, I held the proofs in my hands. I hold them still. I tell you the defense was cunning beyond belief and unscrupulous in its use of propaganda. They gagged at nothing. Not even... No. I'm sorry. This will hardly interest you. I'm sorry. I have an errand. I have an errand.
Get him in here quick, the old man.
Why, son?
The judge, damn him.
Is it Judge Gaunt?
Will you get him in here? It's Judge Gaunt. Get him inside.
Will you come in, sir? You will understand, sir. We old men know how softly we must proceed with these things. Yes, surely, sir. It was always my practice. Always. They will tell you that of me where I'm known. Yet even I am not free of regret. Even I. Would you believe it?
I believe we are none of us free of regret.
None of us. I would it were true. I thought it were true.
Shall we go in, sir?
See, I was right. The man was guilty there.
It looks like rain.
Yes.
You live around here?
Yeah.
I guess you thought I meant it about waiting here to meet us. I'd forgotten about it till I got that winter across the face. You better go inside. I'm not your kind. I'm nobody's kind but my own. So go on in. You're somebody's angel, and they're waiting for you.
Yes, I'll go.
And tell them when you get inside where it's warm, and you love each other, and Mother comes to kiss her darling. Tell them to hang on to it while they can. Believe while they can it's a warm, safe world.
I have no mother. My people are Jews.
And you know something about it.
Yes.
Do you have enough to eat?
Not always.
What do you believe in?
Nothing.
Why?
How can one?
It's easy if you're a fool. You see the words in books? Honor, it says there. Chivalry, freedom, heroism, enduring love. And these are words on paper. It's something to have them there. You get them nowhere else.
What hurts you?
Just that. You get them nowhere else.
Why should you want them?
I'm alone, that's why. You see those lights along the river cutting across the rain? Those are the hearths of Brooklyn. And up this way, the love nests of Manhattan. They turn their points like knives against me, outcast of the world, snake in the streets. I don't want a handout. I sleep and eat.
You want me to go with you?
Where?
Where you go?
Why, you little fool. What made you say that?
I don't know.
If you have a home, stay in it. I ask for nothing. I've schooled myself to ask for nothing and take what I can get and get along. If I fell for you, that's my lookout, and I'll starve it down.
Wherever you go, I'd go.
What do you know about loving? How could you know?
But I know. Tell me your name.
Mio. What's yours?
Miriam.
There's no such name.
But there's no such name as Mio. M-I-O. It's no name.
It's for Bartolomeo.
My mother's name was Miriam, so they called me Miriamne.
Meaning Little Miriam?
Yes.
So now little Miriam will go in and take up quietly where she dropped them all her small housewifely cares. When I first saw you, not a half hour ago, I heard myself saying, "This is the face that launches ships for me. And if I owned a dream, yes, half a dream, we'd share it. But I have no dream. This earth came tumbling down from chaos, fire and rock, and bred up worms, blind worms that sting each other here in the dark. Enduring love. Oh, gods and worms, what mockery. And yet I have blood enough in my veins. It goes like music singing because you're here. My body turns as if you were the sun and warm. This men called love in happier times before the Freudians taught us to blame it on the glands. Only go in before you breathe too much of my atmosphere and catch death from me.
I'll take my hands and weave them to a little house, and there you shall keep a dream.
I could use a dream and even a house.
You're laughing at me, Neil.
The worms are laughing. I tell you there's death about me and you're a child. And I'm alone and half mad with hate and longing. I shall let you love me and love you in return, and then, why, then God knows what happens.
Something most unpleasant?
Love in a boxcar. Love among the children. I've seen too much of it. Are we to live in this same house you make with your two hands mystically out of air?
No roof, no mortgage. Well, I shall marry a baker out in Flatbush. Gives hot bread in the morning. Oh, Mio. Mio, in all the unwanted places and wastelands that roll up into the darkness out of sun and into sun out of dark, there should be one empty for you and me.
No.
Then go now and leave me. I'm only a girl you saw in the tenements. There's been nothing said.
Miriamne.
Yes?
Why, girl, as I kissed you, the transfiguration on the mount was nothing to your face. It lights from within. A white chalice holding fire, a flower in flame. This is your face.
And you shall drink the flame and never lessen it. And round your head the aureole shall burn that burns there now forever. This I can give you. And so forever the Freudians are wrong.
They're well forgotten at any rate.
Why did you speak to me when you first saw me?
I knew then.
And I came back because I must see you again. And never, 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 though they should bind me down and tear out my eyes, would I ever hurt you now. Take me with you, Neil. Let them look for us, whoever there is to look, but we'll be away.
I have no house, nor home, No love of life, no fear of death, no care for what I eat or who I sleep with. Love somewhere else and get your children in some other image more acceptable to the state.
Mio.
My road is cut in rock and leads to one end. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. One gets over hurt.
What was his name? Your father's name?
Bartolomeo Romagna. I'm not ashamed of it.
Why are you here?
I can't tell you that.
No, but there's someone lives here. Lives not far. And you mean to see him. You mean to ask him.
Who told you that?
His name is Garth. Garth Esdras.
You seem to know a good deal about me.
No. Go before you're seen or spoken to. Never see this place nor think of it. Forget the streets you came when you're away and safe. You said there was death about you. Yes, but nearer than you think.
What do you mean, death about me?
Listen, come here.
Why, fine.
You watch it now, just for the record, Truck. You're going to thank me for staying away from it and keeping you out. I've seen men get that way, thinking they had to plug a couple of guys, then a few more to cover it up, and then maybe a dozen more. You can't own all the territory adjacent, and you can't slough off all the witnesses, because every man you put away has friends.
I said all right. I said fine.
They're going to find this, Judge. And if they find him dead, it's just too bad, and I don't want to know anything about it. And you don't either.
You all through?
Why, sure.
All right. We're through, too, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're through.
I've heard that said before, and afterwards somebody died. Is that what you mean?
You can go. I don't want to see you.
Sure, I'll go. Maybe you won't mind if I just find out what you've got on you. Before I turn my back, I'd like to know if you've got a gun. Not that I distrust you, but you know how it is. Ah, there it is. So long, Truck. I won't talk, you can be sure of that.
I know you won't.
Mio.
What do you know about this?
The other way, Mio. Quick. As I love you, I can't tell you.
Look, somebody's just been shot. He fell in the river. The guys that did the shooting ran up the bank. Come on, let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. Come here.
There's a riptide past the point. You'd never find him.
No.
You know, a man really ought to carry insurance living around here. It's easy putting a fellow away. I never saw it done before.
They have it all worked out.
He was drifting face up. Must be halfway to the island, the way the tide runs. What are you doing now?
I have a little business to transact in this neighborhood.
You better forget it.
No.
Need any help?
I don't see how it would do any good. So you keep out of it and take care of yourself.
So long, then.
So long, Carr.
God, it's cold here. Well...
We are back in the basement again. Judge Gaunt, Garth, and Esdras have agreed that even though Garth's evidence would have freed Romagna, it's now too late to do anything about it. Silence on all sides being preferable. There's a knock at the door.
Yes, sir?
May I come in?
Will you state your business, sir? It's late and I'm not at liberty.
Why, I might say that I was trying to earn my tuition fees by peddling magazines. I could say that. Or collecting old newspapers, paying cash, highest rates, no questions asked.
We've nothing to see. What do you want?
Your pardon, gentlemen. My business is not of an ordinary kind, and I felt the need of this slight introduction while I might get my bearings. Your name is Esdras. Or so they told me outside.
What do you want?
Is that the name?
Yes.
I'll be quick and brief. I'm the son of a man who died many years ago for a payroll robbery. You should be Garth Esdras, by what I've heard. You have some knowledge of the crime, if one can believe what he reads in the public prints, and it might be that your testimony, if given, would clear my father of any share in the murder. You may not care whether he was guilty or not. You may not know. But I do care, and care deeply. And I've come to ask you face to face.
To ask me what?
What do you know of it?
Nothing.
This man, Romagna, did he have a son?
Yes, sir. This man, Romagna, as you choose to call him, had a son, and I am that son and proud.
Forgive me.
But could you tell me, then, in a word, what you know? Is it for him or against him? That's all I need.
My son knows nothing.
No. This is what happened. I had known a few members of a gang one time up there, and after the murder, they picked me up because I looked like someone that was seen in what they call the murder car. They held me a little while, but they couldn't identify me for the most excellent reason. I wasn't there when the thing occurred. A dozen years later now, a professor comes across this and sees red and asks why I wasn't called on as a witness. And yipped so loud they syndicate his picture in all the rotos. That's all I know about it. I wish I could tell you more.
My son knows nothing.
That's the whole story.
I came 3,000 miles to this dead end.
If he was innocent, and you know him so, believe it. And let the others believe as they like.
Young sir, if you mean to say that Bartolomeo Romagna was innocent, you're wrong. He was guilty. There be injustice from time to time by regrettable chance in our courts, but not in that case, I assure you.
Oh, you assure me? You lie on your scragged teeth, whoever you are. My father was murdered.
Romagna was given his chance to prove his innocence and was found guilty by all due process of law.
What chance? When a court panders to mob hysterics and the jury comes in loaded to soak an anarchist and a foreigner? It may be due process of law, but it's also murder.
He should have thought of that before he spilled blood.
He?
Sir, I know too well that he was guilty.
Who are you? How do you know? I've searched the records through the trial and what came after, and in all that million words, I found not one unbiased argument to fix the crime on him.
And you yourself, were you unprejudiced?
Who are you?
Sir, this gentleman is here as you are here to ask my son as you have asked what ground there might be for this talk of new evidence in your father's case. We gave him the same answer we've given you.
I'm sorry. I'd supposed his cause forgotten except by myself. There's still a defense committee, then?
There may be. I am not connected with it.
He is my guest and asks to remain unknown.
The judge at the trial was younger, but he had your face. Can it be that... Are you Judge Gaunt?
I am.
Then tell me what damnation to what inferno would fit the toad that sat in robes and lied when he gave the charge and knew he lied. Judge that and then go to your place in that hell.
I know and have known what bitterness can rise against a court when it must say, putting aside all weakness, that a man's to die. I can forgive you that, for you are your father's son, and you think of him as a son thinks of his father. Certain laws seem cruel in their operation. It's necessary that we be cruel to uphold them. This cruelty is kindness to those I serve.
I don't doubt that. I know who it is you serve.
In all my years on the bench of a long-established commonwealth, not once has my decision been in question save in this case. Not once, before or since. For hope of heaven or place on earth or power of gold, no man has had my voice nor will, while I still keep the trust that's laid on me to sentence and define.
If you're so hard to buy, then why are you here?
Why? I'm here because always, night and day, there lies on my brain like a weight the admonition, see truly, let nothing sway you. Among all functions there's but one godlike, to judge. Then see to it you judge as a god would judge, with clarity, with truth, with what mercy is found consonant with order and law. Without law, men are beasts, and it's a judge's task to lift and hold them above themselves. Let a judge be once mistaken or step aside for a friend, and a gap is made in the dikes that hold back anarchy and chaos, and leave men bond but free.
Then the gap's been made, and you made it.
I feared that, too. May you be a judge sometime, and know in what fear, through what nights long in fear, I scanned and verified and compared the transcripts of the trial.
Without prejudice, no doubt. It was never in your mind to prove that you'd been right.
And conscious of that, too. That might be my purpose, watchful of that, and jealous as his own lawyer of the rights that should hedge the defendant. And still I found no error, shook not one staple of the bolts that linked the door to the deed. Garth Esdras was not called. This is Garth Esdras, and you have heard him. Would his deposition have justified a new trial?
No, it would not.
And there I come, myself. If the man was still in his cell and waiting, I'd have no faint excuse for another hearing. I've sought for evidence, and you have sought. Have you found it? Can you cite one fresh word in defense?
Every word you've spoken at the trial was balanced carefully to keep the letter of the law and still convict. The trial itself was shot full of legal tricks, prearranged to lead the jury astray.
Can you be sure? I ask this in humility, that you, who were touched closest by the tragedy, may not have lost perspective, may have brooded day and night on one theme, till your eyes are tranced and show you one side only.
There's nothing wrong with my eyes, do you hear? I see well enough.
And would that not be part of the melody? To look quite steadily at the drift of things, but see there what you wish, not what is there. Not what another man to whom the story was fresh would say is there.
You think I'm crazy? Is that what you meant to say?
Is it not true? Wherever you walk, through the little town where you knew him well, or flying from it, inland or by the sea, still walking at your side and sleeping only when you too sleep, a shadow not your own follows, pleading and holding out its hands to be delivered from shame.
How you know that, I don't know.
Because we're both haunted by the same specter. And you are haunted still. But for me, it's laid to rest now that my mind is satisfied. Your father died justly and not by error.
Do you care to know that there's murder in me?
It's to be expected. There was murder in your sire.
You'd like too well to have me kill you. That would prove your case. This is no good. This won't help much.
Well, you should be going, sir.
Yes. I'll lend you my coat.
No, keep it. A little rain shouldn't matter to me.
It freezes as it falls, and you have a long way to go.
I'll manage. Thank you.
Well?
Let me sit here a moment.
Garth shrugs his shoulders and goes toward the inner door. Mariamne opens it and comes out. Garth looks at her, then at Mio, and lays his fingers on his lips. She nods. Garth goes out. Mariamne sits and watches Mio. He turns and sees her.
How did you come here?
I live here.
Here?
My name is Esdras. Garth is my brother. The walls are thin. I heard what was said.
I'm going. This is no place for me.
What place would be better, Mio?
What do you want? Your kisses burn me in your arms. Don't offer what I'm never to have. I can have nothing.
They can take away so little with all their words.
I thought I'd fallen so low there was no further. And now a pit opens beneath. But it was truth I wanted. Truth, not the lies you tell yourself or tell a woman or a woman tells you. The judge with his cobra mouth may have spat truth, and I may be mad. For me, your hands are too clean to touch me.
No. Say once you love me. Say it once. I'll never ask to hear it twice, nor for any kindness. And you shall take all I have.
We can do without your adolescent mawkishness, Mariamne. You're a child. You'll both remember that.
I've said nothing to harm you, and will say nothing.
You're my sister, though, and I take a certain interest in you.
I've always loved you, tried to help you, Garth. And you've been kind. Don't spoil it now.
Spoil it how?
Because I love him. I didn't know it would happen. And all the world's changed. I see you through a mist. And our father, too. If you brought this to nothing, I'd want to die.
You'd better go.
Yes, I know.
Miss, could I sleep under the pipes tonight, miss? Could I, please?
I think not tonight.
There won't be any more nights if I don't get warm, miss.
Come in.
Yes, miss. Thank you.
Must we put up with that?
Father let him sleep there last winter.
Yes, God, yes.
Well, good night.
Where will you go?
Yes, where, as if it mattered.
No, sleep here, too. We'll have a row of you under the pipes.
Oh, thanks.
And I love you. You've never said you love me.
Why wouldn't I love you when you're clean and sweet? I've seen nothing sweet or clean these last 10 years. I love you. I love you. That's for what good it may do you. It's none to me.
And then kiss me.
With that scowling over us, no, thank you. When it rains some spring on the planet Mercury, or the spring comes off, and I'll meet you there, let's say. We'll wait for that. It may be some time till then.
I wouldn't want to cause you inconvenience, any of you. Especially the judge. I think you know that. You've all got things to do, trains to catch and so on. The trains can wait. Nearly anything can wait, you'll find. Only I can't. I'm the only one that can't because I've got no time. Whose old is he? Who's that?
He's a poor half-wit, sir, that sometimes sleeps there.
Come out. I say come out, whoever you are.
Me?
Yes, I mean you. Come on out. What's your name?
They mostly call me Oak.
What do you know?
No, sir.
Where are you from?
I got a piece of bread.
Get back in there. Who are you?
Oh, I'm a half-wit, come in here by mistake. The difference is I got no piece of bread.
What's your name?
My name? Theophrastus Such. That's respectable. You'll find it all the way from here to the coast on the best police blotters. Only the truth is we're a little touched in the head, Oak and me. You better ask somebody else.
Who is he?
His name's Romagna. He's the son.
Then what's he doing here? You said you were on the level.
He just walked in on account of the stuff in the papers. We didn't ask him.
God, we are a gathering. Now, if we had Shadow, we'd be all here, huh? Only I guess we won't see Shadow. Now, that's too much to ask.
Who's Shadow?
Now you're putting questions. Shadow was just nobody, you see. He blew away. It might happen to anyone. Yes. Anyone at all.
Why do you keep your hands in your pocket, friend?
Because I'm cold, punk. Listen, guard. There's a car waiting up the street to take the judge home. We'll take him to the car.
That's not necessary.
No.
I say it is, see? You wouldn't want to let the judge walk, would you? The judge is going to ride where he's going. With a couple of chauffeurs. And everything done in style. Don't you worry about the judge. He'll be taken care of. For good.
I want no hand in it.
Anything that happens to you happens to me, musician.
I know that.
Keep your mouth out of it, then. And you'd better keep the punk here tonight, just for luck. Pull yourself together, Judge. We're traveling. Somebody's tipped it over again. Wait till it's over. Takes 10 days off me every time I step out into it. Sit down and wait.
It would seem that you and the judge know each other.
I've been around.
Maybe you met before.
Maybe we have.
Will you tell me where?
How long do you want to live?
I got big ideas about that.
I thought so. Well, so far, I've got nothing against you but your name. See? Keep it that way. Shadow!
Keep your hands where they belong, Trot.
God, he's out of his grave.
You know me?
No, don't. I had nothing to do with it.
I got it from you. I know why I got it. Because I wouldn't give it to the judge so he wouldn't talk.
Honest to God.
What God? The one that let you put 3 holes in me when I was your friend? Well, he let me get up again and walk till I can find you. Show me where he is, you fool! And I can hear you even if I can't see. Oh, I got this far and now I can't see. Help me. Help me, oh God, I'm going to die. Where does a man lie down? I want to lie down.
Get him out of here. Get him out, Garth. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Shut the door.
He won't come back again.
I want the door shut. He was dead, I tell you. Romagna was dead, too, once. Can't they keep a man underground?
No, they won't stay underground anymore, and they won't stay underwater. Why did you have him killed?
Stay away from me. I know you.
Who am I, then?
I know you, damn you. Your name's Romagna.
Yes, and Romagna was dead, too, and Shadow was dead, but the time's come when you can't keep them down, these dead men. They won't stay down. They come in with their heads shot off and their entrails dragging. Hundreds of them, one by one, all you ever had killed. Watch the door. See? It moves.
Let me out of here.
Oh, no. Shadow left me his gun, you see. You'll sit there and wait for them. One by one, they'll come through that door, pulling their heads out of the gunny sacks where you tied them, glomming over you with their rotten hands. They'll see without eyes and crawl over you, Shadow and the paymaster and all the rest of them. Putrescent bones without eyes. Now, look. Look, for I'm the first among them.
What do you want of me?
You killed the paymaster, you.
You lie. It was Shadow killed him.
What? Now I know. Now I know. You lied. You lied. You knew this, too.
Wait.
Wait. This is the thing I've hunted over the earth to find, and I'd be blind indeed if I missed it now.
Let me go. Let me go.
You'll not leave this room. You'll stand there and face me till you tell me why you let my father die.
Suppose it known. But there are things a judge must not believe. Though they should head and fester underneath and press him on his brain. Justice once rendered in a burst of civic anger, the verdict found through the precise machinery of law invoked to prove him guilty. Think what furor would rock the state if the court then flatly said, all this was lies, must be reversed. It's better, as any judge can tell you in such cases, to let the record stand. Let one man die. For justice in the main is governed by opinion. Communities will have what they will have, and it's quite as well, after all, to be rid of anarchists. Our rights as citizens can be maintained as rights only while we're held to be the peers of those who live without us. A vendor of fish is not protected as a man might be who kept a market. I own I sometimes wish this was not so, but it is. You will not repeat this. It'll go no further.
No.
Thank you.
No further than the moon takes the tides. No further than the news went when he died. When you found him guilty and they flashed that round the earth. That's all I ask. That'll be enough.
I said some things a judge should never say.
Go right on talking, both of you. It won't get far, I guess.
Oh, you'll see to that.
I'll see to it. Me and some others. Maybe I lost my grip there just for a minute. That's all right.
Then see to it. Let it rain. What can you do to me now when the night's on fire with this thing I know? Now I could almost think there was a God. And he somehow brought me here and set you down before me here in the rain where I could wring this out of you. Let the night speak fire and the city go out with the tide. For I've heard it. And I'm free.
Evening. We're looking for someone. Might be here. Seen an old man around? Acting a little off? You know the one I mean. That's the one I saw.
That's him. You mean to say you didn't know him by his pictures? Come on, sir. You're going home.
Yes, sir. I've lost my way. I think I've lost my way.
I'll say you have. About 300 miles. Now, don't you worry. We'll get you back.
I'm a person of some rank in my own city.
We know that. One look at you and we'd know that.
Yes, sir.
If it isn't Trock. How are you, Trock?
Pretty good, thanks.
Got out yesterday again to here.
That's right.
Hiya, Truck.
Okay.
You know, we got orders to watch you pretty close. Be good now, baby, or back you go.
Yes, sir.
I accuse that man of murder, Trock Estrella. He's a murderer.
Hello.
Well, what murder?
He robbed the payroll 15 years ago and did the killing my father died for. You know the Romagna case?
Ah, that old stuff, the Romagna case.
Hey, Sarge, the boy's a professional kidder.
Yeah?
I'm not kidding now. You'll find a dead man there in the next room, and Estrella killed him.
15 years ago, and nobody smelled him yet?
I accuse this man of 2 murders. He killed the paymaster long ago and had Shadow killed tonight.
Now, look, boy.
Have I got to drag him out here where you can see him? Can't you scent a murder when it's under your nose? Look in.
No. There's no one. There's no one there.
Take a look inside.
Yes, sir. He's kidding, Sarge. If there's a cadaver in here, I don't see it.
He's blind.
What do you mean?
He was there. Garth, what have you done with him?
I don't know what you mean.
He's lying.
What's he talking about?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know.
They're in it together, all of them.
He must have seen something.
You watch yourself, chump, or you'll get run in.
He's nuts, I say.
You've dreamed something, isn't it true? You've dreamed. Truly, there was no one.
You want me to say it? Yes, I was dreaming.
When you make a charge of murder, it's better to have the corpus delicti, son. You're the kind puts in fire alarms to see the engine.
No, I tell you, no. Listen, officer. I know what you think. Maybe I went about it in the wrong way, but I'm not crazy. There was a man named Shadow.
We've heard enough from you, Hophead. One more crack about your bodies and Shadow, and we take you along. We'd better be going. Haven't you got a coat?
No, sir.
I guess I'll have to lend you mine. Come on now, it's getting late.
They're welcome to him. His fuse is damp. Where's that walking fool with the 3 slugs in him?
He fell in the hall beyond, and we left him there.
That's lucky for some of us. Is he out of it this time, or is he still butting around?
He's dead.
That's perfect. Better ship that carrion back in the river. The one that walks around when he's dead. Maybe he'll walk the distance for you. Let the punk go as far as he likes. Turn him loose and let him go.
Coming back?
Well, if I come back, you'll see me. If I don't, you won't.
Quick, Mio. It's safe now. Quick, the police are there.
Let him do as he likes.
What do you mean? He means to kill him, you know that.
I've no doubt Master Romagna can run his own campaign.
But he'll be killed.
Why did you lie, Mariamne? He was one of the gang.
Go tell them you owe me nothing.
My father died in your place, and you could have saved him. You were one of the gang.
Well, there you are. You certainly owe me nothing.
Oh, I want to die. I want to go away.
Yes, and you lied. And trapped me into it.
But Mio, he's my brother. I couldn't give him my brother.
No, you couldn't. You're quite right. The gods were ironic tonight, and they worked it out. The bright, ironical gods, what fun they have in heaven. When a man prays hard for any gift, they give it, and then one more to boot that makes it useless. You might have picked some other stranger.
I know.
Or chosen some other evening to sit outside in the rain. But no, it had to be this. All my life long, I've wanted only one thing to say to the world and prove it. The man you killed was clean and true and full of love as the 12-year-old that stood and taught in the temple. I can say that now and give my proofs. And now you stick a girl's face between me and the rights I've sworn the dead shall have of me. Well, you ask too much. Your brother can take his chances. He was ready enough to let an innocent man take certainty for him to pay for the years he's had. That parts us then. But we're parted anyway by the same dark wind that blew us together. I shall say what I have to say, and I'm not welcome here.
But don't go now. You've stayed too long. He'll be waiting.
Well, is this any safer? Let the wind blow, the four winds of the world, and take us to the four winds.
We're on the riverbank again. The two natty young men in serge stand in a shadow matching bills. As Trock comes out of the tenement door, he speaks a few low words to them and goes out. They continue their game as Mio, followed by Miriamne, comes out of the door. The young men and Trock shrink into the shadow.
Suppose one had only a short stub end of life, or held a flashlight with the batteries run down till the bulk was dim, and knew that he could live while the glow lasted. Or suppose one knew that while he stood in a little shelter of time under a bridgehead, say, he could live, and then, from then on, nothing. Then to lie and turn with the earth and sun, and regard them not in the least when the bulb was extinguished, or he stepped beyond his circle into the cold. How would he live that last dim quarter hour before he went, minus all recollection, to grow in grass between cobblestones?
Let me put my arms round you, Mio. Then if anything comes, it's for me, too.
Only suppose this circle's charmed. To be safe until he steps from this lighted space into dark. Time pauses here, and high eternity grows in 1 quarter hour in which to live.
Let me see if anyone's there in the shadows.
It might blast our eternity, blow it to bits. No, don't go. This is forever where we stand. And I ask you, Miriamne, how does one spend a forever?
You're frightened.
Yes, so much that time stands still.
Why didn't I speak? Tell them when the officers were here. I failed you in that one moment.
His life for mine? Oh, no, I wouldn't want it, and you couldn't give it. And if I should go on living, we're cut apart by that brother of yours.
No, Mio. Mio, I love you.
I love you, too. But in case my life went on beyond that barrier of dark, then Garth would run his risk of dying.
He's punished, Mio. His life's been torment for him. Let him go, for my sake, Mio.
I wish I could. I wish I'd never seen him or you. I've steeped too long in this thing. It's in my teeth and bones. I can't let go or forget.
There's someone there. I heard.
It's Carr.
That's right. No doubt about it. Excuse me.
I'm glad to see you. This is Miriamne. Carr's a friend of mine.
You're better employed than when I last saw you.
Bow to the gentleman, Miriamne. That's meant for you.
Should I leave you, Mio? You want to talk?
Oh, no. We've done our talking.
But
I'm the one's out of place. I wanted back because I got worried about you. That's the truth. Oh, those two fellows with their hats down. You know, the ones that ran after we heard the shooting? And they're back again. Revisiting the scene of the crime, I guess. They may mean well.
I'll try to avoid them.
I didn't care for the way they looked at me. No luck, I suppose, with that case history. The investigation you had on hand.
I can't say. Oh, by the way, the stiff that fell in the water and we saw swirling down the eddy, he came trudging up later on, long enough to tell his name. His name was Shadow, but he's back in the water now. It's all in an evening. These things happen here.
Good God.
I know. I wouldn't believe it if you told me.
But the man was alive.
Oh, not for long. He's dunked for good this time. That's all that's happened.
Well, if you don't need me...
You had a message to send. Have you forgotten?
Yes, I had a message. But I won't send it, not now.
Then I will.
No, let it go the way it is. It's all arranged another way.
Look, Mio, if you're in trouble, if this business is creeping up on you...
No, not at all. I have a genius that attends me where I go and guards me now. I'm fine.
Well, that's good news. He'll have his work cut out.
Oh, he's a genius.
I'll see you then. I'll be at the Grant Street place. I'm lucky tonight and I can pay. I could even pay for two.
Thanks, I may take you up.
Good night.
Right, Carl.
Good night.
Good night. Why did you do that? He's your genius, Mio, and you let him go.
I couldn't help it.
Call him. Run after him and call him.
I tried to say it, and it strangled in my throat. I might have known you'd win in the end.
Is it for me?
For you? It's stuck in my throat, that's all I know.
Oh, Mio, I never asked for that. I only hoped Garth could go clear.
Well, now he will. I've lost my taste for revenge if it falls on you. Oh, God, deliver me from the body of this death I've dragged behind me all these years. Miriamne. Miriamne.
Yes.
Miriamne, if you love me, teach me a treason to what I am and have been till I learn to live like a man. Teach me how to live and forget to hate.
He would have forgiven.
He?
Your father.
Yes. You'll think it's strange, but I've never remembered that.
How can I help you?
Oh, you have. He'd have forgiven. And there's no more to say. I've groped long enough through this Everglades of old revenges. Here the road ends. Miriamne. Miriamne, the iron I wore so long, it's eaten through and fallen from me.
God keep you.
Now, all you silent powers that make the sleet and dark, and never yet have spoken, give us a sign. Let the throw be ours this once, on this longest night, when the winter sets his foot on the threshold, leading up to spring and enters with remembered cold. Let fall some mercy with the rain. We are two lovers here in your night, and we wish to live.
And that is my prayer, too. Mio, see that path along the pier? They're not watching that. They're under the light. I can see them there. But they can't watch both. It leads to a street above.
I'll try it then. Kiss me. You'll hear. But if you never hear, then I'm the king of hell, Persephone, and I'll expect you.
Oh, lover, keep safe.
Goodbye.
Oh, God, forgive me.
It seems that you were mistaken.
Where is it, Mio? Let me help you in. Quick, let me help you. God, forgive me. Oh, God, forgive me.
Yes. The king of hell was not forgiven then. This is his name, and Hades is his home. And he goes alone.
Mio, if you go, I should go with you. Oh, if only I'd never seen you, then you could live.
That's blasphemy. Oh, God, there might have been some easier way out of it. You didn't want me to die, did you, Miriamne? You didn't send me away?
Oh, never, never.
Forgive me. Kiss me. I've got blood on your lips. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
Mio, I'd have gone to die myself. You must hear this, Mio. I'd have died to help you. You must listen, sweet. You must hear it. I can die too, see? You there. You in the shadows. You killed him to silence him. But I'm not silenced. All that he knew, I know. And I'll tell it tonight. Tonight. Tell it and scream it through all the streets. The truck's a murderer, and he hired you for this murder. Your work's not done, and you won't live long. Do you hear me? You're murderers, and I know who you are.
Miriamne, you little fool.
Don't touch me. Look, Mio. They killed me, too. You can believe me now, Mio. You can believe I wouldn't hurt you because I'm dying. Why doesn't he answer me? Oh, God. No, you'll never know.
It lacked only this.
Yes. Why was he born? Why did he come here?
Miriamne. Miriamne, yes, and Mia. One breath shall call you now. Forgive us both. Forgive the ancient evil of the earth that brought you here.
Why must she be a fool?
Well, they were wiser than you and I. To die when you are young and untouched, that's beggary to a miser of years. But the devils locked in synod shake and are daunted when men set their lives at hazard for the heart's love and lose. And these who were yet children will weigh more than all a city's elders when the experiment is reckoned up in the end. Oh, Mariamne, and Mio, my son, you know this where you lie. This is the glory of earth-born men and women, not to cringe, never to yield, but standing, take defeat implacable and defiant, die unsubmitting. In all these turning lights, I find no clue, only a masterless night. Yet is man's mind his own, yet is my heart a cry toward something dim in distance, which is higher than he is, and makes me emperor of the endless dark, even in seeking. Our part is only to bury them. Come, take her up. They must not lie here.
Thus ends the play Winterset by Maxwell Anderson in a radio adaptation by James Church. Featured in today's cast as Mio was Myron McCormick, Inga Adams as Miriamne, Elmer Lair as Esdras, James Meehan as Trock, Joseph Curtin as Garth, Harold Vermillier as Judge Gaunt, and Louis Van Rooten as Shadow. Others in the cast included Edward Trevor as Carr, Jerry Macy as the policeman, Milton C. Herman as the hobo, and Alan McAteer as the sergeant. Joseph Hunty directed the orchestra. This marks the final performance in this season's series of great plays. They will be resumed again in the fall. The Great Plays series is a public service feature of the National Broadcasting Company. A drama guide giving complete background material for the Great Plays by Blevins Davis, who arranged for this series, is available to our radio audience at the cost of 25 cents. Send coin or money orders to Columbia University Press in care of Great Plays, Columbia University Press, New York City. Consult your local library for reading material on the great plays of this series. Robert Waldrop speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Folly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber, McGee, and Folly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man nor Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toops' was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needle pointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let 'em in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's the good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin. Come in. At the door. Let me get the door shut.
Hello. Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier.
Yeah.
And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when I... Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tip's under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelvin.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George,
You don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelman, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never
the...
mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelman?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Open the door.
The old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelman? Mr. Spelman, this is Mr. Say, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yeah, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me old timer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper in my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It's his, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelman, this is the old timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
Won't you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelman?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he sawed her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Phil. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Belvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sake, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, good.
Shut the door! Quick! Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Oh, Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Spell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Mr. McGee, I had little Fifi out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see, for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Martin. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925. Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvy, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox, your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take Mrs. Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's glow coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's glow coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, man, Trivia, shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor. How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a
Mr. McGee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. And sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of a snow.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet chapita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess. A gay ranchero, a caballero, he'd only ask and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her and you'll hear him say, Si, si, tu amor, la señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amor, cuando le doy todo mi amor, Florecita del corazón. Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride. The gay ranchero, so very happy is he. The caballero, so very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. This very happy ranchero, this gay caballero has not one single regret. Now to end the story that I once was told, Here's a little secret that I must unfold, for they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun. So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What you playing?
We're playing Thinky Dink.
What on earth are Stinky Dink?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an auto robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up? A spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Ah, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, sure.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because... Oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Cubed.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better hit him. I'll get one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who was the...
Hey, just a minute, folks, just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Well, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey. And
shut up.
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, all.